Chapter 35:01 The Embers of a Flame. 3. A wisp, a white gold flame that was at most 3 inches in size, and yet its brilliance and heat were so powerful that everything in the surroundings felt suffocatingly hot. By no means should such a small thing be capable of grand workings, and yet at this moment, the figure of the Infiniverse Megalo's body holding it whispered to the wisp of the flame of the wheel. She whispered to it, and a moment later, this sliver of a flame flickered before it released a pillar of white gold. Flames 10 times its size that smashed onto Noah's figure. Noah's body stood still as this pillar of flames smashed into him, his existence feeling like it was basking in immensely hot weavings that sought a direction at this time. And direction he gave as he pointed toward a source within him that was very familiar with the white gold flames. They instantly coursed through and arrived at a certain part of him. As the moment they did, boom, a ring of white gold flames burst from his glorious visage as a prompt arose. The severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their second severing, boom. Another ringed blast of white flames erupted from him a second later as the severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their third severing. After one, there came another. The Infiniverse Megalos had stated that the wisp of the flame of the wheel could be used in a limited manner every single day to elevate complexity. What exactly was its definition of limited? Boom. 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 More and more blasts of white gold flames emanated from Noah as with each blast, his magnificence showed increased grandiosity and complexity as prompts began to flow down rapidly over his eyes. The severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their fourth severing. The severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their fifth severing. The severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their ninth severing. The severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their 18th severing. The severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their 27th severing. Noah's whole body pulsed with tumultuous brilliance as a system of existence within his mundi of power burned far too brightly. His atlas of existence vibrated at the sheer advancement of complexity as the golden flame within Noah gained a pristine white radiance as well, his very quarks, leptons, and psioneutrinos feeling like they were set ablaze at this moment as everything danced excitedly. The 27th severing, it was an arduous line to cross as after it, 3 globules of blood of pioneers were required just to proceed with a single severing, and yet the wisp of the flame of the wheel that looked like it could diminish at any second continued to shoot out the pillar of flames wrapping around Noah. The colors becoming deeper and purer as it continued, boom, the severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their 28th severing. The severed weavings of the source of the singed have undergone their 31st severing. It was an unfathomably glorious scene. Blasts of white gold flames exploded from Noah as they seemed to be getting grander and bigger each time, his aura and complexity attaining ever higher stages as the flames surrounding him gained a deep white gold hue. This wondrous change continued as at this same time, from the frequency gateway down below. Pop, the visage of Ruination rose up with her arms outstretched, crimson gold bursts of lightning wrapping around her as the moment she rose. A golden flame also burned her whole figure, a singed object, a singed construct. It was about to begin its own rounds of advancement after being locked away in hell terra firma, but in the next moment, the body of Ruination pulsed with resonance. She felt a pull, her eyes opening to observe that in the distance, in the hands of her master, a glimmering wooden-like object released low hums towards her direction. In the next moment, it phased through the hands of her master holding it and shot towards her at high speeds, and this was none other than the piece of the core trace of the Wheel of Existence. Her body didn't even get the chance to evade when it smashed into her and began sinking between the bountiful mountain peaks on her chest. Her expression showed confusion as memories regarding what this object was were quickly emerging in her mind due to her connection to her master, and her gaze became somber at this as in the next moment, an explosion of complexity erupted from her as well. Something bubbled forth madly within the depths of her existence. Her head forcefully raised itself, her eyes and mouth opening wide as they released beams of golden brilliance above. An unknown resonance has occurred between Ruination and the piece of a core trace of the wheel. A process of fusion and assimilation has begun with Ruination and the piece of a core trace of the wheel. It felt like too many things were happening all at once. In his advancement, Noah's will steadied itself and turned towards Ruination as he looked at her with brilliance. An unknown resonance occurred, and the piece of a core trace of the wheel shot out to her as if it was possessed, as if it found a counterpart that it had to join. Why was this? Noah remembered those many months ago when he put together the Ruination core. What it allowed him to do those many months ago, what Ruination herself made possible, it was something critical to where he was today. At this moment, her body attracted the piece of a core trace of the wheel as it was yet to be known what would come out the other side. But it would undoubtedly be something glorious, as Noah's will return to observing his own change as a white gold flame continuing to sever many times over. Chapter 3502, The Embers of a Flame. For the Infiniverse Megalos, Ruination, Noah, all three went through their own advancements, and while this unfolded, a part of Noah didn't forget the things most important to him. A part of him was already separated from the one accepting the baptism of the wisp of the flame of the wheel as he was looking at the forming severed vein of existence. One could barely describe the multicolored radiance it currently gave off, with it seeming like a living, breathing vein that constantly circulated waves of terrifying weavings inside of it and around such a vein. They could no longer be called Alethian havens, they were termed the severed megalos pantheonic havens. They look like a massive mixture of planar havens and pantheons, the brilliance of matter and dark matter seen all around them as they expanded endlessly. Noah looked at such a glorious scene as he closed his eyes, the severed weavings of cloning pulsing slightly as this isolated part of him began to divide into dozens of other hims, dozens of clones of himself carrying a thread of who he was. All of these clones then connected with the Infiniverse Megalos as they sensed the locations of specific people within the severed vein of existence and the severed megalos pantheonic havens. And they disappeared in different directions right after, within the severed megalos pantheonic haven of Genesis. Stellar white brilliance seethed all around as stretches of a haven continued to be forged endlessly, within the deepest parts of Genesis. Even as tumultuous expansion bloomed all around, there was a domain the size of a small world that held an exuberant amount of life force, with stretches of farmland extending all around as magnificent spiritual herbs were planted throughout. In such a place, a middle-aged woman could be seen harvesting white apples that contained the mark of a golden flame. At this moment, she was studying it closely when she suddenly smiled and turned around as their mother. Noah called out to his mother, who turned to him with a beaming smile. She looked into his eyes, which seemed to hold complex emotions, as she waved her hands dismissively. Whatever happened, you don't need to feel any sort of way. It wasn't that long anyway. Come on, help me harvest these new fruits that are budding crazily, and you can tell me all about what happened, a mother told her son as he smiled, going forward to help her as he talked slowly. A distance away from here, in the severed vein of existence, in an area filled with the very extremity of ice and frost, a woman in a bejeweled blue dress sat on the peak of a mountain while staring at the cold lands around her, thinking back to a beast world and the frozen temperatures she endured. When she was young, she remembered the man that the moment she looked at him, her eyes saw a blinding gold radiance that gave her hope. That was the starting point of everything. She smiled as she thought of this man, and a moment later, she felt the coldness in this area instantly fade away, the snow no longer falling, and radiant rivers began to form down below the mountain. The disappearance of the cold was followed by a voice she felt like she had not heard in ages, and yet it had not even been that long period of time that passed. I didn't make you worry too much, did I? Another body of Noah floated towards Adelaide as he asked, and the mother of his child shook her head while rising up and jumping into his arms. No. You promised me that you would always return. So I just waited patiently. She hugged him tightly, her hands wrapped around him so intensely as if she thought he would disappear at any moment. In another area within the severed vein of existence, in the periphery of a radiant blue sea, a small visage of a woman with a blessed chest could be seen on the beach of an island filled with vibrant vegetation and fruits. She had a black bikini on that only further enhanced her beauty, her dark hair flowing radiantly as she was issuing a challenge. She wasn't alone, as around her, other utterly gorgeous women could be seen, with them being slightly more covered with sundresses on as they reclined on the beach while smiling and talking with each other. Barbados was taking center point as she held a stick while drawing something on the sandy beach. As I was saying, no matter how powerful and complex he becomes, he won't suddenly want to increase the number of his progeny unless we make him entirely smitten. Now, I'm confident in myself completely, but if the rest of you can also wear him down, we may just succeed. She was talking seriously as if she was discussing battle tactics, the other women rolling their eyes while looking at her as Athena's bronze skin radiated beauty while she scoffed. You're the first to get weak in the knees and give him whatever you want. You're all talk. Her words caused a few heads to nod as on the side Sona shook her head while speaking out. You all can also just choose to communicate without any strings. I mean, the sex is good, but you need more than that. If you can get that other part, then maybe maybe what? All the women stopped their conversations and turned up, the reflection of Noah seen above the radiant sea. Little fish, Barbados lit up and shot out like a bullet, the others rising up in shock as they also joined in. What mattered the most, at the end of the day, it was preserving the relationships of those who made every day worth living, family, lovers, friends. Those who you could always go back to regardless of victory or defeat, and they would always be there for you. As Noah severed the weavings of a new source towards the highest level he had ever achieved so far, he reconnected with those most important to him after they were locked away for a brief period of time. Chapter 3503 The Embers of a Flame. At the bottom of a mountain in a domain filled with verdant landscapes, the figures of the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, I.M. Erickson, Dr. Hall, and many others were gathered down below. If one ascended the verdant mountain, one would see the visage of a young man with gold-blue eyes that pulsed with destiny. He seemed lost in thought when a moment later, "My son," a voice that he had not heard in what felt like forever rang out. Henry's figure rose as he saw his father's dignified appearance behind him, and he instantly went to embrace him. Noah patted his son's head with a smile as he also looked down below to the thrones of many other people, his family, his loved ones, those worth protecting in these increasingly chaotic weavings of existence. Threads of himself appeared and reconnected with them while his complexity continued to be elevated towards grander levels. Megalos anear, omniverse of the protectors, near shattered weavings of existence. The remnants of the battle between outerversal morphons and protectors could be seen, but at this moment neither side was focused on each other. They were instead looking above, where a dozen faceless entities appeared, the level of oppression they radiated exceeding anything existence severing could ever portray. A sense of desolation spread out in the surroundings as currently, a dark tower was rising from a star-shaped outerversal morphon who had severed his weavings of existence, yet now, he lay decimated, with his weavings being used as a nutrient for the rise of something nobody yet understood. The shield of the Commonwealth, Old Man Eudemus, looked at this scene with a despondent gaze as with the rise of the dark tower, he felt his weavings and the weavings of all others nearby drawn into it seamlessly. No matter how much they fought back or tried to keep their weavings to themselves, they leaked out at a steady rate as they were seemingly being used as fuel for whatever this was. Old Man Eudemus felt a sense of helplessness as he spoke out while gazing at the faceless entities above who looked at them as if they were lambs to slaughter. This whole time, I sought the solution to the three-body problem. I sought a solution between matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But the entrance of an outside unknown factor with much greater complexity shattered everything. So was greater complexity always the answer to the problem? He was despondent as in the face of these terrifying entities, unless the ancient forces of the Omnifather came, what could they do? All their history, all the years of questions and answers, all of it was reduced to nothing. Was anything we did worth it? The eons of war between the megalos. The countless conflicts. Was there truly no worth to all that struggle? His despondency roared out in the end as he saw that before the oppression above, before the faceless entities in the rising dark tower, nobody could answer. The whole atmosphere was that suffocating, and yet at such a time, the struggle of existence is what keeps the wheel turning. A voice echoed out, with its mere resonance. There came a sense of brilliance as from above, a man adorned in gold robes appeared while looking at the dozen faceless entities in the dark tower. They erected, it was none other than Tam of the Singed, his weavings erupting out silently as they were those of someone who had already enacted a path. He was a pioneer of the Singed, he had yet to claim or locate a source for himself, but his path was a clear and distinct one as his appearance caused visible alarm among the faceless entities, their bodies instantly moving in a formation. Old Man Eudemus looked above at this figure of an unknown man as he observed an illusory gold flame seemingly burning around him, as if his whole weavings were set aflame. Eudemus felt a sense of hope within those flames as he wondered which ancient powerhouse of their megalos anear this was. He sensed the shocking level of power and purity around this being, as was this not what he and many others aspired to attain, even in this heavy situation? Old Man Eudemus could not help but ask, is honored Sir sent forth from the forces of the Omnifather? Or another force from the expanse that has not entirely abandoned their megalos? He at least wanted to know. And the being above kept his gaze locked onto the faceless entities as stanchions of golden brilliance formed around him, one after another coming together to form a mountain made of pillars of gold light. It towered oppressively over the faceless entities who were sent here to handle existence-severing entities and not pioneers, as his intent echoed out. I am but a humble weaver of the flow of the wheel. I was sent by that same personage you have met before from Omniverse X999. Ridiculous words that Old Man Eudemus never expected to hear echoed out. Tam of the Singed was a reconstruction of Noah's weavings as he was given the relevant information regarding megalos anear and those of the Commonwealth. He knew and recognized Old Man Eudemus as after these words were uttered, this old man felt like everything he knew was breaking. What did he just say? From the personage stemming from Omniverse X999, the one that was pulled into a terrifying gray rupture not too long ago? The one he had been discussing the three-body problem with, the same one who had yet to even attain a state of existence days ago. Old man Eudemus felt as if everything he knew was breaking down while above him. Golden flames began to rage along with a terrifying intent that targeted the faceless entities. Disruptors of the flow of existence itself. Do not think your purpose will be achieved so easily. Along with this intent, thousands of pillars of light rained down as scorching golden flames spread. Chapter 35. For the embers of a flame. 6. The burning golden flames and the dark light emitted by the dark tower and the faceless entities were like oil and water, with everything utterly exploding out maddeningly as of this moment. The golden flames were much more complex. The pillars of flames broke past the expanding domain of the dark tower, smashing into it and piercing its hard shell while also falling on the faceless entities. The flames were iridescent as they looked like a light of purification that could not be matched. Old man Eudemus watched as the faceless erupted with terrifying runes he had never seen before, their bodies being covered by iridescent obsidian light as illusory towers also rose around them, but before the pillars of golden radiance, everything was pierced through. The scorching gold flames were akin to being the very nemesis of the brilliant obsidian light as the body of one faceless entity took a direct hit, the black suit covering them forming a hole through and through as the white band on their head dimmed tremendously thereafter. The body contained in the obsidian suit then began to wriggle out and expand in a maddening and eerie manner. A vile black mass erupting from it as the moment it came out of the protective coverings of the suit. A wave of silent brilliance descended from the surroundings themselves and began to scorch this black mass into oblivion. Tem of the Singed watched this with cold eyes as his body radiated even more gold flames. Such a vile accumulation of weavings will never be allowed to achieve anything here. The flames rose an octave higher as a scene that many members of the Commonwealth and the few outer versal morphons here would never forget unfolded, as flames began to rage within the omniverse of the Protectors, back within the depths of Omniverse X999, inside the Infiniverse Megalos spinning with heavy changes. The severed weavings of the source of the Singed have undergone their 53rd severing. The severed weavings of the source of the Singed have undergone their 54th severing, under the concentrated effect of an incandescent white gold pillar of light radiating from a small flickering flame. Noah attained his highest severing yet. When it reached this point, the brightness of the flame dwindled somewhat, and the radiant white gold pillar was retracted into the wisp of the flame of the wheel of existence as the voice of the Infiniverse Megalos resounded out. A critical limit for the usage of the wisp of the flame of the wheel of existence had been reached. The complexity of the wisp of the flame regenerates automatically, and the size of the wisp is expected to grow with nurturing from the Infiniverse Megalos over time. In its weakened state, more means of utilization of the wisp of the flame of the wheel of existence are being analyzed. The wisp of the flame reached its limit in the elevation of complexity through severings, taking Noah all the way to the highest severing yet. The highest severed part of him became the source of the Singed, and he reached another line of demarcation, the 54th severing. Felt heavier than anything else before, as proceeding further beyond it would take tremendously greater resources. But having reached the 54th severing, Noah looked within the depths of himself and admired the unfathomably pure white gold flames simmering within his atlas of existence. Their size and brilliance had increased to the point that currently, a cluster of rosing flames raged within the mundi of power and simply waited to be unleashed. The level of complexity exceeded anything from before, as it deserved some testing to see its true extent. Noah breathed out while feeling the brimming complexity within him, his gaze going towards the Infiniverse Megalos body that carefully pushed out the wisp of the flame of the wheel of existence and placed it opposite Noah's multicolored throne. It radiated a warm white gold glow that covered everything, with Noah being capable of seeing countless threads emanating from it and stretching out across the changing Infiniverse Megalos as its influence would continue to be a major one. Noah thought of something and asked, "What can this type of flame forge within the blacksmith's forge?" Yes, when it came to armaments and weapons, even those of the omniversal stage were a thing of the past. What could he look forward to ahead? A possibility in forging complex severed runic armaments of existence is there, with the natural flames of the forge already influenced and elevated currently, as testing will begin soon. Noah nodded at this with a smile as he continued, and their application towards weapons of mass destruction. They were required to be renamed as the type of mass destruction they could achieve should be capable of eviscerating megalos. If Tsar Verspiercers were tainted by the golden flame of the wheel, if grander weapons were capable of being forged, theoretical models have already begun calculations, Master. The only other unknown, The Infiniverse Megalo's body looked away from the stable wisp of the flame of the Wheel of Existence as she turned her head in the distance where the figure of Ruination could be seen in a fetal position, an unknown fusion, an unknown result with the piece of the core trace of the wheel. Noah nodded as his body flashed, appearing beside the figure of Ruination suspended in space while pulsing with a tremendous complexity of weavings, her body constantly emitting golden waves of heat. He sat beside her in the brightly lit space as he waited. Above him, a dazzling white gold eye opened, its pupil gazing at Ruination and every single particle within her as the severed weavings of the Megalos pulsed within that single pupil. It saw the very structural makeup of Ruination twisting and changing, becoming older and more ancient as if it was finding new pathways of complexity. At this moment of unknown, Ruination remained in a fetal position as beside her, her master patiently waited. Chapter 3505 Ruin. Noah's gaze was serene as he thought of Ruination's origins, from pieces of a Ruination core to Ruination itself, a relic of ruin and wonder that went from a cosmic treasure all the way to its current standing. It thrived in the primordial era within the universes of the primordial cosmos, with sages and great sages being the first users of Ruination as even they couldn't utilize it to its full potential, with their fates being led to ruin. From there came Noah Osmont. Noah raised his hand and stroked Ruination's head as he felt her eyes gradually fluttering, the flames around her reaching horrifying levels as to Noah. They only felt warm. Gradually, Ruination's consciousness began to return as through their link, Noah sensed a great deal of things. A burst of incandescent white gold light erupted from her one final time before her figure rose in space, swirling gold flames surrounding her as moment later she opened her eyes as her gaze locked onto Noah. Master, she called out to him respectfully, as no matter how terrifying her complexity became, this man before her would always remain her master. He nodded towards her with a smile as he asked, "What happened, and what type of complexity have you become?" The musings of the Weaver of Existence covered her fully, along with a terrifying eye as she quickly understood many things about herself. She turned and looked towards her body that held white gold skin, with all clothing being burned off as crimson tattoos of ancient and unknown runes could be seen covering major parts of her body. She raised her hands as she spoke with bright eyes. "The closest I can identify myself as is a severed piece of a ruined source of existence. It is hard to grasp and explain, but my capabilities to alter weavings of existence, like the multiplication of loot, among other things, has become unfathomably advanced. My previous features that wouldn't have truly affected Master's complexity before and not really add anything significant, I have now advanced so much that I could greatly aid Master's complexity." Her eyes burned with emotion as she said this. All she wanted was to be the most useful tool for her master, but she had lacked and been left behind many times over, hidden within the infinite forge as she sought for a way to break past heavy shackles. The fusion of the piece of a core trace of the wheel and the flames of the singed burning throughout her being allowed her to confidently say she could aid her master, significantly at that. Noah's brows raised as he asked with tremendous interest, and Ruination moved to her master's side instantly, her hand rising and landing on his forehead as she closed her eyes and began to brim with brilliance. In a short period of time, extremely dense waves of complexity gathered near Noah's forehead as a wooden true rune of existence began to form. Weavings of existence and the surroundings began to twist and distort at its mere appearance, with atmospheric weavings of existence sucked in crazily as a golden flame that Ruination controlled seemed to be etching a terrifying rune on Noah. "The severed singed affix of existence, Bird Weaver, is being applied to your weavings of existence. Under the severed singed affix of existence, Bird Weaver, the entanglements of existences surrounding you become extremely clear, with its effects covering a large domain of existence you currently reside in. A map of the large domain of existence will automatically be formed as on it. Allies will be marked and distinguished, while those your weavings deem as enemies will also be marked and distinguished. Neutral parties with no relevance to you and not entangled in any way will not be distinguished. A single large map of existence can be active at one time." On his forehead, a terrifying type of true rune of existence neared completion as its effects were already displaying even before it was fully done. "The severed singed affix of existence, Bird Weaver, is coming into effect. The large domain of existence you are currently in, ignoring the Infiniverse Megalos, is designated to be Megalos in Air. A map of the Megalos in Air is being constructed." An unfathomably vast eruption of radiance erupted between Noah and Ruination. Ruination's figure was pushed back and separated from him as her eyes looked dimmer and weary, and yet they couldn't hide the accomplishment within them as she looked at a terrifying wooden-like ancient rune turn transparent and disappear into her master's body. Before Noah's eyes, an extremely vast map slowly unfolded, the Infiniverse Megalos and Omniverse X999 were marked on it clearly as rapidly this map began to expand and stretch out. It covered a distance equivalent to 100 Omniverse. And then 1,000, and it continued to rapidly expand further as covered entire sectors, going further than the equivalent distance of 10,000 Omniverse, and it still continued to expand. Before such a vast map, millions of threads of information began to form as it was all distinguished clearly. In one region on the map, a distance away from here, he saw tens of thousands of white names that had a runic symbol of ally above them, with the name Old Man Eudemus appeared in one area, amidst other names of protectors of the Commonwealth. In that same region, he also saw the bordered white name of Tam of the Singed that had a runic symbol of ally above it as well, and near them, 7 names that were colored black could be seen. They had the runic symbol of enemy, and their names shone with a dull green light. Noah focused on the names of enemies as they were zoomed in, with more details quickly made apparent. Unknown faceless lifeform number 323, green. An unknown lifeform labeled as an enemy purely because your weavings have distinguished all entities like them as enemies. This one is marked with a dull green light to portray their level of complexity being far below yours, and to show the ease in collapsing their weavings. Chapter 3506 Ruin 2. The details of the first ever viewed name under the severed singed affix of existence, Burnt Weaver, continued as extra information was given to explain distinctions. An enemy marked with a bright orange light on their name portrays one with a similar complexity to you, but with an extremely high chance of you still being capable of collapsing their weavings. An enemy marked with a radiant crimson light on their name portrays one with a higher complexity compared to, with there still being a possibility of collapsing their weavings if unique methods are utilized. Lastly, an enemy can be marked with an extremely pure colorless light as this portrays one with extremely complex weavings in comparison to you. The collapse of your own weavings may not be far away if you come face to face with such an enemy. Of course, everything is always free to change depending on a myriad of factors. Under the unknown faceless lifeform number 323, all of this information was displayed: a black bordered name that shone with a green hue, someone with low complexity that he could decimate with ease, and if he came across any other black bordered enemy names, he would be able to distinguish their complexity based on the hue of color covering them: green, orange, red, and colorless. As he absorbed all these waves of information, he zoomed out of this name as he saw that a second later, it became grayed out. And the distinguished names of other unknown faceless lifeforms in that region also began to be grayed out as their complexities collapsed. Noah looked as the blinking name of Tam in that same area as it seemed he was working hard, having decimated all the faceless entities he found in that area as the dot of light representing him began to move away from this place that was the omniverse of the protectors and head out elsewhere. Tam of the Singed went to search for more faceless entities. Noah zoomed out of the map of the Megalos and further as slowly, he looked at everything else. It was littered with names. He didn't know how many irrelevant names were not even shown. But he observed a distance equivalent to tens of thousands of omniverse on this map, with blinking dots that represented omniverse stretched throughout. Those entangled and known were either labeled as allies or enemies, and even if he didn't know them, if their weavings fell under the same frequency as the faceless entities already distinguished as his enemies, they would also be marked the same as them. He continued looking around until his eyes stopped in another region. There, he saw a blinking white name covered by a very bright green light: the prisoner, the antediluvian caretaker, the prisoner, the man Old Man Eudemus spoke of. His name held a hue of a bright green radiance as his complexity was considered low compared to Noah. Not too far from him, Noah saw a distinguished entrance of the Treziverse domain of the Omnifather, where apart from many white names of allies, black names of enemies were also there: unknown golden titan number 2135, unknown golden titan number 2225. Golden titans were seen in a very dull green light as their complexity was not even worth mentioning. And he continued to look. At this moment, he filtered out across the map and ignored anything covered with a green hue of complexity, his gaze intent on finding orange hues that would represent a complexity similar to his, or a red hue that would state someone dangerous with a complexity even higher than his, and WU. His eyes flashed as he saw a marked area on the map that was quite a distance away from Omniverse X999. There, he saw a radiant black-bordered enemy name with an orange hue that was on the move. It was deemed to be another unknown faceless lifeform as around it. Radiant names with green complexity followed alongside it. Noah looked at this moving party with cold eyes as the tool he gained to observe their movements and the movements of many others across the Megalos and was utterly dreadful. Ruination's means were utterly dreadful. He was about to continue observing other orange hues of names when suddenly, in the corner of his eye, a crimson radiance flashed. Red, the color red painted one area on the map of Megalosaneer as Noah's eyes were drawn to it, an equivalent distance of tens of thousands of omniverse away. In a dark corner of the map of the Megalosaneer, there, a deep red hue covered a name that read, Remnant Weaving of the Omnifather. The remnant weaving of the Omnifather. It was shining with a dangerous red light as currently, it was bordered by a white color that designated it as an ally, and yet it stood still in its position at this moment even in the midst of all of this chaos. Noah looked at this crimson name filled with complexity as he rose, his eyes flashing with a myriad of thoughts before he turned towards Ruination. What she had done a moment after her advancement was far too magisterial, and his weavings told him this was only the tip of the iceberg. Ruination caught his gaze as she spoke out with a brilliant light. If Master allows me to rest a little bit or I get support from you and the Infiniverse Megalos, I can add another severed singed affix of existence. The number that can be attached to you is limited, but the cap is nowhere close to being hit yet. Aside from this, there are a few other weavings of complexity that will be of great use to Master. All I need is authority. All she needed. Noah smiled towards her as he beckoned towards the Infiniverse Megalo's body in the distance as well. An authority you shall have. Ruination's capability to distort reality was always terrifying. She was now capable of doing so at a terrifying scale as from Noah and the Infiniverse Megalos. Dense severed weavings began to pour into her as she became surrounded by swirling white gold flames. In such a state, she closed her eyes while bringing her finger to Noah's head once more. Does Master have any ideas on how to permanently distort the weavings of existence? Under your command, I will bring the very foundational rules of weavings to ruin. Her eyes shone with a powerful light. It was a light that was ushering in the resurgence of Ruination. Chapter 3507 Ruin. 3. A resurgence of Ruination. Noah observed this firsthand as the moment that he agreed, the authority of the Infiniverse Megalos, along with his own brilliance, flowed into the weavings of Ruination. Her finger touched his forehead as another blinding true rune began to flow. The severed singed affix of existence, Bird Weaver, was terrifying enough as how ridiculous was it that the topography, the entire map of a large domain he was in, could be obtained so seamlessly that those within it could be labeled and distinguished where they were at all times, that so long as there was some form of entanglement, enemies and allies alike that he didn't even know would be displayed? It was a true violation of the weavings of existence, a ruination of existence, and he was not stopping there. Ruination did not stop there. The severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, is being applied to your weavings of existence. Under the severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, you are capable of analyzing, copying, and extracting the source of complexity of someone you face. Depending on their level of complexity and duration of the proximity and contact, a compatible crystallized severed path pearl will be formed, and the weavings contained within are able to be seamlessly added and assimilated to your current severed weavings of existence. A longer duration of proximity contact with an extremely complex being will also allow the analysis and extraction of their records, with crystallized severing globules capable of allowing the severing of sources also being siphoned at the same time without any move being made. Another daring severed singed affix of existence bloomed. As it did, Noah was already on the move to follow up on what he saw on the forming map of the Megalosaneer. The position painted with a deep red hue that stated here, the remnant weavings of the Omnifather stood. A body of his was already formed to go and observe just what this was, and it moved even faster at this moment as the terrifying second severed singed affix of existence was built. Severed extractor. So long as he was just near truly complex beings, he could attain their compatible ordinance to path and it would be sublimated to himself as his own severed weaving. It went even further as so long as the contact of just being near them was maintained. Crystallized severing globules that could allow for more severings would passively be attained. It was a true distortion and ruination of the weavings of existence. Noah felt like Ruination had gained access to a sliver of a source code that allowed the weavings of existence to flow, and she now was simply working from a vantage others could not see to distort these very weavings for Noah's favor. Good. Noah needed more of this as, throughout his journey, time was always something he didn't have compared to these complex beings that had lived for millions or billions of years already. No matter how exceedingly above average and ridiculous he was, there were others out there with terrifying complexities. Entities like Pyrrhus, or the Singed, or the Omnifather, or the Great Beyonder, or any others that he currently did not even know about. Given time, what could these beings have achieved? And since he himself did not have time, he had to bend the rules of existence to give himself an edge against those who had been roaming for cycles, and so, Weavings of existence filled with gray cracks and lines stretching throughout like a disease flickered in the surroundings as Noah arrived at the edges of the area tainted by the red light of complexity that should be much higher than his, and yet, he sensed nothing here. He only saw how, in comparison to his own home, this area, and many other areas of the megalosaneer likely carried the same sense of desolation at this moment. Gray fractures spread throughout as the atmospheric weavings of existence were utterly decimated to low levels. He delved deeper and deeper in while observing his surroundings, confirming with the map enacted by the severed singed affix of existence, Bird Weaver, but there was still nothing here. Boom! He spread his severed weavings out madly. Above him, a dazzling white gold eye opened and looked around as, truly, it couldn't capture anything. At such a juncture, he could only smile as he thought about a certain place, a place he had arrived at when he truly severed his weavings of existence. He closed his eyes as all of his body buzzed and trembled, and in the next moment, whap, he disappeared from this location. Actually, this description was wrong as he didn't simply disappear, but it seemed like he melded into the surrounding weavings of existence entirely as he became indistinguishable from anything nearby. Everything looked and seemed the same, and yet at a place where those with certain levels of complexity could not even dream of. Noah opened his eyes to once more find himself in that unique region of utter darkness where nothing could be seen. And even being here carried a sense of pressure as moving about. Was even harder. It was slightly easier to move around here now compared to before, but the difficulty wasn't altered too greatly. But there were some changes, like the fact that around him, there was a serene white gold flame that made his body look like a candle in the middle of an immense darkness. His surroundings were lit up to a certain extent as there, in the distance, a humanoid figure could be seen. Features of the antediluvian leviathans were present, but this entity was only a bit over 2 meters in size as he was adorned in a tattered white robe that seemed ready to fall apart at any second, and his skin had cracks all around that made him seem decrepit and old, and yet also filled with a dangerous sense of complexity. But Noah recognized him. It was the visage of none other than the Omnifather. Chapter 3508 Ruin. For, the visage of the Omnifather, Noah observed it clearly as the moment the light of his white gold flame reached out and enlightened this area and this figure. Arcs of heavy complexity erupted from the remnant weavings of the Omnifather before him as his eyes opened. They were filled with a terrifying light of ferocity and power. The moment that they opened, they were ready to collapse whatever had woken it up. But they ascertained who it was an instant after. The ferocious expression on the remnant weavings of the Omnifather faltered thereafter, his eyes gaining a sense of calm as he looked closely at Noah, at the golden flame burning around him, at the calm weavings of matter and even dark matter that nobody should be able to easily observe. The remnant weavings of the Omnifather observed all of this as Noah remained silent, waiting for something to be triggered. As a moment later, in the depths of his mind, the severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, has been activated. The target in close proximity has been deemed to be the red tier transcendent source complexity weavings of the Omnifather. A visible smile bloomed on his face as the ridiculous boons of ruination started right away. He also grasped something new, the red tier transcendent source complexity weavings. This was what he currently looked at as a moment later. The mouth of the entity before him opened to reveal an ancient voice filled with depth. Why has a singed appeared before a segment weaving of mine after all this time? I came to you all before and you turned me away, promising no entanglement of weavings between us. So why? A burst of heavy information came as Noah looked towards the remnant weaving of the Omnifather while tilting his head. He asked with bright eyes, "Do you not know me at all? Is nothing regarding what is occurring in the Tresorverse sacred domain you enacted being observed by you?" The moment he said this, the pupils of the remnant weaving of the Omnifather before him trembled slightly before they began to shine with even grander light. The Tresorverse domain. Right, there was that. He spoke as if he was recalling something from a long time ago, something he had long since forgotten. Noah looked at such an expression on this being as he frowned. What happened to you? Do you no longer know what is occurring within the megalosaneer? The expanse? Your origin frequency, he asked freely and without worry, so freely that the remnant weaving ahead of him raised its brows and commented on this. You speak without an ounce of fear even though you know who I am. Even though you should sense the complexity of even this remnant of mine exceeding yours. Do you so heavily trust that I will do nothing to you just because you are singed by the wheel? Do you think that just because you have a part of your weavings here, I would not be capable of tracing it to your source origin? Has the quality of singed fallen this far after just a few cycles? The eyes of the remnant weaving of the Omnifather flashed dangerously. He asked something heavy as towards this. Noah did not even worry as he shook his head calmly. whatever happens to this body here will be of no consequence. And if you think you can trace my origin weavings from just this body, you can always try. I do not show fear because I did not think I needed to. I keep a level of respect because of the help I received from you within the Treziverse domain. I have also been curious about the Omnifather, who left his name behind and disappeared. I've always had many questions that now that there is an opportunity to actually ask, I have to ask regardless of whether I receive an answer or not. His reply was placid. He was not worried about being tracked down as his weavings were truly and completely severed. He innately knew that another quality and boon of this was the fact that nobody could take one body of his and use it to locate another. There was a sense of separation he could enact in between because of what he had attained. Because of true severing, the remnant weaving of the Omnifather slowly changed his expression and looked towards Noah calmly before he spoke again. You are a singed that has not gotten in contact with the rest of them if you do not know all of these things, it seems. Unique. I did not think the wheel still cared to make more singed, not after what almost happened to its flame. No matter. My weavings do not matter to you. My path is my own and does not matter or coincide with yours. You should even be glad not to have entanglements between us that reach irreparable levels, as by then only pain and disappointment would lie ahead. The weavings of existence are unfathomably vast, and entanglements only bring about pain. As he spoke, his eyes seemed to remember too many things as Noah silently listened. He remembered what had set off the chain of events for the Megalonians, the love story between him and a Megalonian. As he thought of this, he raised his hand as a multicolored brilliance began to seethe around him. The source of the megalos within him burned brightly and came out at the very forefront. The severed weavings of a Megalonian exploded from him in the next moment and became abundantly clear. The remnant weaving of the Omnifather, seeing this as his pupils shook. His gaze became extremely somber in the next moment as he looked towards Noah as if he were looking at a dead man. I see, you are truly too entangled now. And this should also be my fault since you have been to the Treziverse domain. Ah, my idealistic old weaving is coming back to bite me even now. Very well. Young friend, tell me nobody else knows about your weavings of a Megalonian. Chapter 3509 Versality. An immense silence came as the remnant weaving of the Omnifather asked Noah a critical question, that nobody else knew he held the weavings of a Megalonian, and yet towards such a question, Noah was placid as he stated simply without explaining, such knowledge has begun to spread. The eyes of the remnant weavings of the Omnifather vibrated as they dimmed slightly. He then shook his head as if it could not be helped. The wheel turns as the wheel turns. How ridiculous. The weavings of Megalonians were unique across the frequencies. Their weavings, if utilized in a unique manner, would make it possible to affect multiple megalos of different frequencies all at once. And much more. If you have not been captured yet, then I will advise you to take all your weavings into this place. He pointed to the empty darkness all around as he called this a place of refuge. They will come after you. Regardless of what is happening right now, his eyes dimmed more and more as he said this, with Noah remaining calm as he asked in turn, what is this place? Who are these entities you speak of? He asked, but he received no answer. The remnant weavings only seemed distracted and lost as Noah asked once more, you failed existence severing, and yet your weavings did not collapse. Where did you go? What do you know about faceless entities? One question after another was thrown out as Noah even waved his hands to cause the emergence of an illusory scene that showed images of the faceless lifeform. He wanted to obtain as many things as possible from this remnant weaving, so he asked all he could. The remnant weaving didn't even flinch at the questions asked. His last question and the display of faceless entities though. This caused the pupils of the remnant weaving of the Omnifather to constrict. His voice was low as it echoed out again, I see. So they succeeded in the end. Even more cryptic words echoed out as Noah frowned. I enjoy mystery as much as the next guy, but you could make a lot of things clear by speaking straightforwardly for a few seconds. A lot of things are on the line as far as I know. Noah's eyes were bright as he made his words clear, and yet the remnant weaving only shook its head thereafter. I am preventing waves of calamity from falling on you by not telling you much. When complexity reaches certain levels, enemies are able to attack not just you, but also your entanglements. Forentishariho are severed from the weavings of existence. The connections we choose to form are that critical. Entanglements can be observed and utilized by others. Who you shared a conversation with. Who you provided critical information that altered their complexity greatly or led them towards other entanglements. Answers are sometimes sought, but should not be obtained. Uncover them yourself if you must. But any answers from me may just guarantee your death. I have too many enemies. His gaze was unfocused, as if he had seen too much. Gone through too much. If those guys are making their appearance now, then the ball has begun rolling. The wheel is accelerating. In that chaos, you may flitter through the gaps and survive. If I can give you any possible advice without forming too heavy entanglements, it is for you to find the other singed. The only other possible safe haven may be with the Wheelomachy over there. See if you can locate one by the moniker of Bob. Protect yourself. And good luck. And do not take this the wrong way, but I sincerely hope we do not meet again. His ancient words were sharp as moments after he finished them. His remnant weaving here began to crack. Noah frowned at this as he asked again, "Where are you? What do you know of the great beyonder? Who else is chasing after the weavings of Megalonians?" Question after question flowed, but no answer came from the remnant weaving as it only shook its head while things flickered away. "I have made many mistakes in my time, and I will not make any more. The ordeal ahead will be a heavy one. Good luck." A dark radiance wrapped around the remnant weaving of the Omnifather as he was about to disappear. In the fraction of an instant before he did, the severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, has successfully attained a crystallized severed path pearl deemed compatible with your weavings. The crystallized severed path of versality has been obtained. In a flicker of brilliance, the visage of the remnant weaving of the Omnifather disappeared entirely as on the map provided by the severed singed affix of existence, Bird Weaver. The red marking was no more. The red marking that represented this red tier transcendent source complexity entity disappeared as it seemed that the remnant weaving of the Omnifather relocated itself entirely. It did not wish to provide too many threads of information as this could form entanglements that could pose great dangers, but Noah had still obtained a lot as apart from a few threads of information. There was also the wonder brought forth by the burnt weaver. The crystallized severed path of versality, a word rooted in the weavings of verse. A possible reason as to why even after failing existence severing, the Omnifather still managed to survive with the help of his lover. Versality held its root in a simple meaning of turning or bending. Of composition and makeup, universe. Omniverse. Infiniverse. Unique compositions of existence. To follow the path of versality was to be adaptable to any possible weaving of existence, to even the adaptable when one's existence severing collapsed as they still found a way past this with another composition of their existence. It was a unique pathway as Noah waved his hand to reveal a circular singularity that pulsed with waves of purple radiance. The first loot obtained by not doing anything apart from staying in close proximity to someone truly complex. Chapter 35:10 Versality. 2. The first loot was obtained by doing nothing. Noah grasped the stellar purple singularity in his hand before he sent the command to take it into his weavings of existence. The crystallized severed path of versality is being utilized to incorporate the severed path of versality. A new addition is being seamlessly assimilated into your weavings. A new process began as Noah looked around the dark area of heavy complexity free of weavings of existence. It seemed that those truly complex entities loved to roam and be within places like this as for now. Noah's complexity was nowhere near enough to fully delve into such places yet. His body became wrapped in layers of light as he disappeared from this place and returned to the Megalozoneer. Before his eyes, the map of the Megalozoneer flashed along with the countless entities within it and those distinguished as enemies by it. The map continued to be built and expanded even now as with it. The number of things Noah could do increased tremendously. He could see all his enemies while they had no idea about him. The faceless entities stretched throughout this megalos as currently, only one with a burning orange radiance of danger moved about, but the Megalozoneer was still a complex area that held its own secrets. As the map continued to expand, Noah observed other areas covered by an orange brilliance, and others even had a faint red radiance of complexity, and many shone with a neutral white border as they were not necessarily enemies. He looked at the distinguished names thoughtfully. Unknown red tier source complexity number 2, unknown orange tier constellation complexity number 4, unknown orange tier constellation complexity number 3, even though the most complex beings had likely relocated to the expanse. For grander weavings, there were still those that remained in the Megalozoneer. Noah looked at the blinking lights that represented faceless entities as he debated. None had red tier source complexity burning around them as he should be able to take them down without an issue. It was what would occur after that. When the weaker ones fall, the stronger ones come to play. He needed to pace himself and elevate his power to at least be capable of standing against source complexity entities before this happened. As for now, Tam of the Singed could continue clearing them out slowly. He was waiting for a few more boons and bursts of power to kick in. As in the meantime, let's see what other mysteries the Megalosaneer holds. His figure warped away as he crossed entire sectors, moving across the Megalosaneer as he went towards another area surrounded by a red brilliance, but this one was much, much dimmer compared to the remnant weavings of the Omnifather. As the seconds trickled by on his way to a new target, his body buzzed with bursting complexity as an add-on was successfully assimilated. The severed weavings of versality have quintessentially fused into your being. It is now possible to select a verse to irreparably bind and mark, with your complexity rising and never being capable of fading so long as the bound and marked verse remains intact. If the chosen verse is ever destroyed, an unknown level of damage would irreversibly be imposed on your weavings of existence. Noah's eyes flashed sharply as he thought of this pathway that the Omnifather had forged. It allowed him to bind onto a verse of his choosing and explode his complexity upwards. With his weavings always remaining intact no matter how many times he was destroyed so long as that verse existed, Noah didn't have to think before making a selection. Under the severed weavings of versality, the Infiniverse Megalos has been selected. Your connection with the Infiniverse Megalos is already at a quintessentially maximum possible level. The feedback of the severed Infiniverse Megalos physiology is being elevated to quintessential levels. Boom, the heaviness of his body instantly erupted to reach terrifying levels. The weight and complexity of the Infiniverse Megalos felt like it was flowing through him in utterly ridiculous flows. As how complex was a Megalos? Has anyone ever dreamed of being smashed with the sheer majesty of an entire Megalos through a single fist? The moment these weavings flowed through Noah, the colors on the map changed as the green lights around countless names became a dim green, as if his complexity had taken another jump as compared to theirs. It was nothing to worry about. Of the areas that had orange lights, 0.3 changed colors from orange to bright green. The unknown faceless lifeform that was moving rapidly while emitting an orange light turned green. It was an observation of changing complexity in real time as when Noah looked ahead to where he was going, and the red brilliance of that area only lost a portion of its luster, but still remained red, much higher in complexity than him. He may be able to withstand it with his unique means, as there was a low chance of killing such a being. It had to be someone with the sources. After some time, whap, Noah warped to arrive in a space that pulsed with a unique frequency. This time, Noah didn't have to look around too much before he observed an omniverse covered by a transparent barrier, one that even pioneers would have a hard time seeing through or getting across. But his eyes observed it clearly, along with the neon light that surrounded it, a hidden omniverse. He gazed at it calmly as he didn't even need to enter, with him simply remaining floating in space as his aura was wild and free. Undoubtedly, whatever source complexity entity was here had already known that someone foreign had arrived. And a second later, a terrifying grandiosity erupted in front of him, space distorted as with neon radiance. The visage of a source complexity entity bloomed. It was a woman adorned in a neon kimono, her visage radiant as her dark hair was put up in a ponytail. Her eyes were sharp like swords, and her neon pupils shone with solemnity as she spoke. "Who are you? What do you want?" Her words were cautious and filled with solemnity, as if she didn't even wish to be out of her omniverse. But she couldn't leave Noah be after arriving here purposefully. Noah's eyes flourished with light and brilliance as slowly the weavings of this complexity before him were read in a limited manner. "I'm Osmont. Noah Osmont." "You are," he didn't state his purpose, and the fair skin of the woman before him shone dangerously as she replied, "Eugene." Again, "What do you want?" Complexity began to buzz as Noah came across another source complexity entity. Chapter 35 11 Sources. Eugene, the source complexity entity hidden in a small omniverse within Megalosaneer, continued to cautiously look towards Noah as she asked. Noah looked at her in turn. His purpose, it was to always increase complexity, but he couldn't simply tell her that just by being near her, he could siphon off her source and increase his complexity, so he spoke of other matters. He looked around them at the gray cracks that extended even into her omniverse as he spoke. A heavy change occurred that affected everything in this frequency. With Megalosaneer as my home, I wanted to see if it had any other powerful protectors who could help me combat these changes. Protectors at a scale that the Commonwealth couldn't even imagine. Eugene listened to such words as she shook her head. "I have isolated myself all these years and stayed away from any weavings of others. That so-called Commonwealth, I steered them away if ever they got close. Outer versal morphons weren't able to connect to anything in my home. I've stayed away this whole time. And I do not plan to change that." Please leave. She was straightforward. Even though she was of higher complexity than Noah, she still spoke politely. She was someone who was genius enough to pioneer her own path and even find her source, and yet she chose the route of isolation and not getting involved with others. It may have worked before, you were able to stay isolated before. That will no longer be the case. I found you, others can also find you. Your biggest worry at this moment are these guys. He waved his hands to show the outline of faceless lifeforms. He pulled from the reconstruction of Tam of the Singed to display the scenes he had observed on the omniverse of the Protectors, as well as what he had seen in the palaces of the Wheelomaki. I'm sure you've waded across the expanse even if you have been isolating yourself. Have you heard of the Wheelomaki? He asked while showing the shocking scenes that caused her brows to furrow. She nodded slightly in reply. The Watchers. Palaces of the Expanse report to them if anything out of the ordinary arises, yes. The bastion of protection of the Expanse and the Megalos. And yet even this Wheelomaki has now been compromised by these faceless lifeforms that appeared right after the change began. They are spread out across the Megalos. They enact dark towers that seem to be eating up weavings of existence themselves as at this moment. There is nobody we can rely on for protection apart from ourselves. No Watchers. No Wheelomaki. This issue will not solve itself. We either stand united or perish one by one as these faceless lifeforms continue to run rampant. His words and the scenes displayed caused her expression to rapidly change as she looked back and forth between him and the scenes he displayed. Her eyes carried an internal struggle as Noah looked at her while asking, "What is causing your hesitation? Do you not wish to protect whoever you deem worthy enough to isolate within that omniverse?" Heavy arcs of complexity erupted the moment he said this as Eugene looked at him coldly. It is precisely those behind me that I do not make any random moves. Their safety is jeopardized the longer they stay here. With me, I can at least guarantee the lives of those you protect. Noah waved his hands and spoke with heavy affirmation. Eugene looked at him with cautious eyes as she probed, and just how exactly could you guarantee something like that? A line had been thrown. A fish waited to be caught, away from the Megalos and in the Expanse. The palaces of the Expanse were stretched out across the regions of the Expanse, each one more ancient than the others as there was rarely contact between them, but when there was a need for contact, it was astonishing how quickly and efficiently it could be established. At this moment, above golden strings that had yet to snap, there was a region where a faint golden blankverse floated with a sense of awe and majesty. White gold clouds gathered beneath it as this type of blankverse was extremely elevated and pristine, with there being only one of its kind in the whole Expanse as it was under the banner of many palaces of the Expanse. And within such a radiantly gold blankverse, order. Order, a booming voice of a source complexity entity echoed out as the clamor in voices towards the very center slowly quieted down. At the very center of this place, runes that radiated illusory images of palaces floated grandly as each one represented a palace of the Expanse. There were dozens of such runes here as palaces belonging to matter, dark matter, and antimatter were all here as they rotated with power and brilliance. The one who had called order was standing on a floating stellar white gold podium that held vibrant gold clouds underneath it. This podium floating at the center point of this place as many gazes turned towards it. It was a golden titan burning with source complexity and a single gold eye pulsing with power. He stood on the podium as he spoke. I have been given the role of the speaker of existence today as I will bring to attention all the points of discussion brought forth, and there are a few. A speaker of existence, someone who took the reins whenever the palaces of the Expanse met as they directed the flow of events and talks. Many entities with terrifying complexities looked towards the speaker as he nodded and continued, "On the table today, we have a few issues, but I will go through them in the order of importance as they were brought to me. And the first one is this." Around the speaker, space distorted as the visage of Ozymandias was shown clear to all. The eyes of many palaces turned cold at the appearance of such a figure as the speaker smiled while continuing. Chapter 35:12 Sources. 2. We have the resurgence of the Megalonian here, someone that has caused the deaths of many pioneers of our palaces. The speaker expressed his emotions valiantly as many eyes honed in on the visage of Ozymandias. There were many pioneers present here in this meeting of the palaces, and some palaces even had source complexity entities with them as many of their gazes shone brilliantly at this moment. The speaker allowed the silence and moments of thinking before he continued. Eons ago, we gathered just like this before passing the resolution to obtain the weavings of the Megalonians in their Megalos mountains. We all know the boons that came with that as today. We come across this origin sacred primal Megalonian as his weavings, something nobody was able to obtain all those years ago, but he is tricky. We all saw how, paired against dozens of pioneers, he brought down their level of power and slowly took them out one by one. His complexity doesn't seem entirely obscene, and he still managed to do this. The only course of action at this moment is to ensure that only truly powerful pioneers and those who have attained their source go after him, so that he isn't given any more fuel. And we should not just sit still as he continues to elevate himself as the proposition made by many palaces and what is being voted on to date. The incursion into the megalos beyond to find and contain this megalonian, an incursion into the megalos beyond. This was something not done by these complex beings by any measure in the past, as at most, they moved within the expanse to conduct their actions. We will coordinate and send at least a source complexity from every palace. The palaces that do not have a source complexity among them, their pioneers will be distributed among other groups. For more logistics, the source of dreams here is the one to go to. The speaker pointed to his right as within a palace filled with the dignified auras of Draconian, a half-humanoid half-draconic woman with glasses and vibrant golden hair stared out coldly. The source of dreams, her information gathering and planning were unmatched. As after this was cleared, the speaker made his last point. I do not need to spell it out for everyone, but the goal is to obtain this megalonian and for all of us to have continued access to him as we extend his lineage. We will go about things differently this time. More orderly. More humane. WAA. The smile on his face was chilling as after saying such words, he pivoted rather quickly as he waved his hands and caused the images of Ozymandias to disappear. The other important point is, of course, the change that is taking place across the expanse and megalos. This one didn't need a display of any images as they were all experiencing it. Atmospheric weavings of existence have reduced drastically as to impose our own weavings, much greater authority is required. We do not know much about this change, but the goal is to, of course, reverse it. For this, we rely on those above us, the Wheelomachy. Hold on, a piercing voice came out from one particular palace as the expression on the speaker soured. He stared into the distance at a sparkling white castle that had many women adorned in white robes, with the one at the forefront being a source complexity entity surrounded by three others of the same level of power as this palace of existence was extremely terrifying. An ancient one, a deep one. The speaker changed his expression as he looked towards them, his voice booming out. One of the only rules we have here is that the role of the speaker is respected. Pass along your words and wishes to me, and they will be relayed to everyone. We know the palace of the sages is distinguished and powerful, but even you have to follow the rules. So our words will be short. Booming authority began to emanate out. The gazes of many changed. They felt the tide shifting as the woman adorned in a white robe at the very forefront waved her hands to display the scenes of faceless lifeforms across the megalos anear, megalos beyond, and megalos nihilos enacting terrifying dark towers. Along with the advent of this change, these monstrosities appeared as they have already began wrecking chaos across the megalos. In our eyes, they are very clear sources of chaos, and yet our contacts have confirmed that these faceless lifeforms have also appeared in the highest ranks of the Wheelomachy. They have been called to be supporters of the wheel as we do not believe so. We fear for our own weavings as this means we are speaking against the watchers of the Wheelomachy, but I urge you all to use common sense and ignore the greed of complexity before it is too late. We will be going dark from here on out to preserve ourselves, and we urge the rest of you to choose your allies and enemies wisely. As always, the wheel turns as the wheel turns, and this will never change. Boom, from above, terrifying complexity exploded. Above the white palace of the sages, multiple faceless lifeforms appeared as storms of obsidian light thundered down apocalyptically. Amidst the appearance of the faceless entities, the visage of the watcher, Persephone, appeared grandly with her bejeweled appearance as she boomed out with a heavy intent. Traitors of the will seeking to confuse and tear our people apart. You will not have your way here. A terrifying development. Down below, the women in white robes did not look distraught or shocked as if they had expected this all along. They looked up as the raging dark storm of complexity descended. And their bodies simply began to flicker away as if they were never there. Do not let the greed of complexity cloud your judgments. Fight. Fight for the wheel. With such words left behind, the white palace of the sages entirely disappeared as if it was never here at all. Trace and search for them, Persephone bellowed out as soon after. She and the faceless entities also disappeared. They left behind many contemplative palaces of the expanse as ever so slowly, chaos continued to bud and grow, away from the expanse, within the megalos anear. Boom, space fractures as from it, thousands of figures wrapped up. In white robes appeared, at the forefront, multiple source complexity entities breathed heavily as an aged hooded woman looked towards the leading one with a tired gaze. "You are sure it is here?" the aged woman asked, and a white-robed source complexity entity took off her hood to reveal a gorgeous entity with strands of sparkling white hair, her pupils also stellar white. As she looked around the gray cracks of this region in the megalosaneer, she nodded with confidence as she hid the fear within her heart. After all, they had just gone against the watchers of the Wheelomachy. If she was wrong, she would have just affirmed the genocide of all her people, but, yes, it is here. We have to find the bird. 1, Chapter 35:13 Sources. 3. Thousands of women in white robes, those from the palace of the sages, they had multiple source complexity entities among them. And dozens of pioneers, as they were an ancient force within the expanse, respected, feared. And yet at this moment, they were running. They made their preparations as they knew who they would be going up against, but even then, how could they truly be prepared against utterly complex beings? How do we go about finding this burnt one, O Maharishi? Another voice behind the vivacious woman echoed out. As to this, she did not have a reply. Around her, complex runes began to unfold as she started to fly forward, all others following behind. Everyone has a different relationship with the wheel. The palace of the sages observed, learned, and predicted the flow of the wheel. We know many things, but we also know very little. What I know now is that the answer lies within the megalosaneer, with the burnt one. That is the flow of the wheel that we must follow, and the wheel has never betrayed us. The wheel had never betrayed them. The Maharishi said this with strong conviction as inwardly, her source hid her tumultuous emotions. She wondered if she had erred. She wondered if she had read the flow wrong, because if she did, it meant that cycles of progress and weavings of the sages would all come to an end right here. O Origin Maharishita, I told you I was not ready. Why did you leave us? Why did you allow me to lead? Her source burned with heavy complexity as she thought about her predecessor, the one who had led the golden era for the sages. As she moved even behind the backs of the logos of the wheel and the watchers of the Wheelomachy, she was now gone. Where did she go? Where did she and so many others go? The Maharishi had no answers at this, as she could only move forward. For now, they had to find the burnt one. With the burnt one, the flow told her they would at least be able to escape the gaze of the Wheelomachy. Faster, she urged those behind her as she closed her eyes and tried to read the direction, and she then followed. Within these same megalosaneer, near a distant omniverse, Eugene, a source complexity entity, had a difficult expression after continuing her back and forth with the being before her. She didn't have the means to protect the omniverse behind her. The faceless entities would likely come for it like they were already coming for many others, but could this being before her truly do something even she couldn't do? And why was he giving her so much time to think? Opposite Eugene, Noah was not in a hurry as he looked at prompts that cascaded over his eyes. The severed singed affix of existence. Severed extractor has been activated. The target in close proximity has been deemed to be the red tier source complexity weavings of the isolated Eugene. The severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, has successfully attained a crystallized severed path pearl deemed compatible with your weavings. The crystallized severed path of Apomenosi has been obtained. While he talked with her, he also obtained something from her that she didn't even know about. Her path, the weavings of her source, Apomenosi, an ancient word that meant isolation and seclusion. Such a path was something unique even for Noah as he felt it begin to be added to his weavings. It fit the woman before him as she had isolated herself without too many entanglements until she gained her source. As he waited for more boons to come from being near in proximity to this powerfully complex being, let me observe this place where the faceless entities will not be able to find. If it is truly free of the effects of the change that is affecting everything, I see no issue in residing there until this change is resolved. Until the change was resolved. Noah smiled at this as he shook his head. Who do you think will resolve this change? But yes, I will take you there. His infiniverse megalos, he was truly severed from existence as the infiniverse megalos fell under the same banner. It was truly and completely severed from the weavings of existence as it was akin to an isolated domain that even the effects of the change did not appear within it, the entanglements within remained within. Even source complexity entities would not be able to find it unless Noah wished them to, and any enemy source complexity entities would not be able to remain within the bounds of the infiniverse megalos if Noah did not deem it. He had layers of protection as he nodded towards Eugene. I will take you there. A clone of yours should be more than sufficient. His words came to a stop. This was because on the map of the megalosaneer that he was always watching for changes, he caught a grand change at this moment. Thousands of friendly white names surrounded by a variety of colors. most of them were green as they were lower in complexity than him. But there were at least 3 with orange hues of similar complexity to him or slightly lower, and 4 dazzling circles of red complexity that showed. Those with higher weavings than him. Those with source complexity, they were not within the megalos and near before. They had just recently appeared, and they were moving at high speeds. Their direction constantly changed as he wondered if they even held a destination. His eyes became sharp, actually. Let us pass by a place first. There are others I plan to meet, we can see them together. You're okay with this, others? He didn't explain who it would be as Eugene split her body in two, her complexity not lessening at all as the other body calmly neared his position while speaking out, "Lead the way." Noah smiled as space tore open in front of him, his eyes on the position of the newly appearing cluster of friendly designated beings as he rapidly went towards them. Chapter 35 14 Sources 4. At the same moment that Noah and a clone of the source complexity, Eugene, began to head toward a direction only he knew, within the Infiniverse megalos, Ruination had her eyes closed as she cooled down after enacting the second severed singed affix of existence, but they opened heavily in the next moment and looked towards a certain direction. "Master, I can feel a resonance." Towards the same direction where the weavings of the burnt weaver show the few thousands clustered complexities that you are currently heading towards. Ruination felt a resonance. Noah's eyes became brighter at such words as there was only one thing she would be resonating with. "Come," he spoke towards Ruination as she instantly followed. Her figure turning into a streak of light that shot into Noah's chest and disappeared, an equivalent distance of tens of thousands of omniverse away, across the threads of weavings Noah was traversing through with Eugene. Noah's body here released waves of lustrous brilliance as Eugene looked at him carefully while a crimson gold light erupted from his head and formed into the visage of none other than Ruination. She joined the side of this body as she gave a light nod of recognition towards Eugene, who looked at this scene inexplicably as she could only nod. "This is someone who may be of help to us with those we are about to meet." "This is Ruination," Noah replied to the cautious and isolated source complexity entity as she could only nod while they proceeded ahead. She didn't know, but the meeting with another unfathomable source would occur soon enough. The Maharishi shuttled forth without looking back. She could not look back. She didn't have a clear destination, but she knew that she had to keep moving as the Watchers of the Wheelomaki were a terrifying breed of beings, and now they had these faceless lifeforms under their beck and call. She knew there was not too much time before they went to their old abode in the expanse and tracked their weavings into the megalos anear. With every passing second, it was like a hammer of death was coming ever closer, but as the Maharishi, she had to keep her cool demeanor as if everything was under control. But it was not. How the hell was she supposed to find the burnt one? How would she know who he was? Even if he did exist here, she may also not be able to locate him in time, as everything could still be for naught. The flow of these weavings made her utterly maddened as her color drained as she sensed a source complexity erupt ahead, preparing for the worst at this moment as she raised her hand to have everyone stop. An instant later, whap, ahead of them, 3 figures appeared. A man with the demeanor of an ancient emperor, his eyes calm and filled with endless solemnity. His aura could not be clearly discerned. A woman adorned in a hanbok robe, her eyes full of caution as they stared at the cluster of sages in shock. Another woman with crimson gold radiance surrounded her, her hair dancing as it was set aflame, her gaze also calm and deep. The Maharishi calmed her beating heart as she wanted to ask who the hell they were when, in the next moment, her own weavings erupted unstably as within an isolated domain of space layered deep within her source. A stupendous treasure passed down from her predecessor shockingly vibrated before it shot out of her source. Her body erupted with stern white brilliance as a wooden object surrounded by white flames flew out of her chest, her hand shooting towards it as it passed through her fingers seamlessly as if she could no longer hold on to it. "What the fuck?" She stared with incredulity as the treasure that had been with her for eons shot out towards the newcomers, eventually smashing onto and disappearing into the body of the crimson gold woman. As a moment later, her body burst into white gold flames. Beside her, the man with the demeanor of an ancient emperor also vibrated with radiance as around his body, white gold flames pulsed and came to light in response. The flames, the treasure passed down to her, shooting in that direction. The heart of the Maharishi pulsed as she looked towards the crimson gold woman, who was now covered by raging flames, but she had closed her eyes as if nothing was of consequence to her. The Maharishi was forced to turn her eyes to the man who had similar white gold flames seething around his body as she asked, "Are you him?" A unique question, because she couldn't just barrage an unknown entity she just met on whether he was the burnt one. She may have been looking for the one who should be able to shield them from the weavings of the Wheelomaki that may rain down at any second. but the piece of the core trace of the wheel that had just forcefully left her, the flames surrounding them, her purpose here. Even if he was not the burnt one, she knew her time was running out as she had to place her hopes here. So before he replied, she sent a mental message only to him. I know not who you are, but you may be the one I am looking for. The matter is of extreme urgency and time sensitive, so I will ask something that may not make much sense. Are you able to give us refuge? In a place that even source complexity entities of terrifying power cannot find, it was a ridiculous long shot, a glimmer of hope. How could the exact person she needed actually appear before her like this? But at this moment, all she had was hope. All she had was the flow. And the piece of a core trace of the wheel leaving her to fuse into the body of another was the biggest pillar of her hope. It had to be him. Please, let it be him. The man whose body was set aflame smiled as he raised his hand and smashed the space to his right, weavings of existence shattering as a stellar blue rift formed. The rift led into a place nobody knew, but they could sense extremely pure weavings in it. It was a gateway leading to the infiniverse megalos as Noah's voice echoed out grandly, enter. Within lies a refuge, WAA. He nodded towards Eugene as she only looked at him briefly before she disappeared into it, while ruination also turned into a streak of light. Opposite him, the Maharishi had a sage look over with worry as she asked, is it him? He is the burnt one. They wanted affirmation, and the Maharishi grit her teeth while looking at the dazzling blue rift as she replied, whether it was true or not, he is him. Thereafter, she gave her command to the sages as one by one. Without hesitation, they turned into glimmers of light that disappeared into the rift. The only one left behind was Noah and the Maharishi as she seemed to want to talk with him, but he pointed to the rift first as he also wanted to ensure everything was smooth. Urgency, remember? We can talk after. Complexity pulsed and erupted. The flame of the singed around Noah became ever more radiant, and the source complexity entity before him nodded as she disappeared into the dazzling blue rift. Noah looked around briefly as he kept his eye on the map, noticing an eruption of crimson-red complexity on the map of the megalos near as his eyes flashed with a cold light while he also disappeared into the blue rift that closed right after. Chapter 35:15 Hide and Seek. At the same region where the sages had first appeared within the megalos near, space distorted once more as a bejeweled Persephone appeared, followed by throngs of faceless entities who erupted with tendrils of heavy complexity all around. The weavings of existence nearby creaked and shuddered as Persephone looked around coldly. Her feet were bare as their fair radiance graced the megalos near, her expression that of revulsion as she looked around while the many jewels and crystals around her shone. They ran into these backward megalos for a reason. Any group that pushes in seeds of doubt must be eradicated. Spread out and find them, WAA. The white bands on the faceless entity shone as accompanied by creaking weavings of existence. They shot out in different directions across the megalos near. As for Persephone herself, she stood still while closing her eyes, multiple illusory golden wheels manifesting around her alongside thousands of threads, entanglements, from the swirling wheel around her. These lines of entanglements exploded out towards different directions of the megalos near as some lit up brightly, while others dimmed and turned to ash. But these lines of entanglements were looking for something as her voice echoed out coldly. Where did you prudes go? Where did the sages of one of the more ancient palaces of the expanse go to? And did they truly think the answer they sought would be here? In the megalos near, Eugene had seen her share of things across the expanse and megalos near. She had seen many abominations and a great deal of wonder. What she saw now, what the hell is this? She couldn't help but utter out as she was akin to a speck of dust that observed a massive structure taking on the shape of an infinity symbol, its exterior pulsating with multicolored radiance as it alone was the size of 2 omniverse. Even more astonishing was the fact that around it, radiant white gold flames were serenely burning as they didn't show destruction but instead gave a sense of mighty power and awe all around. Even more astonishing was the fact that around it, swirling layers of what looked to be planar megalos of different colors rotated, each one radiating terrifying complexity as they also burned with white gold flames at this moment. These were the severed vein of existence and the severed megalos pantheonic havens. Eugene looked at all of this as she also noticed something else. She looked around multiple times to confirm, but the atmospheric weavings of existence felt vibrant. There were no cracks of gray brilliance stretched out across its vast space that she judged to be equivalent to at least 3 or 4 omniverse on totality, and she felt like it was still getting bigger in real time. This was the place that she was promised the effects of the change would not reach. Nor would the faceless entities be able to find her. But why was Osmond doing this? What did he gain from reaching out to her and moving her home here? In all her years of complexity, she knew that nobody did anything that did not fit their purpose. for her to be at ease. She just wanted to know his purposes at that point. She could manage, in her thoughts and awe. She blinked as she felt multiple other terrifying complexities similar to hers entering this same space, her gaze falling on the white-robed women who looked around with eyes just like hers. They were followed by the woman with the heaviest complexity they had met before this, and the visage of Osmond himself. The new entrants looked around everything as seeing the radiant flames all around them. One of the older white-robed source complexity entities looked around while mumbling, "This has to be an abode of the Singed." Those that first Sage spoke of. Eugene's eyes flashed as she heard such words, and she could not help but be shocked as she turned towards the white-robed women. "Sage? You all are of the Palace of the Sages in the Expanse? Why are you in the Megalosaneer?" She couldn't help but ask, and the moment she did, everybody quieted down while looking around cautiously, with the gorgeous white-robed sage to come in last, looking at Eugene and Osmond before she nodded towards the latter grimly as she spoke. "There is not much time, but I have to let you know that on our trail are the Watchers of the Wheelomachie and faceless entities. They have likely grasped our weavings and followed us here, as we do not want to bring calamity to you all unless we are sure. This is an impossible and improbable ask, but if you are who I believe you are, is the place you have brought us to somewhere that even the Wheelomachie cannot touch." There was no time to proceed with things slowly, so she had to ask, and towards her question, Noah's eyes flashed brilliantly as he looked ahead where an Infiniverse Megalo's body cradled Ruination, who was undergoing another assimilation with a piece of a core trace of the wheel. "Nobody will find this place unless I want them 2. And the Wheelomachie is already here." WAA, words that caused the sages to turn ashen echoed out. And yet no cataclysmic changes occurred around them as space remained stable and free of attacks. Noah had said what he said because just as he took in all these beings, the map of Megalosaneer exploded with crimson radiance en masse as a cluster of red tier source complexity weavings appeared. Unknown faceless lifeform with red tier source complexity number 13. Unknown faceless lifeform with red tier source complexity number 19. Unknown red tier transcendent source complexity number 3. Multiple red tier source complexity, and one was even transcendent, similar to the weavings of a part of the Omnifather that was left behind for eons, a Watcher, and over a dozen faceless entities with heavy complexities surpassing Noah at the source level. It was a heavy group, as at this moment, he had to put the true severing of the Infiniverse Megalos to the test. Chapter 35:16 Hide and Seek. 2. Around Noah, white gold flames continued to burn slowly. Instead of isolation, he had made the choice to be entangled with the flow of the wheel. With the multiple entanglements, he gained far too many things that would otherwise not be a possibility before. The entanglements in the expanse led to Bob and the Wheelomachie. To hell terra firma. To entering the palaces of the Watchers of the Wheelomachie, where he attained weavings of the Singed. This was what his entanglements led to. And so he decided to continue being involved in the flows of the wheel. In the turning of the wheel, he knew he was not some grand destined figure. He had even stole the identity of the instrument of the Beyonder in the Megalos beyond. He was no messianic figure, he was a guy who loved mana. He was a guy that loved to eat. And he was a guy who enjoyed the company of his women, to a fault even. Everything else fell together to make sure his interests remained protected, to make sure he could always enjoy the sensation of endless droves of mana and authority. He was just a guy, but he was also the weaver. The omniversal guider. The Lumen Emperor. The true emperor of quintessence. The home of the Weald. The ninth infernal lord. The anomaly. The cartographer of existence. The scholar of runes. He was Noah Osmond, and he would play whatever role was needed for his grand ideals. He brought his hand to his chest as a burst of white gold flames erupted. The Infiniverse Megalos shaking. Outside of it, the frequency gateway was brought in, as at this moment, this vast expanse of the Infiniverse Megalos could only be observed akin to a grain of sand within Omniverse X999. No aura leaked from it as it currently surrounded stellar particles of Cappadocia, its grandiose complexity not leaking out one bit. Noah looked at the multiple source complexity entities he had just now gotten entangled with as Eugene had an ashen expression when she heard the affirmation of the Watchers of the Wheelomachie cooperating with faceless lifeforms. My family. My Omniverse. She looked towards Noah as he raised his hand and held his palm up. Your hand. Eugene buzzed with complexity as she flashed before him, lining up her fingertips with his outstretched hand as from Noah. White gold arcs of flaming electricity surged out and wrapped around Eugene as well. This was her other body. There was another in an extremely far distance that was inside of an omniverse, looking towards its swaths of domains of existence with worry when suddenly, This body of her erupted with white gold flames that began to spread out all over the weavings of the omniverse around her. It took but a few seconds. She felt a spatial light wrap around this entire omniverse as she sternly added her own complexity into it. The source of apomenosis spreading out madly as in another instant. Whap, an entire omniverse was distorted and disappeared. Back in the infiniverse megalos, on the left corner that held seas of particles of different colors of severed weavings, space tore and made way as a massive omniverse that took up a quarter of the space was transported in. It was a grandiose action that the pioneers of the Palace of the Sages and their source complexity looked at sternly, with Eugene stepping away from Noah as the white gold flames receded from her as if they were never there. Thank you. Her expression showed relief as she looked at her hands, her very cells buzzing as they had lit up with activity like never before when that white gold flame covered her. It caused her complexity to buzz with fervor as it was an extremely terrifying sensation for someone like her who was isolated this whole time. Noah gave a light nod as all actions he did were for his own selfish reasons, and right now that multiple source complexity entities landed within his domain. The severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, was buzzing madly. He also got a chance to test that truly, even if his flames touched others, they would not suddenly gain the status of a singed, as this required a truly deep entanglement, to either be burned by the actual flame of the wheel, or to do what he did with his dream. Either way, he was now fully on board with the churning train of the flow of the wheel. The singed, and whatever other entanglements would cause his complexity to continue exploding upwards. At such a time, we have been searching for a long time. The sages adorned in white robes lined up as at the very forefront, past pioneers of existence, for source complexity entities backed a single woman as she looked towards Noah. I am the Maharishi, the leader of the sages that had studied the flow of the wheel over the cycles and intervened when needed. This time, the flow of the wheel is being made chaotic, murky. Even those tasked to watch, observe, and ensure its flow may be compromised by the very same force causing this chaos. When such a time came, we were to seek someone who could aid us in weathering through this chaos and possibly return the flow of the wheel to what it was. We have been searching for the burnt one, and it now seems that our search has come to an end. Brilliance unfolded. The visage of the Maharishi was clear to all as with her hood down. The strands of stellar white hair falling down to her shoulders only caused her to shine with ever-increasing valor and glory. Behind her, the sages put their fists on their chest as they called out, "O burnt one, O burnt one." Unique weavings of existence unfolded. Noah looked at all of this calmly as he felt his severed weavings buzzing. Was he gaining another distinction already? Was he dashed up? Existence vibrated and trembled. The gazes of all those here turned ashen as they looked up. Retracting their weavings into their bodies as much as possible, Noah looked up calmly and waved his hands as the multicolored boundary of the infiniverse disappeared, and one could see that above, on the outer periphery of Omniverse X999, a massive faceless lifeform emanating terrifying waves of complexity was sweeping his weavings across everything. The white band of vertical brilliance on its head pulsed as it could induce heavy terror, the sages and Eugene looking at it with heavy expressions while Noah had his hands behind his back calmly as he looked up. True severing. Would be put to the test completely today. Chapter 35:17 Hide and Seek. 3. A massive, towering figure of a faceless lifeform. One with red tear source complexity as he had attained a source and a terrifying one at that. Noah looked calmly as around him, the other source complexity entities recently coming into his infiniverse megalos were tense and ready to strike out at any moment, and yet, the white band of vertical brilliance on the head of this being only shone with luminosity before in the next moment, it disappeared. It truly was not able to find anything. The Maharishi felt her heart pumping loudly at such a phenomenon as she remembered the words of the origin Maharishi. When she found the burnt one, she would also find the flow once more, so she turned her head towards the man who was surrounded by white gold flames. And who was the only one among those here who was not tense when faced with the terrifying brilliance of a faceless lifeform. The sages descended from the origin Maharishi of eons past acknowledged that we have found the one that was promised. When such a time came, there is a chance that the budding chaos could be scattered, that the flow of the wheel could be returned to what it once was. To do so, the sages were tasked to put themselves at the disposal of the burnt one. A source complexity entity spoke in such a manner as behind her, for source complexity entities and a few dozen pioneers did not even blink when they heard this. This was their core belief, how all their weavings were raised. At the forefront, the dazzling white hair of the Maharishi stole the show as Noah looked deeply into her eyes, her conviction, and he sighed internally as yet again, another group came and looked at him as if he were some promised destined leader. he couldn't tell them that just a bit over 2 years ago, he was just a normal human in a world where the biggest worries were societal pressures. And all of this fantastically fell into everything he wanted, as was he not looking for source complexity entities this whole time. His eyes were bright as he saw the many prompts cascading down as he met and conversed with source complexity entities, the severed singed affix of existence. Severed extractor has been activated on multiple targets simultaneously. The targets in close proximity have been deemed to be the red tier source complexity weavings of the Maharishi Noelia, the sage of Cataclysmos Shedam, the sage of Teresis Callista, the seeker Himiko, the sage of Sophos Hildegard. The severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, has deemed their sources compatible with your weavings and began the formation of the crystallized severed path pearl. Yes, 5 dazzling new sources that provided grandiose paths separate from versality that he attained from the Omnifather and Apomenosi from Eugene. Each one would add a layer of complexity as afterward. The more time spent around these source complexity entities would even grant weavings that allowed him to sever more parts of his existence. At this time, he had a small goal: the severed weavings of the singed that had reached an extremely high level. He would momentarily steer away all globules of blood of pioneers obtained from hell terra firma, and save any severing resources for the singed. He would see just how bright he could make this flame be. As he thought this, his voice began to echo out, the flow of the wheel. Is not something that even I can say I grasp fully. I do not guarantee whatever weavings you have been told, nor do I guarantee that all this budding chaos will be solved under my hands. What I have are my own weavings, and the choices that I make with them. Choices. He paused as he looked at all the source complexity entities here: Eugene, the isolated source, the Maharishi, the sagely source, and others that followed her. He looked at all of them closely as he continued, one's life is the sum of all their choices. I will make my choices, and if you truly elect to follow me, you will have to follow the weavings of those choices without question. Source complexity entities. They would have to listen and obey everything he said. This was basically what his words stated, as at the very forefront, the Maharishi was unfettered. She only placed her hand on her chest as she spoke out. As the Origin Maharishi ordained, we shall be your swords. WAA. Her intent was abundantly clear as Noah nodded and smiled, his gaze turning above as he looked out towards the distant megalos. Very well, then the first choice: how about we hunt a source complexity faceless life form? They are scattered across the megalos and near looking for us. We should pay a visit to at least one. A heavy and bold choice to make. The eyes of the Maharishi trembled slightly at this. The ones they were running from. They would not actively hunt. She looked towards the burnt one that she couldn't quite grasp the complexity of fully, as all she did towards his brazen choice: let us know what we need to do. She simply went along with it as she left all her reservations with the Origin Maharishi. Noah nodded at this as he turned to Eugene. Your source, that of isolation. Apomenosi. How confident are you in being able to isolate a source complexity faceless lifeform? His words were light, yet they shocked Eugene to her core. How the hell did he even know her source? Her weavings. She looked towards him sternly as he just looked back calmly, as if it was nothing major. She shook her head with a sense of incredulity as she replied, maybe a few seconds. The stronger they are, the quicker they will break out. I won't be able to hold them while also protecting myself fully. If all of those here participate. She left her words in the air as she stated that it was possible. Chapter 35:18 Hide and Seek. For it was possible, the source complexity of Apomenosi stated. Noah nodded at this as he raised his hand, which radiated a fantastical stellar black light. I will also support the isolation. A black light, a light of a truly severed weaving of Apomenosi. When any severed concept joined him, his truly severed weavings were applied to it. This was Eugene's Apomenosi, yes. But Noah had already made it his own. The moment it pulsed out, Eugene blinked and shook her head as it didn't fully register. It was only after a second passed that her pupils constricted. And she looked sternly toward Noah. She wanted to ask how. She wanted to ask when. Why would he have weavings of her source, and why did it seem to be uniquely different even though it was the same? But when she looked at his calm gaze and the fact that he showed this freely, she knew that he wouldn't give her any answer that she would be content with, so she didn't ask. She reevaluated what she knew and thought of him even further as she nodded. I'm on board. How will we find one isolated and alone? The source complexity entities looked for specific details as they prepared, and when it came to specifics, Noah only smiled while looking at the map of the megalos in air and the blinking red lights moving rapidly across it. Leave everything else to me, I'll let you all know. For now, he looked towards the omniverse of Eugene that was brought into the infiniverse, parts of it seen breaking away and fusing into the severed megalos pantheonic havens as he continued. familiarize yourselves with all the changes and be ready. You can breathe and relax in here without worry. As for the sages, I believe we need to talk about a few more things. He was curious about the weavings of this so-called promised one. The burnt one. Also, he needed to keep them in proximity to attain weavings of their sources. The Maharishi nodded as the 4 other source complexity entities appeared alongside her, and they observed a golden portal blooming beside Noah as he welcomed them into it. They disappeared into it in a flash as Eugene and the less complex sages were left behind, Noah smiling towards them as he flew towards the dazzling severed megalos pantheonic havens in the distance. Allow me to show the rest of you to your new homes. Weavings slowly unfolded as terrifying plans were hatched underneath. In the midst of all of this, in the depths of the infiniverse megalos, where a wisp of the flame of the wheel calmly burned, inside the place with a throne filled with countless multicolored lines extending from it, the visage of the infiniverse megalos body cradled ruination as she analyzed her newest transformation. Noah appeared near her as he saw similar advancements compared to before. And yet somehow even more potent this time around. He observed her calmly as he thought about the plan to ambush a red tier source complexity faceless lifeform. Are any modified Tsar verse piercers touched by the flame of the wheel ready? He asked a heavy question about one of his more terrifying weapons. A single one so far has been singed without any catastrophic results. But it has yet to be tested for efficacy and range of effect, or what level of complexity it might be able to affect. An equally terrifying answer came out. Noah sat down next to her as radiant bursts of complexity raged around them, his eyes flashing thoughtfully as at that moment, the body of ruination burning with white gold flames opened her eyes in the middle of her elevation as she called out slowly. Let me put my hands on that verse piercer and multiply it for you, Master. Even during her transformation, ruination still sought to be of use. Noah looked at her with a gentle gaze and nodded as gradually, a plan to face a source complexity entity took shape. He couldn't face one alone, yes, but he was no longer just a force of one. There was the infiniverse megalos. There was ruination. And now, there were multiple source complexity entities under his banner. The cards were set. It was time to truly play a game of hide and seek. Tam of the Singed gazed at the decimation of another group of faceless lifeforms as his eyes didn't show any joy as their foul obsidian weavings burned. His eyes only became graver as with every faceless entities he killed, he only observed their distasteful weavings more and more as they were entirely contrarian to all he knew. This wasn't even something close to the distinction between matter, dark matter, and antimatter. This was something past all of that as it only carried a sense of revulsion to the very basal flow of the wheel. It could not be allowed to exist. All of it had to be purged from existence under the radiance of a glorious flame. Tam's eyes blazed with brilliant light as he thought this while becoming even more energized as he received the command from the origin Singed, that soon, a faceless lifeform far exceeding even his complexity would appear. Once this faceless entity appeared, his job was to draw him in. Express his weavings. And at a critical point, the origin Singed would unleash wonders to take care of such a terrifying entity. Tam of the Singed closed his eyes and spread his arms out wide as golden flames leaked out, everything around him burning as he was ready. It is a good day for all things to burn. For all things to be cleansed by the glorious fire of the wheel. Let it come. Let it come, Huum, his bellow boomed out, and a passing weaving of existence caught this bellow as instantly, far above, space tore while the visage of a massive faceless lifeform appeared. Tam of the Singed opened his eyes to observe such a scene as he didn't frighten. And instead unleashed a holy devilish smile. Chapter 35:19 A Hunt. A faceless lifeform stared down towards a region burning with embers of gold flames. From the embers, the smell of its brethren was clear as it saw the melted obsidian skins, as well as what had undoubtedly spilled out from it, only to be burned by the very weavings of existence here. The vertical bar of brilliance around its head flashed with the maddening glare of anger as it looked towards the soul being responsible for this action, and the madness on the vertical white bar only became more intense as the faceless lifeform echoed out, a singed, one that was touched by the flame of the thing they were going against at this very moment. And even though it was here, this Singed was looking up towards him with unrelenting burning of flames, not an ounce of fear within it as it even laughed. You burn my brethren and then laugh about it? You are the very thing that is wrong with existence itself. Come and face your retribution, O one touched by the flame. The source of the faceless lifeform burned brilliantly as it was about to erupt out, only for it to confirm that the Singed that it was looking at had been but embers of a flame as behind it, a spatial channel leading to an unknown location had formed. The Singed was running. The bar on its head flashed brilliantly as this faceless lifeform shot out into this channel without fear. I am temporarily deviating from the task of searching for the sages as I came across a singed of the wheel who has just decimated a small squadron of our weaker brethren that were assigned to these megalos. He sent a message out to a certain bejeweled woman as his figure delved deeply into the channel that the singed was running through, far from this location, within the infiniverse megalos. Noah's figure took a quintessential breath as he felt the surging particles of severed weavings of existence across his body, and his voice boomed out with magnificence toward those around him. It is time. Near him, Eugene rose up with determination and a trace of hesitation that was hidden deep within. But she was still ready to make a move. The sages with the power of pioneers and those at the existence-severing stage looked ahead with burning gazes as they wished they could be a part of such a grand venture, but their complexity was too far from it. Moments later, the source complexity sages that Noah had left with returned with their main bodies as everyone was gathered near them. The severed vein of existence radiated a terrifying light as Noah looked at source complexities gathered around him. He waved his hands, causing a purple-blue spatial brilliance to cover those selected as they disappeared in the next moment. After crossing untold weavings of severed space, they arrived at a domain equivalent to a distance of a few hundred omniverse from the infiniverse megalos. The only ones here were Noah, Eugene, the Maharishi, and the 4 source complexity sages under her banner, a total of 6 source complexity entities that Noah now commanded. As surreal as it was, this was the reality as these beings looked around them to see what looked to be a desolate battlefield. The allure of gold sand ravaged their surroundings as it smelled of dreams. Lost dreams that could never be accomplished, in dreams that one would only think of and reminisce about how they came and went. Apart from the golden sand swirling into small storms, shattered wheels could be seen as the space was filled with musings that Noah put behind, a very melancholic battlefield. You designed this yourself? Eugene asked as the Maharishi stared towards her coldly due to the casual tone that she took with the burnt one. Noah only smiled lightly as he spoke out. I nearly became sentimental and designed a domain based on the first dungeon I ever entered. Ape's Paradise, it was called back then. But I stopped my sentimentality and simply went for a domain representing lost dreams of the wheel. It is here that I plan to see whether a source complexity faceless lifeform could be defeated. Oh, and you may want to begin expressing the weavings of Apomenosi around this place right away. Our target is coming. HUUM. No sooner had Noah finished his words did a golden flaming singularity bloom above them as the weavings of Tam of the Singed appeared. The Maharishi and the other sages looked at the scene with shock and surprise, as they didn't expect another Singed to make an appearance so quickly, but it seemed that such a thing should only be natural for the burnt one. Tam of the Singed looked around and saw the terrifying allure of source complexity entities gathered by the origin Singed as he couldn't help but tremble at his sheer magnificence. He never doubted him, but he didn't expect in the time span that he left him to somehow collect 6 source complexity entities, or why they already there, but just not privy to him. He shook his head in wonder as he spoke out. He is 3 seconds away. O origin Singed. His voice carried a sense of urgency as truly the power of the source complexity faceless lifeform was not to be underestimated. Noah nodded at this affirmation as around him, the brilliant stellar light of his truly severed weavings of Apomenosi also erupted out, paired with the terrifying complexity of Eugene. This entire area filled with dredges of dreamy sand and broken wheels became drenched with an obsidian light that covered and obscured everything. It isolated weavings completely and entirely as in the next moment everything began to shake as if a terrifying beast wanted to enter such a place. Singed. There is no possible place for you to run in the whole of these megalos to hide from me. A booming intent echoed out as it promised the arrival of a terrifying force of nature. Chapter 35-20 A Hunt. 2. What exactly was a source? Until someone came face to face with such a complexity, they would not be able to fully understand what it represented. It truly was an apex of power. As for someone to forge a source, they had to sever their own existence, and then forge a path that nobody else had taken, something unique for themselves, and after forging this path, they had to then proceed to form a source, something only for them. When such a source was truly formed, what they could do with it was limitless. Such a type of complexity appeared inside a domain filled with sandy gold light and shattered wheels that were currently painted with a dark stellar hue of isolation. Of the source of Apomenosi, the moment he entered, he felt the cut-off and isolation of weavings as he could no longer send any messages outwards. He also observed the emergence of 6 source complexity entities, the Singed he was chasing, and another Singed he had not yet met. Of the 4 complexities, 5 were actually his targets, as when he saw them, he calmed down even more. He looked at all of them as he instantly understood what had occurred, and yet this faceless lifeform was shockingly unfazed even in the face of such a collection of beings waiting for him. He was not fearful one bit, and this was because of his source. He looked around all of those here as his gaze came to ultimately land on one man. The foreign singed that he had yet to meet, and yet his gaze came to lock onto him because the orientation of everyone here put him at the very center, a being whose complexity could not be properly set in stone, and yet he concluded that it was this being who actually commanded everyone here, so he looked towards him as his intent weaved out, a domain isolated from the weavings of existence itself. Did you come up with this and truly think that it was a good idea for you to do so? You even have the sages that I was searching for the strongest among them, and you have actually collected all of them and put them in a single small domain as a present just for me. The faceless lifeform was unfettered as around him. A maddening source began to form, even though he was one against many, even though there were multiple other source complexity entities around him, he was still fearless as this expressed the singular power that source complexity entities held. Depending on the level of complexity of their source, even if there were multiple other source complexity enemies around them. These entities may not be defeated, because for them, there was no longer a question of the usage of authority. For those who had enacted their own source, it was of no consequence how much authority they released as an output. Below source complexity, one had to worry about the reserves of their weavings, the mana they could utilize. Just like any source of energy as one spent, it was depleted, but when one attained a source, this very common and absolute ruling began to be violated. The amount of depletion of authority for them to simply express their own source complexity was so infinitesimally little that they could fight for unfathomably long periods of time and face multiple enemies if need be as they senselessly stretched out their complexity everywhere, without worrying too much regarding the depletion of their reserves of power. This was a singular feature that made source complexity entities truly terrifying. Noah understood this well as he looked at the faceless lifeform ahead. His heart felt a sense of exhilaration as automatically the severed weavings of the protagonist began to play a booming symphony in the background. Du, low in pacing. Heavy on the drums, it caused his white gold flames to light up with an even grander brilliance as he looked towards the massive creature and spoke to it. If I were to simply ask you to tell me exactly what you all are doing with the advent of this change, would you speak on it? Your purpose? Your aim in the grand scheme of things? An honest question, and it was asked towards a faceless lifeform who could viably answer it as the level of power it held was that pristine, and yet, this faceless lifeform looked towards Noah and the sages around him as it replied coldly. Even if you were to know our purpose, it would not serve you anything, it would not help you in any way. Whether we achieve it or not is not something that is of consequence to someone like you. Among those who can speak to me in equal standing, you are not one of them. So I thank you for the gift of gathering my targets in one place, and I will let you know that today, your weavings of existence will collapse from the hands of none other than I, Mariksana. Mayhem ensued. Noah pulled back as the source complexities that he came with went forward. The Maharishi's gaze was a cold one as she did not fear a single source complexity enemy. The other sages were the same as the only one with a tinge of cautiousness and a healthy level of fear was Eugene. Due to her personality and isolation, she knew that at the end of the day, it was always healthy to be overly cautious and even a tad bit fearful. It has saved her many times before, and it would continue to save her now as the main part of her contribution remained to keep this domain isolated from any outside weavings. Tam of the Singed came beside Noah as he watched everything. Noah looked at the unfolding battlefield, the quintessential league of existence unfolding around him as he wondered exactly what his level of complexity would do against something as terrifying as the faceless lifeform ahead of them. It was his first tough battle in quite some time as his weavings couldn't help but buzz with excitement. Chapter 35:21 The Indefatigability of a Source. His weavings of existence buzzed with activity. They did so without fear as he watched the complexities of multiple sources bloom around him. At the same time, the severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, has been activated on another target. The target in close proximity have been deemed to be the red tier source complexity weavings of the unknown faceless lifeform Mariksana. A severed singed affix of existence in the depths of his weavings was buzzing again and again, as it even turned its jaws towards a faceless lifeform. But for the first time, a burst of crimson light flashed around the severed singed affix of existence. The severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, has deemed the source of the unknown faceless lifeform, Mariksana, to be incompatible with your weavings of existence. Incompatible. He saw such a prompt as the flames in the depths of his weavings rose up a whole other octave. His mind moved rather quickly, even though the battle here was just unfolding. In the span of a nanosecond, not to mention an instant, he could have a conversation equivalent to hours. So his weaving of thoughts began conversing with two key figures in the Infiniverse Megalos as a horrific battle unfolded. With a heavy, burning wisp of the flame of the wheel burning in the distance, Noah observed the Infiniverse Megalos body in ruination as they surrounded two circular multicolored singularities with a smiley face drawn in and infinity symbols where the eyes should be. It was the Tsar Verspiercer. At this moment, there were multiple such weapons floating between the Infiniverse Megalos body and ruination as terrifying waves of complexity surged around them. Noah looked at all of this as he exchanged words with that within this short span of an instant. What in the weavings of the faceless lifeform made them incompatible? His eyes swirled with magnificence as he wondered. He felt like he was becoming a more ancient and advanced form of life as. Instinctively, he sought to understand the whys of what was happening around him more and more. Why the flow of the wheel was going the way that it was. Why one entanglement in the expanse would lead to the propagation and eruption of power within him. The why, he was curious of this as he asked, and the figure of ruination that was cradling a Tsar Verspiercer in her hands and multiplying it to form more had a bright expression on her face with her eyes radiating burning flames as she replied, the weavings of the sages or Eugene were different from yours, but they were still along the same breed. They held the same synapses and weavings of records, extremes, and paths that all flowed together. Even though they were different, they were still compatible enough with your weavings of existence to be added on top. Apomenosi, versality. All of these worked. But in the case of the faceless lifeform, ruination shook her head with a fearsome light emanating from her flames. The connections and weavings of that faceless lifeform are distorted. The synapses are in no way the same as the very makeup to it seems to be from a different fabric, a different weaving. Noah listened intently as at the end, he simply had to sigh as he picked up what ruination was implying. Such were the beings that had currently risen the moment that the change bloomed as they caused an unknown level of chaos across the megalos and the expanse of this frequency, and who knew how many more frequencies, those powerful who should be there to stop beings such as this from the Wheelomachy were already compromised, so who would be able to stand in their way? Who could possibly figure out their origins and their purpose? And stand to oppose them before they utterly made a mess of everything? Noah sighed as he looked at Tsar Verspiercer and thought about all of this. He was but a simple farmer. Why did he have to work so hard to make sure that existence itself did not collapse when there were so many others out there? But I like it. He enjoyed the sensation, he enjoyed the feeling of power that came with it. After all, was he not the one who held the severed weavings of the protagonist? If it all was truly in line with his weavings of the protagonist, then he should be the center of attention. The one many conflicts revolved around, he could not say with certainty how this most recent conflict would resolve with how extensive and wide-spanning it was. But he would simply take things as they came. And at this moment, the thing in front of him was a source complexity faceless lifeform. To kill it, the Tsar Verspiercers are ready. His eyes burned with a terrifying sense of ambition as he looked at the multicolored singularities with smiley faces on them. He wanted to see a source complexity entity fall as in addition to those he commanded. These weapons were also a key part of it all to ensure success in this endeavor. At his words, the Infiniverse Megalos body nodded, as a devilish glint crossed her multicolored pupils. We won't be sure of their efficacy until they're tested, but I have gone ahead and added another feature to increase their handling safety as well as the study of its effects for us. Borrowing a thread of power from the wisp of the flame of the wheel, I've gone ahead and categorized multiple sources of weavings of existence in friendly or hostile. Your weavings and the weavings of any of those you are entangled with in a friendly manner would not be affected by the eruption of weavings within the Verspiercers. Even if you were at the hypocenter at the ground zero of the explosion, your weavings and the weavings of those deemed friendly would not at all be affected, a terrifying feature that would utterly change the landscape of battles unfolded under the hands of the Infiniverse Megalos body. Chapter 35:21 The Indefatigability of a Source. His weavings of existence buzzed with activity. They did so without fear as he watched the complexities of multiple sources bloom around him. At the same time, the severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, has been activated on another target. The target in close proximity have been deemed to be the red tier source complexity weavings of the unknown faceless lifeform Marixana. A severed singed affix of existence in the depths of his weavings was buzzing again and again as it even turned its jaws towards a faceless lifeform. But for the first time, a burst of crimson light flashed around the severed singed affix of existence. The severed singed affix of existence, severed extractor, has deemed the source of the unknown faceless life form. Mariksana, to be incompatible with your weavings of existence, incompatible. He saw such a prompt as the flames in the depths of his weavings rose up a whole other octave. His mind moved rather quickly, even though the battle here was just unfolding. In the span of a nanosecond, not to mention an instant, he could have a conversation equivalent to hours. So his weaving of thoughts began conversing with two key figures in the Infiniverse Megalos as a horrific battle unfolded. With a heavy, burning wisp of the flame of the wheel burning in the distance, Noah observed the Infiniverse Megalos body in ruination as they surrounded two circular multicolored singularities with a smiley face drawn in and infinity symbols where the eyes should be. It was the Tsar Verspiercer. At this moment, there were multiple such weapons floating between the Infiniverse Megalos body and ruination as terrifying waves of complexity surged around them. Noah looked at all of this as he exchanged words with that within this short span of an instant. What in the weavings of the faceless lifeform made them incompatible? His eyes swirled with magnificence as he wondered. He felt like he was becoming a more ancient and advanced form of life as. Instinctively, he sought to understand the whys of what was happening around him more and more. Why the flow of the wheel was going the way that it was. Why one entanglement in the expense would lead to the propagation and eruption of power within him. The why, he was curious of this as he asked, and the figure of ruination that was cradling a Tsar Verspiercer in her hands and multiplying it to form more had a bright expression on her face with her eyes radiating burning flames as she replied, the weavings of the sages or Eugene were different from yours, but they were still along the same breed. They held the same synapses and weavings of records, extremes, and paths that all flowed together. Even though they were different, they were still compatible enough with your weavings of existence to be added on top. Apomenosi, versality. All of these worked. But in the case of the faceless lifeform, ruination shook her head with a fearsome light emanating from her flames. The connections and weavings of that faceless lifeform are distorted. The synapses are in no way the same as the very makeup. It seems to be from a different fabric, a different weaving. Noah listened intently as at the end, he simply had to sigh as he picked up what ruination was implying. Such were the beings that had currently risen the moment that the change bloomed, as they caused an unknown level of chaos across the megalos and the expanse of this frequency, and who knew how many more frequencies, those powerful who should be there to stop beings such as this from the Wheelomachy were already compromised, so who would be able to stand in their way, who could possibly figure out their origins and their purpose? And stand to oppose them before they utterly made a mess of everything? Noah sighed as he looked at Tsar Verspiercer and thought about all of this. He was but a simple farmer. Why did he have to work so hard to make sure that existence itself did not collapse when there were so many others out there? But I like it. He enjoyed the sensation, he enjoyed the feeling of power that came with it. After all, was he not the one who held the severed weavings of the protagonist? If it all was truly in line with his weavings of the protagonist, then he should be the center of attention. The one many conflicts revolved around, he could not say with certainty how this most recent conflict would resolve with how extensive and wide-spanning it was. But he would simply take things as they came. And at this moment, the thing in front of him was a source complexity faceless lifeform. To kill it, the Tsar Verspiercers are ready. His eyes burned with a terrifying sense of ambition as he looked at the multicolored singularities with smiley faces on them. He wanted to see a source complexity entity fall as in addition to those he commanded. These weapons were also a key part of it all to ensure success in this endeavor. At his words, the Infiniverse Megalos body nodded, as a devilish glint crossed her multicolored pupils. We won't be sure of their efficacy until they're tested, but I have gone ahead and added another feature to increase their handling safety as well as the study of its effects for us. Borrowing a thread of power from the wisp of the flame of the wheel, I've gone ahead and categorized multiple sources of weavings of existence in friendly or hostile. Your weavings and the weavings of any of those you are entangled with in a friendly manner would not be affected by the eruption of weavings within the Verspiercers. Even if you were at the hypocenter at the ground zero of the explosion, your weavings and the weavings of those deemed friendly would not at all be affected, a terrifying feature that would utterly change the landscape of battles unfolded under the hands of the Infiniverse Megalos body. Chapter 35:22 The Indefatigability of a Source. 2. The Infiniverse Megalo's body stated that one could be at the very epicenter of the explosion of a Tsar Verse-piercer, and they would not be affected so long as their weavings were deemed friendly. Noah's body exploded with a burst of white gold flames when he heard this as he beckoned his hands towards the Tsar Verse-piercer. Even if one exploded at this very moment within the center of the Infiniverse Megalos, nothing here would be affected. Towards such a feature, he only had a single word. Good. After that, the Tsar Verse-piercers began to disappear one after another as they were transported towards a brand new location. This entire conversation and interaction that just occurred all fell under the span of an instant, as by the time Noah transferred the Tsar Verse-piercers, only an instant passed, within an isolated domain that nobody could locate or peer into within the Megalos Anear. None of you could ever hope to even come close to understanding my source. And yet you thought you could actually stand against me with numbers? You do not know us. You do not know the purpose we bear on our shoulders. The faceless lifeform was particularly talkative as around his body obsidian pillars filled with overbearing black lightning formed and rotated around him en masse. Behind him, a massive illusory black tower formed as it held 9 horizontal white bands around it. From the white bands on that illusory tower, millions of white tentacles instantly erupted out, as in addition to the hundreds of obsidian pillars crackling with lightning. All of these white tentacles also surged out to oppose the sages and Eugene. There was no question or management of reserves of authority. There was no need. The faceless lifeform targeted every single person here, including the figure of the distant Noah and Tam of the Singed. The Maharishi stood before Noah as her body was covered by holy white flames, her mouth opening to release bundles of thousands of flaming white lotuses that rotated with terrifying complexity. They seemingly studied the trajectory and power of the coming obsidian pillars of lightning and white tentacles and then appeared before them to nullify everything they had while exploding into a burst of brilliance. Boom! Heavy impacts shook the surrounding spaces. Aside from the Maharishi, other sages exerted their own complexity towards the faceless lifeform as to face it. He only released more and more crackling dark pillars filled with lightning as the illusory tower behind him trembled with fervor, while even more tentacles erupted out. Sheer volume, sheer quality. He released as much power as he needed to in order to match all the enemies that were here. This was the difficulty of facing a source complexity. There had to be a large disparity in the complexity of different sources fighting each other in order for one to overcome the other, or there had to be another factor that was unaccounted for. The Maharishi kept her gaze forward as her eyes flashed towards the figure of the burnt one every now and then. She expected him to be the other factor, as with the level of complexity of sources they had on their side, they may likely be able to grind down this faceless lifeform eventually. But the more time that passed, even with the weavings of isolation that Eugene put out, the more chances there were of them being discovered, as when such a time came, many more faceless lifeforms just like this, and even a watcher of the Wheelomaki would thunder down here. So, what exactly could the burnt one do? To change this heavy battle dashed, the Maharishi found herself blinking in confusion, as she was not the only one. Beside Noah, the figure of Tam of the Singed was blazing with silent gold flames as he was taken back when he saw the Origin Singed pull out a multicolored ball of brilliance that had a smiley face on it, a singularity, with a smiley face. Thereafter, the hands of the Origin Singed became aflame with brilliance as he grasped the singularity and pulled his hand backwards before he flung the object he held towards the faceless lifeform. The battle occurring here was a high-paced one, as every single entity saw these actions, and they were baffled to see the seemingly harmless ball with a smiley face, as in the next moment, it reached the periphery of the faceless lifeform as he harumphed, while a white tentacle thundered down onto the singularity. Onto the Tsar Verse-piercer. In the next moment, a scene that the sages and Eugene would never forget in the years to come bloomed. A scene that gave some of them trauma and nightmares. At the moment there was an impact between the white tentacle and the Tsar Verse-piercer. The infinity symbols that were above the smiling expression flashed as the scribbled face on this singularity turned utterly devilish. The Tsar Verse-piercer then unraveled. This was an apt word for what it did as first. It sent out a blast of a searing heat of complexity that seemed to be a volatile mixture of matter and dark matter, and after that, boom, a massive, archaic wooden wheel exploded out of the singularity. It looked very real, it looked unfathomably ancient. The source complexities here shuddered at its sheer appearance as the sages had disbelieving expressions. The wheel, the Maharishi, and other sages were ashen as they thought they were seeing something genuine. They thought they were seeing the wheel of existence itself, the white gold wooden texture, that austere brilliance, the heaviness of complexity they could feel from it. None of them knew that it was something influenced by the wisp of the flame of the wheel itself. They only thought they were observing the genuine appearance of a wheel as even the faceless lifeform moved back in alarm, and in the next moment, boom, this wooden wheel splintered and released an explosion that was akin to the wheel of existence itself, breaking and shattering all weavings of existence around it. Chapter 35:23 The Indefatigability of a Source. 3. It was unbelievable. They looked at it and truly thought that they were witnessing the wheel of existence itself before it shattered in the next moment. That was how ancient it was, that was how archaic and singed the Tsar Verse-Piercer was made under the banner of the Infiniverse Megalos. When it exploded, Eugene and the sages instinctively wrapped their sources around them, instinctively. Because the breaking of the wheel spread its effects all around them. It threatened all of them. It felt like time stopped under the brilliance of the breaking of the wheel, and Eugene was furious as she thought she was about to die from something a newly gained ally threw out. Her father had been right. He had advised her not to be involved and to remain isolated, as it had worked for eons when she told him about Osmont. Now, because she didn't listen, under the brilliance of the unraveling complexity exploding out, she expected grievous injuries to her sources. She blinked as she didn't feel any pain. She opened her eyes and spread her senses out as she observed the most beautiful and devastating scene of destruction at the same time. She saw white gold flames that felt older than her many times over. She saw the breaking of existence as if she were there in primordial times when existence was first breaking and forming. She saw how all of this came together to form a ravaging explosive force that should be utterly shredding even the defenses of her source, and yet, nothing. It didn't affect her. She looked around as she saw the sages carrying similar expressions to her, but theirs were much more reverential, as if they had witnessed something holy. Behind them, Tam of the Singed had spread his arms out as if to welcome this explosion, and he basked in its white gold flames as he had a joyous expression on his face. As if he has experienced something he only saw once in his life before. This heavy unraveling and destruction of existence itself also did not affect him. The only one it did affect, it was the faceless lifeform who was currently surrounded by countless obsidian pillars stacked on top of each other to form dark towers, and there were so many that in the next moment, existence in that area began to distort and disappear, as if nothing could be allowed in to change it, but the white gold flames of unraveling from the Tsar Verse-Piercer were too pervasive as they still entered through the gaps of existence, breaking down the dark towers and coming to land on the faceless lifeform as his body was soon aflame. Crack, horridly, in the next moment, the weavings of existence nearby collapsed, the white gold flames all surging to become concentrated into a single point of singularity near the faceless lifeform before this singularity underwent one final blast of incinerating explosion. This time, the flames hung around and released a heavy light of radiation. The sandy gold makeup of this domain was aflame, along with the shattered dredges of wheels stretched out all around. The sages and Eugene were silent as they observed the body of the source complexity faceless lifeform simmering in these flames, its body holding streaks of burn marks all over as its right hand was placed on its chest, covering a small scorched gash that nearly cut open the obsidian suit of this being. It didn't have an expression, it didn't have a face, and yet at this moment, they could feel its palpable rage amidst the scorching waves of radiation that remained burning all around. Insignificant dredges of complexity, maddening black radiance erupted from this truly complex creature. Noah looked at it from afar as the biggest thing he confirmed was the utility of the Tsar Verse-Piercers, the fact that they could actually affect a source complexity with their power. The other thing confirmed was that truly, any source complexity entity was not someone easy to take down. Along with its enraged intent, the faceless lifeform brought its hands in front of its chest as if it were praying. A hymn beginning to resound from it that caused a sensation of unease to spread out. The sages and Eugene no longer sat still at the emergence of such a complexity as their sources struck out, and yet behind the faceless lifeform, an illusion of a black flame began to form and gradually become more real. A black flame, the moment such a thing arose. Even Noah felt a sense of revulsion as if he smelled something that had gone bad, his expression turning serious as he waved his hands to reveal another 3 Tsar Verse-Piercers. Tam of the Singed saw this scene as he trembled, falling onto his knees as he gazed towards the 3 Verse-Piercers with fanaticism. Let everything be bathed in scorching light of fire. He uttered out the words reverentially as by the time others observed the Tsar Verse-Piercers, it was when Noah was throwing them towards the faceless lifeform. This time, the sages and Eugene did not falter with trepidation, using this chance to unleash their heaviest weavings as unique complexities lit up the nearby weavings of existence. They were followed by the simultaneous emergence of 3 massive wooden wheels of existence. Wooden wheels that then vibrated and shattered into multiple explosions, their focus entirely centered around a creature that was praying at this moment as he was drowned in scorching white gold flames. Alongside this, the sources of 6 other entities of the same stature came down to bombard this being as everything joined together to take down the grandeur of a single source. This alone was enough to show the indefatigability of a source, the difficulty in ever getting past its defenses and actually wounding it, but one man had the means to make it possible, and he didn't even have to wait before he could hear woeful screeches amidst the raging flames. Chapter 35:24 The indefatigability of a source. For woeful screeches, this was truly what was heard, as by the time the scalding flames and attacks from 6 sources displayed the scene around the faceless lifeform, one could see the humanoid body of this entity distorted and leaking. Half of its body had ballooned outwards as the black suit was shredded, black mass oozing out as in the surroundings. The white gold flames seemingly came alive and became filled with trillions of runes that caused these flames to burn everything, spilling out. Ridiculous, a booming intent echoed out from the faceless lifeform even as the contents of its weaving spilled out uncontrollably, surging flames devouring it all as something unfathomable was occurring to its source. Ridiculous. He roared out his intent heavily once more as the white bar on his head had a portion melted, even more parts of his source becoming exposed as in the next instant, white gold flames erupted and sank into his body as erupted in a blaze. These white gold flames were not Noah, nor were they under his control. They seemed to be from the surrounding weavings of existence itself as they concentrated themselves on the source of the faceless lifeform, burning away everything it stood for as it screeched miserably, as its weavings were quite literally being scorched away. It continued to screech as a scattered intent echoed from it, unworthy, detestable, unwo. Boom, amidst the sizzling and scorching weavings of existence, silence slowly seeped in. The surroundings were filled with waves of radiation of flames, but they did not burn anyone here as they all simply observed this shocking happening. After a few seconds, the wriggling black mass, the suit it was contained in, and even the white bar of brilliance that veiled everything, all of it became reduced into a single central point surrounded by white gold flames. After some time, the flames lost their terrifying intensity and burned silently, slowly giving way to embers as where the faceless lifeform used to be. A glimmer of stellar black light floated serenely. Noah's body began to walk across this space filled with burning radiation before he soon arrived where the faceless lifeform used to stand, apart from the revolting stench being wiped away gradually. A stellar obsidian spinning singularity could be seen. Noah reached out to grab it as a dazzling illusory eye unfurled above him, everything being analyzed at a rapid pace as he became surprised at what he read. A purified source pearl has been obtained, burned, and purified by the embers of the wheel. The weavings of this source are sufficient enough to form and be consumed, their utility being feasible and increasing one's own complexity. The purified source pearl only has the basal intricacies of a source. Nothing regarding the path of this source or this identity has been retained. After the purification of the path of pioneers or others below source complexity, too few weavings remain to be sufficient enough to leave behind anything. Only the purification of a source or above is capable of leaving something behind. Details and observations were made that caused Noah's eyes to light up, and he grasped the shocking purified source pearl that seemed to have been formed naturally from the burning of a source complexity faceless lifeform as he spoke out. Today, in the Megalosaneer, hours after the change. A source complexity faceless lifeform fell for the first time under your hands. He spoke towards the sages and Eugene as their gazes were complex. Yes, their sources bombarded the enemy, but if there weren't those massive explosions from the very breaking of the wheel, well, probably the first one that. Who knows what is going on in other frequencies. But, are you all ready? He turned towards Eugene, especially as her body still glimmered with apomenousy. His questioning caused her visage that was showing tired eyes to question. Ready for, she had a foreboding sensation, a sensation that came out to be true in the next moment as Noah smiled brilliantly amidst the backdrop of radiation. One source complexity faceless lifeform has been hunted, but there are still many more. Before they start grouping up and realize one has already died, we have to move quickly. I already have the next target chosen. They had just barely crossed the tribulation of a single faceless lifeform, but the burned one seemed to only be getting started as he wanted to pull them to another one. The source complexity entities looked at each other before they prepared themselves, ready to follow the man who threw bombs that exploded as if the wheel of existence itself was breaking toward his enemies. As they did this, in the Infiniverse Megalos, Noah's main body waved his hands and took out a stellar black pearl, bringing it before Ruination and the Infiniverse Megalos as he asked expectantly, "Tell me you can multiply something at the level of a source." The purified source pearl floated towards Ruination as she grasped it carefully. She studied it before her body erupted into crimson gold flames, a golden rune flashing on her forehead as she radiated terrifying waves of Complexity, her hands grasping the purified source pearl as she forcefully made a motion to tear it apart. Boom, an explosion of complexity resounded as, in the next moment, two purified source pearls of the same size and magnificence as the first one could be seen. The light of ruination continued to surround them, but nothing changed this time as ruination bowed her head. Only once, master. Once is more than enough. Noah patted her head with appreciation as he took the two purified source pearls in his hands, something stemming from a collapsed source broken and purified by the embers of the flame of the wheel itself. Let us see how close we can get to the 81st severing. He grasped such wonders in his hands as within him, the severed weavings of the singed contained in his atlas vibrated gloriously as they were about to be taken to a level no other weavings were even close to reaching. Chapter 35:25 Precipice. He held two purified source pearls in his hands, and the target weavings to undergo severings burned within his atlas in the form of a golden flame. The singed, Noah's gaze was resolute as he looked towards the figure of the infiniverse megalo's body in ruination. Let's see this one through. I will start with the globules of blood of pioneers saved and multiplied so far. The globules of blood of pioneers. Through the time dilation between here and hell terra firma, a much longer period of time passed as his body within that purgatory continued to make strides. He obtained more pioneers, and he obtained more globules of blood of pioneers as he even set up a medical unit where pioneers could frequent and receive medication that allowed them to very quickly recover their lost blood. And since ruination had returned, she could also multiply these globules. After all, she was just able to multiply something stemming from a source, so why not a pioneer? Ruination nodded towards her master as while she finished assimilating the latest piece of a core trace of the wheel, she continued to divide her attention and do many things as she released 180 dazzling different colored drops of blood toward Noah. Each one represented a different portion of a path of a pioneer, and they flowed towards Noah before a suction force emanated from his atlas of existence and began devouring them hungrily one by one. The weavings of the singed have undergone their 55th severing by utilizing 9 globules of blood of pioneers. The weavings of the singed have undergone their 56th severing by utilizing 9 globules of blood of pioneers. The number was one that caused Noah's eyes to flash coldly, but he was prepared for it. First, a single globule was required for severing. As he went higher, 3 globules were required. And now, 9 were required just a single severing. That didn't cause him to feel deterred, but it made him that much more expectant. The harder something was for him to achieve, the more ridiculous the result would be, so he didn't bat an eye as the globules of blood of pioneers continued to disappear, and more prompts cascaded over his eyes. The weavings of the singed have undergone their 61st severing by utilizing 9 globules of blood of pioneers. The weavings of the singed have undergone their 70th severing by utilizing 9 globules of blood of pioneers. He approached a precipice. His body burned and radiated a shocking level of complexity as, at this point, within that mundi of power. The golden flame had grown so intense and pure that it began to resonate with the wisp of the flame of the wheel within the infiniverse megalos. The wisp that was weaving just a distance away from his main body, the weavings of the singed, have undergone their 74th severing by utilizing 9 globules of blood of pioneers. At the 74th point, all globules of blood of pioneers ran out. Here, Noah tyrannically grasped the purified source pearl and began to devour heavily from their complexity. The weavings of the singed have undergone their 75th severing by utilizing a portion of the complexity of a purified source pearl. The process continued. 76th, 77th, 78th, 79th, 80th severing. In the distance, the infiniverse megalo's body in ruination watched with rapt attention. At this moment, Noah's body was surrounded by searing waves of complexity that his surroundings were being distorted, his body entirely ablaze with an unfathomable flame that seemed to have undergone countless cycles of purification until it attained a stage that very few if any could ever hope to reach in terms of purity, and finally, for the last straw, the last step, a purified source pearl rapidly burned and reduced in size. The complexity of a genuine source burned down and purified, but it was still that of a genuine source, and yet at this moment, it depleted so rapidly as if it was some common disposable resource. Noah didn't know what ridiculous numbers of globules of blood of pioneers would have been required to accomplish the 81st severing. What he did know was that one of the purified source pearls he held turned to ash in the next moment while the other rapidly began to reduce in size, and after it had reduced to barely be the size of a single inch, boom, he felt something within him shatter, break, severed, his body instantly dissolved as everything about him turned into white gold flames. Within these raging flames, only the backbone and structure of the atlas of existence could be seen, and Noah felt, the severed weavings of the singed have attained their final severed state, the pathway leading to the true source of the singed has opened, the true severed singed flame of existence has been born. He felt waves of unfathomable heat coursing through him. If he said he felt like a sun, it wouldn't be an apt description. The heat he felt seemed so pristine, so inviolable, the pathway to the true source of the singed, the birth of the true severed singed flame of existence, in the distance, the wisp of the flame of the wheel born within the infiniverse megalos danced uniquely as if it had found something similar to it. Within the true severed singed flame of existence, genuine embers of the flame of the wheel of existence burn gloriously. The glorious amalgamations of flames that was Noah Osmond spoke out at this moment. What was that which every single creature in the megalos and the expanse spoke of? It was purity. That purity kept the flow of the wheel going. But purity had many definitions. Today, Noah took his own path of purity as he truly severed the weavings of the singed, and he then proceeded to undergo 81 rounds of severings and purifications on the other side. He attained genuine embers of the flame of the wheel of existence within the depths of his own being. Chapter 35:26 Precipice 2. He opened a pathway to a true source of the singed. He attained the true severed singed flame of existence. But what exactly was it, and what could be done with it? Noah looked within the depths of himself as everything was gradually made clear. The true severed singed flame of existence is an extremely pure flame that contains the embers of the flame of the wheel of existence itself, and thus, it now carries the quality of purification. Your true severed singed flame of existence is capable of purifying the complexity of other weavings and is estimated to be capable of severing your other weavings of existence up to the 27th level with their current complexity. The issue of limited resources would have been raised if this flame was not backed by your weavings of mana and infinity that make the issue of limited resources null and void. A ridiculous prompt came, one that Noah almost laughed at as he felt the simmering scorching flames within him. But this was just the start. The true severed singed flame of existence is a tool of purification and destruction. Against enemies, its more destructive side can be released in the form of embers of the true severed singed flame of existence that latch onto a target's weaving of existence regardless of their complexity, and they begin to eat away at this complexity while strengthening your own. The embers of the true severed singed flame cannot be extinguished on their own. The condition of their disappearance is contingent on your collapse of existence and weavings entirely. Against those with much greater complexity than you, the rate of extraction of their complexity will be tremendously reduced, but even they will not be capable of extinguishing the embers unless they locate and collapse the entirety of your weavings of existence. An utterly horrific capability bloomed, arguably one of the most stupendous and ridiculous things Noah had ever attained. It was so over the top and ridiculous that it should have taken center point, but even as ridiculous as it was, Noah's eyes still came back to what seemed to be the relatively calm first feature of purification. The feature that allowed him to sever up to the 27th severing of his other weavings of existence. He kept going back to this because saw this to be more ridiculous than anything else. Severing required complexity in weavings. A single globule was sufficient for a single severing in the early stages. It was limited in nature. But what Noah held was not limited, he held infinite mana. So even though the act of severing needed an arduous amount of complexity, the true severed singed flame of existence that could sever and increase complexity paired with his infinite mana meant he could infinitely increase his complexity, well, up to the 27th severing. Anyway, for now, if the round and simple number of 100 severed weavings were taken, close to 3,000 globules of blood of pioneers would be required to bring all of them to the 27th severing. 3,000, even now, after Ruination's efforts of multiplying them, he had 180 collected. Attaining the true severed singed flame of existence, attaining the pathway to the true source of the singed gave way to overcoming all those needed resources as Noah felt his burning flame and roared out with indefatigable tyranny, sever it all. Sever it all, Kuklos, outerversal, ingenier, megalos. Conceputal. Infinity. Mana. Quintessence. Protagonist. Tyranny. Uncertainty. Apomenosi. Versality. Every single thing under Noah's banner was made a target, and within a certain mundi of power. An extremely dense flame rose and proliferated, spreading out madly as around Noah's figure. A stellar mountain of flames erupted out and burned brilliantly while his weavings stayed at the very center, and this mountain of flames began to burn and purify multiple concepts simultaneously as it had an endless source of power to pull from, and it could continue severing for all concepts up to a certain benchmark, and so it did. Boom, bursts of explosions of complexity constantly erupted from Noah, with every passing second is over 100 concepts underwent severings, and for each passing second, they underwent even more rounds of severings. The weavings of Engineer have undergone their 10th severing by utilizing the burning embers of the true severed singed flame of existence. The weavings of Outerversal have undergone their 11th severing by utilizing the burning embers of the true severed singed flame of existence. The weavings of Relativity have undergone their 13th severing by utilizing the burning embers of the true severed singed flame of existence. The weavings of Entropy have undergone their 14th severing by utilizing the burning embers of the true severed singed flame of existence, one by one, simultaneously. A burning complexity with an endless source of energy burned and severed other complexities, creating a sequence of events that others could only look at in sheer amazement and horror. If it was doing something like this, then what the hell would other complexities out there have to do just to be capable of competing? He had many separate weavings that made him who he was. Previously, they were selected and severed based on the resources available. Less than a dozen were focused on to have a few severings. Cheats was in second place after the Singed. Others were all very low in their severings, and even then, Noah had the complexity that he did. So when over 100 concepts collectively began rounds of severings 27 times, with every single severing adding to form a more complex being. Just how tremendous would the change be? The density and color of the flaming mountain became unfathomably more intense as time passed. Outside of the Infiniverse Megalos, in the vastness of the Megalos anear, a faceless lifeform that was moving with great speed suddenly came to a halt as he received a certain thread of knowledge, the one he and many others knew as Marixana. His weavings had collapsed, silently, out of nowhere, and as this faceless lifeform received such news, a heavy stellar black source of isolation erupted all around him in this brief period of shock. Apomenosi erupting out daringly. Chapter 35:27 Inconceivable. As he received the feedback of one of his people dying, the whole area he was in was enveloped with a dreadful black light of isolation, one that cut off all connection to outside weavings. The moment this occurred, the white bar of brilliance on the faceless lifeform shone fiercely as it looked around. Was this the reason why one of them had died? Were these the culprits? Show yourselves, his voice boomed out as, in the next moment, the auras of multiple source complexity entities unfolded. The sages they were looking for, you all. Two words that expressed its disbelief. Even if it were these sages, they would not have been able to kill one of them, and especially in such a short period of time at that. But moments later, another two entities appeared. One had distinct flames around his body as he should hold tremendous dignity and stature, and yet he held a gaze of utter shock and incredulity as he looked towards another being. Tam of the Singed was connected to Noah as even if there wasn't major feedback. He was sensitive to the weavings of the Singed. After all, Noah's attachment to the weavings of the Singed stemmed from the path of Tam himself. But at this moment, what Tam felt from Noah was more than just even the stature of an origin Singed. He felt as if on that day eons ago, before he became a Singed, he had stumbled into an area between frequencies where he was burnt by terrifying embers of the flame of the wheel. This shows how his existence was slowly transformed into who he is. Now, at this moment, he remembered that sensation of those terrifying embers. From Noah, as if he contained the embers of the flame of the wheel inside of his body. Tam dropped to his knees the moment they arrived here. All sources paid attention to this. To this pioneer who looked towards Noah's figure that was currently surrounded by a silent white gold flame, as in the next moment, he uttered unfathomable words. Master, are you actually an extension of the wheel of existence itself? Astonishing words that caused the sages to nearly stumble while Eugene looked back in surprise. What the hell was this Singed saying now? An extension of the wheel of existence itself? Such a power or concept would be too unfathomable even for source complexity entities, utterly inconceivable. But why would he say this? All sources here heard these words, so did the faceless lifeform. It looked at the signature of the Singed between Noah and Tam as it roared out. So it was you who killed Marixana. You have hidden yourselves deep. Oh, Noah's eyes shine sharply at such a statement. It seems you all have a rather quick method of communication. We will have to move even faster. Attack. His voice fully held a commanding presence as he spoke to the source complexity entities. The sages and Eugene moved as their complexities erupted out, but the faceless lifeform ignored the budding sources and kept his gaze on the two Singed. It knew one thing crystal clear: Marixana had just died to these beings. Its power was not too different from Marixana. Thus, if it did not break this enclosure and allow the others to arrive here, its fate may likely be the same. So, source combustion. Noah's gaze rapidly changed as he waved his hands toward Eugene and the sages. Do not resist. His weavings covered them entirely as in the next moment, the massive stature of the faceless lifeform had half of its body combust into black flames that covered everything nearby. The black flames carried an inconceivable radiance of complexity that sought to latch onto and taint all weavings of existence, but they came at a heavy cost as half of the source of the faceless lifeform burned. This entity was terrifyingly decisive. And for a reason. The moment the flames erupted, they covered everything nearby as the barrier of the source of Apomenosi cried out as if it were dry wood. Burning with black flames while crying out as it instantly became torn, "You are good." But I am far older than you can even imagine. The booming intent of the burning faceless lifeform echoed out as in the surroundings. Only Noah's visage remained unburned, all weavings of Apomenosi became shredded, and yet Noah remained unblemished amidst all of this, as if these terrifying dark flames could not stop him. In the next moment, whap! 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 Terrifying auras of source complexity began to arrive in this region surrounded by tenebrous flames, their white bands looking towards the source complexity that had burned its source as one could see from their faceless gazes. Pain and sorrow. Moments later, a flash of golden brilliance seethed as a bejeweled Persephone appeared, her fair, bare white feet shining as she also looked grimly towards the burning faceless lifeform. For this entity to achieve what it did was not without consequences, because at this moment, terrifying bursts of white gold flames filled with trillions of runes descended as if they had smelled something, all of them surging towards the burning source of the faceless lifeform. This showed that his fate was sealed, but even in such a state, he is responsible for Mayan Marixana's death. He is harboring the sages somewhere, and has another singed with him. He may be a designated target within these megalos. As his source burned, as excruciating pain crossed his existence, knowing he was about to be extinguished, he was calm throughout all of it as he at least knew he had shed light on this entity bathed by white gold flames, an entity who could actually ignore the effects of his black flames. For that to be possible, even among singed, he had to have an extremely high and critical position. Please, do not let my death be in vain. I did it all for the mission. Chapter 35:28 Inconceivable. 2. He did it all for the mission. After he said this, the intensity of the unfathomable white gold flames filled with complex runes that were by the trillions entirely bathed his figure and scorched his source. It was a heavy sacrifice, but in his perspective, he had achieved an even more tremendous gain, and truly, he had prevented Noah's plan of slowly taking out one source complexity entity after another. But when plans change, sometimes things change for the better. Noah's gaze was serene as he looked around, at the terrifying figures of at least twice a dozen faceless lifeforms here. Before, each one was radiating a terrifying red glow of danger, but at this moment, this deeply red hue had lost its terrifying radiance and become a lukewarm red. The complexity of a source was still something that could not be underestimated, but at this moment, after just attaining the pathway to the true source of the singed, a single path at that, Noah already neared the complexity of normal source complexity entities. He was not entirely fearful as he stared at the faceless lifeforms around him, his gaze even meeting the eyes of a furious Persephone as her intent boomed out. "What thing are you?" Above her, a terrifying eye embedded in a golden wool bloomed and spun, almost as if a terrifying authority of the wheel of existence itself was reading the records of existences within its spokes, and yet around Noah, the raging white gold flames of the true severed singed flame of existence buzzed with friction as they were actually capable of obscuring the gaze and terrifying eye connected to the wheel conjured by Persephone. She was more than surprised. "What thing are you?" she asked again, this time with fearsome power stretching out and sealing all existence nearby. Noah looked at her in the faceless lifeforms as he sighed in reply. "I am but a humble farmer, but I can never seem to be left alone. There is always one world-ending and existence-shattering event, one after another. So I occasionally have to make a move to clear some trash who dare to dream too high, trash who dare to dream too high." Such words echoed out, such words resounded, such words caused the mouth of Persephone to twitch before moments later, she covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh, you motherfucker. There are some dredges that always have a knack for saying the wrongest things at the most inopportune times. You have unbelievably fallen so deep into this category that you cannot climb out. But I am patient. Before torturing you for the cycles to come, I will ask you to make my work easy and unveil where the rats that call themselves sages went. How they have been able to evade my gaze within these small megalos so far. Make it easy, and your torment may be cut short a few cycles." She spoke earnestly. She held a terrifying sense of power and beauty as if she was truly trying to help Noah in the eons to come, and Noah looked at her with cold eyes as he replied. "When did you stop being a watcher of the Wheelomachy? When did you become such a lesser complex piece of trash? Do the jewels all over your body try to compensate for the utter worthlessness your existence has become? I'm genuinely curious. Existence tumbled and trembled as utterly hateful words were uttered. The visage of Persephone seemed to be vibrating and seething before she closed her eyes and spoke out slowly. Who go capture his weavings and find his source before my rage entirely erases him. She controlled herself. No matter what, she had grasped a source and done much more with it. At her words, the faceless lifeform buzzed as their sources flared, but Noah looked at all of them and shook his head while asking, "Will you all have time for that when you are on fire? Will they have time?" As he said this, Noah raised his hand and observed the calm and silent white gold flames burning on him. The flame that held embers of the flame of the wheel of existence, the true severed singed flame of existence, the pathway to the true source of the singed. Towards such a flame, Noah spoke to it tyrannically. Rage, rage against the weavings of the unknown, rage. Until everything is turned to ash. Boom, like an erupting tongue of flames. White gold wisps shot out in all directions and went towards the faceless lifeforms and Persephone, flames that could not be avoided. Flames that could not be extinguished. Persephone saw their brilliance as she harumphed, her body becoming covered with an impenetrable layer of golden radiance that when the flame neared, passed through it seamlessly to land on her body as an instant later, her entire visage was aflame with raging white gold flames. What? She was utterly furious at this as her source exploded out, covering her body entirely as a golden sea erupted behind her and gushed down over her body to extinguish the flames, and yet, the flames continued to burn around her. Preposterous. Genuine fury rose in her eyes as she focused on these burning flames and sought to isolate them from her body, but no matter what she did, they remained on her. And she wasn't the only one as at this moment, the faceless lifeforms who had erupted with their own unique sources found that they could not evade the flames from landing on their bodies. And once they were there, they could not be extinguished. Furthermore, they felt a prickling sensation of heat from their very own source and weavings of existence as these burning flames actually began siphoning off and eating away at their sources. Persephone turned towards Noah in utter rage as her looks alone sought to crumple and collapse his weavings, her eyes piercing as her voice thundered out. You are not among those who should have attained or even come close to an undeniable telos source. What are you? Chapter 35:29 Inconceivable. 3. An undeniable telos source, something only source complexities would understand as within the bounds of the source complexity of existence. There were three distinctions. One could be a lesser source entity, a greater source entity, or a prime source entity, lesser, greater, prime, and yet among these distinctions, Persephone spoke of an undeniable telos source while golden flames crackled and burned around her, and before Noah's eyes, 25 source complexity entities have been afflicted with the embers of the true severed singed flame of existence. 24 have been designated as powerful lesser source entities, and one is an early greater source entity wielding an unknown level of power. Caution is recommended while dealing with the latter. Caution was recommended. The terrifying faceless lifeforms that he had been facing so far had all been just at the initial stage of source complexity. Lesser sources, even after he attained the true severing of the singed and opened a pathway to a true source, these entities still remained just a tiny bit higher in complexity than he. This was what eons of hard work from them had amounted to. Noah's advancement was rapid as he was catching up to millions and potentially billions of years of growth and hardship from beings that lived far longer than he did. For him, it was feasible. So even as Persephone had a heavy expression at the flames she could not put out, he was fearless while gazing towards her as he replied, "In the countless weavings of existence, there are many things that even a greater source would not know about. I've had enough of your sophistry." Covered in flames, the visage of Persephone roared out as she raised her hands to halt the faceless lifeforms. The damage they were receiving was minimal every single second, but the flames did still burn around them. They could feel small threads of their complexity leaking out, but it was still a minor, manageable amount so far. My source is that of Lapidekinesis, Her voice was scintillating as her bejeweled figure began to shimmer with even more golden jewels and gemstones around her. Noah wanted to tell her that he knew that apart from the faceless lifeform whose weavings of existence were not compatible with his, he had already received multiple prompts about how the process of crystallization of the weavings of Persephone was occurring. It was one of the reasons why he was still here, after allowing them to burn with the embers of his flames, but he looked ahead silently as she continued. It is not a type of undeniable telos source yet, but it is New York's singular source. I have raised it ever since I was young. Ting. Around her body, a multicolored gemstone bloomed and covered her whole figure, even her whole body crystallizing to become a gem-like, and yet, even after all of this, she looked at herself as the white gold flames placed on her still burned even her gem-like form. They burned through the massive multicolored gems surrounding her. She sighed at this as she turned her head towards Noah. I do not know how you managed to achieve the effect of an undeniable telos source. If you truly did have it, its lethality would not be this slow, and many of us here would have already died. It leads me to believe you must have caught on to something that even you do not understand. And yet we know nothing about you. This is an oversight and a danger to the mission, as at this moment, I have to ensure your capture and tracing of weavings. To find the sages, and to ensure that all of you in this trace of undeniable telos source is contained. The moment she finished speaking, flat plains of multicolored gems erupted around him and enclosed him in layers upon layers of weavings, and he sought his reflection by the thousands on these multicolored flat gem surfaces. Persephone floated down and came inches away as she looked inside, an infinite crystal gem prison no weavings can leave. Any weavings sent out simply reflect back. Any action to dissipate your weavings of existence are reflected and reversed. Give it a try to see if I am lying. But you truly think you are someone special in the grand scheme of things, don't you? Persephone touched the infinite crystal gem prison as white gold flames burned silently around her body. Her gaze was cold as she continued, you talk sophistry and claim that you are a mere farmer to bolster yourself up as some mysterious being whose life was just disrupted. I have seen many variations of people like you over the eons. A lot of the time, what you have is genuine. Because truly, you had likely grasped a pathway or the start of an undeniable telos source you can just barely control to be able to do this. She raised her gem-like hand as she saw the flames slowly chipping away at her gems and jewels as she continued, you could have isolated yourself and continued growing your source. Likely become someone that even I would fear. But many of those like you get this wild sense of confidence. This feeling as if the entire makeup of the weavings of existence falls in line to your being. You feel special, as if everything revolves around you. When you meet enemies, you think you will not die. That you have the strength or safeguard to overcome them no matter how powerful they are. After all, you are meant for great things. Yes, Persephone's gaze was so unfathomably cold, she looked Noah straight into his eyes, golden clusters of jewels and gems erupting behind her to form wings that then proceeded to shoot outwards. They released clusters of gems in all directions, more and more being produced every single second as they continued to spread out across the megalos. I have seen many variations of people like you across the frequencies. Even now, you listen to me calmly as you are wholly confident that everything is somehow in the palm of your hands. Even as I spread my gems to search for the resonance of your contained weavings in this prison. Chapter 35:30 Inconceivable. 4. Even as she spread her gems to search for him, she expended a tremendous amount of her power and authority as she shockingly sought to cover all of the megalos anear if she had to. This was a greater source entity, even as the faceless lifeforms reduced the intensity of their red brilliance on the map of the megalos anear, her crimson radiance remained glorious. She looked at his continued calmness as she continued while her weavings spread out madly, we have already been searching the megalos anear without finding anything this whole time, and it truly seems like you believe it will continue like this. But have you ever stopped to think that my search so far has been with reservations and restrictions in place? People like you are always the ones that bring about the greatest pain unto others. You so entirely believe that you are the center of any nearby weavings of existences, more often than not, you offend those who shouldn't, and it is not just you who pay the price but others as well. I'm sure you have many more surprises for me that I may even be alarmed at. Do you want to show me one right now before I proceed to tell you what I will do soon? She threw the ball to him after monologuing for some time. She asked him if he had anything to show for his calmness and confidence before she forged ahead, and Noah looked at her closely as his weavings burned, and he raised his hand as he spoke out languidly. You really think you've pegged who I am entirely? As he spoke, within the depths of his weavings, a crystallized severed path pearl of lapidekinesis had already formed as his weavings took it into himself, and he even began severing it under the true severed singed flame of existence. Alongside this, the embers of the true severed singed flame of existence burning around 25 source complexity weavings are returning 25 shards of a purified source pearl every 5 minutes. The terrifying flame he opened the pathway of continued to show efficacy and wonder even against enemies more complex than him. How much longer would they have as these white gold flames continued to burn and eat away at their weavings? You spoke of lapidekinesis. Your pristine source that you have raised since you were young, right? She wanted a surprise. She wanted to be alarmed, so he looked deeply into her eyes before, in the next moment, his hand began to glimmer with a gloriously gold gem-like appearance. Severed weavings of lapidekinesis erupted from him and exploded into the infinite crystal gem prison, filling everything with a glorious radiance that was all reflected. The weavings of a greater source entity were truly not to be underestimated, as her prison did not break. Anything from within was reflected, anything, maybe if he had opened up a pathway to a true source of lapidekinesis, it may have been possible. But after a few seconds, his figure glimmering with bejeweled gem-like radiance looked towards Persephone Kami, Persephone, who at that moment had a blank gaze, her eyes frozen for a moment in genuine stupor before they recovered. She smiled as from the gems of her eyes, golden tears began to fall. Her source, the source that she attained with years of hardship and oppression. This being displayed it so easily as it seemed entirely genuine. As someone with the source of lapidekinesis, she knew it was genuine. My goodness. You truly know exactly what to do to push someone over the edge. I thank you for this. The tears in her eyes stopped falling. She looked straight at him, her eyes burning with contained rage and wisdom within as she nodded. I will now tell you a methodology I used to deal with people like you. When you have a unique power others don't and believe many weavings to be rotating around you, you get self-centered. Selfish. One of the major ways I've found to take care of you while drowning you in seas of guilt is pure destruction. Because what people like you bring is just destruction to all those around you. So my next step to locate you and the sages hiding within these megalos is to simply carry out a cleansing of everything. A megalocide, HUUM, Noah's eyes flashed with interminable brilliance at such a word as Persephone smiled. Have you heard of this before? Megalocide. A truly heinous word. A truly heinous action. The mission does not necessarily require megalocide, but to achieve it, we knew that some actions like this would be necessary. And for creatures like you, it is perfect. Because you are emotional due to that high arrogance, I want you to feel the weight of your actions. Know that this megalozoneer and all the countless complexities within it, from the wee little terrestrial creatures, the constellations, and even the source complexity entities here, know that the collapse of their weavings is all on you. After saying this, Persephone rose silently as the burning faceless lifeform, who still had their complexity seeping out, lined up behind her, her eyes shone with luster as from her crystalline gem-like multicolored wings. More gems continued to emerge from her and spread out as she smiled brilliantly. Or you can willingly take away these undeniable flames from us. That's another method for arrogant creatures like you. To have everything put on your plate. A button for you to push to make a simple choice like releasing these flames around us, or choose not to push that button and single-handedly be the root cause of a megalocide. Her eyes squinted as she looked at his reaction or lack of it thereof as she continued. At this point in time, someone like you starts to question themselves and wonder if they are just a single moving piece in a vast and intricate complexity they cannot fully fathom. Let me help you in that line of thought and tell you that you are just that. A piece. Movable. Malleable. Breakable. Now, little piece, move, WAA. Chapter 35-31 Move. A piece of a puzzle, movable. Malleable, breakable. Persephone shone with incandescent bejeweled radiance as she stated such shocking words. It's causing an eruption of anger within you, is it not? People like you hate to be called chess pieces the most. But at the end of the day, that is truly what you are. There are many out there who have dreams. Countless numbers of beings across these megalos and the expanse alone, not to mention the countless others across the frequencies of the wheel. Pioneers and even those who have attained sources have dreams. That somehow, they aren't an insignificant smidge of absolutely nothingness in the grand scheme of existence. Many want their existence to matter, to live and accomplish something larger. But in the end, they turn out to be just that. Pieces. Do you know how many source complexity entities I have watched with my own eyes collapse their own weavings of existence willingly? Source complexity entities? Collapsing their own weavings of existence, it is incredibly hard to die once one attains their source, and the number of years they can live is seemingly endless. Some live for so long and see the same things again and again they see their irrelevance in the grand scheme of the wheel as after countless megalos cycles, some just choose to end it. WAA, they collapse their sources to meet eternal slumber as even this is the ultimate form of release for them. Some I knew personally. They were weak and feeble at heart, as it was a wonder to attain a source. You, my friend, are similar to them. Give me the sages, extinguish your flames. Move as a piece should, because if you don't, the pain that comes is too much for you to bear. She finally stopped talking as her figure filled with gems and jewels floated grandiosely. Noah looked at her with eyes burning with dignity and regality as he shook his head. What a talkative one you are. She truly was. She fought mentally as much as she did with authority, but Noah did not care for any of it. Do not think that I do not know about you, O Persephone, Huum, he uttered out. Her name is stated in the map of the megalos in air, while his whole body began to change into white gold flames. Do not think that I do not know what you did in that frequency when you joined hands with the logos of the wheel. Do not think the things you do will remain in the dark forever, he uttered out simple yet shocking words as the bejeweled eyes of Persephone became unfathomably somber. Her authority began to erupt like a volcano, but in the next moment, from above the infinite crystal gem prison, 3 circular singularities appeared. They held a devilish smile with infinity symbols inscribed on top, and they were all clustered together as in the next moment, they exploded into brilliant weavings of existence. From unfathomably solid and real ancient wooden wheels bloomed their air, vibrating with archaic grandeur as one bloomed horizontally and covered everything for a distance of a single omniverse, while another erupted vertically and covered the same distance, and another erupted diagonally. All three bloomed with majesty as when Persephone looked at them, her heart shuddered as she felt like she was looking at something that her source had been trying to glimpse all her life. When the faceless lifeforms saw it, they felt a sense of danger as dazzling black flames erupted around each of them, 3 dazzling archaic wheels. In the next moment, they shattered, they broke along with all their intricate spokes as it was akin to the breaking of the wheel. 3 times over. The weavings of the explosion were utterly inconceivable as the moment this impact began, gems broke like glass in a small corner of an infinite crystal gem prison. Flames of white gold brilliance covered with the severed weavings of lapidekinesis passed through the shattered gaps, a deep voice echoing out in the middle of the explosion while his weavings disappeared. Will you have time to do what you want when the weavings come crashing down? Will Persephone have time? In the middle of a beginning explosion of multiple Tsar verse piercers? She was not even able to answer as she only roared out with mad power, a distance away from the explosion of 3 Tsar verse piercers. The weavings of a source surrounded by multiple faceless lifeforms just so happened to have entered the megalos in air at this time, his gaze, and the gazes of the faceless lifeforms behind him changing rapidly as they felt the terrifying weavings of an explosion from a distance. What the hell is this? In megalos that should at most have pioneers remaining in, why the hell would sources be fighting with such intensity? The father of a certain someone spoke out with incredulity as his weavings buzzed, his gaze already set towards that direction as he was here to track a name, to find someone involved in his daughter's weavings and entanglement, and so far, he only had a name, Noah Osmont. You wouldn't happen to be involved in that explosion and make my work real easy, right? He muttered while waving his hands to command the faceless lifeforms. The father of Barbados, McAllister, moved ahead, around the same time, away from the megalos in air. Within the megalos beyond, in the space above a radiant stellar black pantheon known as the Pantheon of Bloodvista, the megalos tore apart as rows of entities emanating the weavings of pioneers stepped in one by one. Behind them, the allure of sources also shone as they pulled through. At the forefront were golden titans of terrifying stature, and variations of others followed as above the Pantheon of Bloodvista. There was even a source complexity outerversal morphon surrounded by eldritch pioneers welcoming these beings. They were all here for a single purpose. They came for the weavings of an entity that held the resurgence of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. Chapter 35-32 Move 2. In the megalos beyond, a party arrived that included source complexity entities and pioneers, their search being singular in nature. At the forefront, a golden titan brimming with a terrifying source held a single white pupil on its head as it looked towards the outerversal morphons ahead of it. You were successful in tracking down weavings of this instrument? This Ozymandias, the question was posed towards an outerversal morphon in the form of an ancient obsidian tree, its branches wiggling like tentacles as everything about it screamed of age and ancientness. An intent radiated from it as its branches veered towards one direction, near the Pantheon of Umbra. Let us go, Huum. They were decisive, they were quick, they moved to hunt down the weavings of a singular being as they did not know there were 2 other parties led by source complexity entities who were also searching for a man of the same weavings. Across the megalos and the expanse of this frequency, a single entity was being chased. Apart from the megalos in air and the megalos beyond, there was the expanse. In the depths of this place where very few could reach, there were the palaces of the Wheelomachy, mysterious, with their weavings interwoven and connected to channels others couldn't even fathom, pathways that led to places others may never even be capable of imagining, within one of such palaces of the Wheelomachy. A woman was sitting on an expanse of a golden cloud overlooking a dazzling illusory wheel ahead of it, streams of information only she and a few other could read constantly pulsing around this illusory wheel. At this moment, this woman was tinkling with a small singularity in her hands, something that Tam of the Singed left behind telling her to keep it as someone would contact her, someone who would help in setting things right. How can anything be set right when your own weavings collapsed? She spoke to herself as she shook her head, about to put the singularity away. After questioning, the watchers surrounded by faceless lifeforms could not do anything to her without blatantly raising any more suspicions. So she remained guarding this palace this whole time. She didn't know how everything would unfold from here on. The singularity she was putting away blinked in her hands as she was shocked, her weavings going into it as she listened closely. Disciple Vashti, is now a good time to come? A voice that she was far too familiar with echoed out from the singularity as she was shocked. Was this not a Tam, when he said someone would contact? It was actually himself. She composed herself and looked around the empty domain around her before she sent a word of confirmation, and the next moment, the singularity in her hands unfolded and left her figure, forming into a gateway where two figures quickly stepped out. One was someone she had known for a long time, someone she had watched collapse and die right in front of her eyes, Tam of the Singed. The other was someone that she had not seen before, and yet his weavings seemed oddly familiar. How? Vashti was shocked at the scene before her as before she could say too much. Tam of the Singed smiled while coming towards her. My old friend, why don't we do one last hurrah and unveil the messy corruption within the Wheelomachy before we continue the fight where we won't perish too easily? He came towards her as he was tasked with something from the Burnt One, something that he said was needed to keep Persephone busy in the meantime, and he. Vashti pointed towards Noah's visage with caution as he was gazing around at everything, matching them with the memories and weavings Bob gave him before he shot out towards a certain direction. Tam of the Singed looked at him disappear as he spoke with reverence. He was the one to save me from certain doom. An unfathomable Singed that we cannot even imagine. Vashti, you wondered of the true fate of Sir Bob, did you not? We shall unveil it for all to see. Tam of the Singed pulled out a crystalline glass singularity that was playing a scene from another frequency entirely, something that had occurred not too long ago. In the crystal ball, Vashti saw the visage of none other than Sir Bob. And he was surrounded by watchers accompanied by terrifying faceless lifeforms and other entities she did not have any knowledge of. Let us have things made clear so that at the very least, others will fight and not teeter along the lines of hesitation. We are watchers and disciples of the watchers of the Wheelomachy. Our task is too heavy to be veiled by corruption. Tam of the Singed spoke out gloriously as Vashti saw what was displayed, something that they would spread for all to see. On the crystal ball, white gold embers of the true severed singed flame of existence burned as when the scene within exploded out. Nobody would be able to extinguish it, while Tam of the Singed handled this matter. In another direction, Noah crossed the palace of the wheel that was among the few which Bob moved around in, arriving in a dark area of space that should have nothing there. And yet when he raised his hand to tap out a certain sequence 1,000,000 times in the span of a second, BZZT, arcs of electricity flickered as a singularity bloomed. His body carried into it instantly before it was closed off like it never existed. Thereafter, Noah blinked as he found himself in a unique domain. All around, a white wheel spun in slow motion as in between its spokes that connected from the center to the outer ring. 9 portals could be seen shining with heavy complexity. The weavings and memories of Bob flashed within Noah's mind as he looked around this white wheel. Having arrived exactly where he needed to be in order to enter another frequency entirely where Bob's remnant weavings were hidden. Chapter 35-33 Fervent Disorder. A white wheel, 9 portals uniquely placed within this wheel. Noah looked at this construct carefully as this felt like something he had seen before, not just from the memories of Bob, but from other weavings as well. The glorious wings behind his back buzzed with incandescence as he also placed his hand on his chest, on his atlas of existence. Within it, 9 mundus of power existed as he was the administrator of all of them, with the sources filling them up burning with complexity. Every single one having undergone severings up to the 27th level. All except for the source of the Singed that had undergone 81 severings and attained a pathway to a true source. He closed his eyes as countless weavings passed by, thinking about many things as the weavings of the protagonist bubbled up to the surface. He thought of how things could possibly unfold from here on out, and when he thought about the unknown, he wondered, it is time for another prophecy? His weavings buzzed with fervor at such a thought alone as he gazed at the spinning white wheel and the portals within it, his body shooting out forward, but he did not go towards any of these 9 portals. he instead shot towards the center of the wheel where the many spokes converged towards, which formed a small point of a singularity. Bob had many preparations, as even the most obvious thing was a distraction, with Noah's figure not entering any of the obvious portals and instead the small singularity at the very center as he disappeared into it right after. A heavy silence settled into this isolated area. Outside of it, in the palaces of the Wheelomachy. The palaces themselves could be considered different networks of a tremendously complex maze, but they had points on connections all around where watchers and disciples passed through. The weavings of all palaces were currently tense at this moment, as within one palace, there was a woman adorned in a blue robe who sat on top of an illusory wheel while staring at the faceless lifeforms covering different areas of her own domain. Impartial watchers, Persephone, and those who stood with her called them, but anyone could see that the way they monitored, they weren't here to protect. If you wanted to be believable, you could at least spread your complexity outwards. She spoke towards them calmly, as truly, every single one of these so-called impartial watchers had their eyes and complexity turned into this domain, and not announce outwardly as if they didn't care about what could come in from the outside, but they did care about those within. It was akin to bodyguards keeping their eye only on the person they were supposed to protect, watching their every move, but nobody else's nor their surroundings. Masara knew that she was being watched. Her blue robe glinted with radiance as a shocking level of complexity was hidden within it, her eyes pulsing with a similar blue light as she spoke to herself. Bob, you shouldn't have died, right? I always advocated for you to be recruited, but those guys always held your nature against you. Her eyes shone with a unique interest as she spoke freely, and the next moment, her brows rose as she felt a surge of unique complexity she was all too familiar with. Near the entrance of this domain, a surge of white gold flames exploded out as dazzling words formed from shockingly pure weavings she never thought she would see here. These words formed above a flaming screen of illusory light that showed an unfolding scene which caused her eyes to flash dangerously. The words were simple, and yet they carried a tremendous weight. The fight for the wheel of existence has never been an easy one, but the Watchers fought regardless. It is once more time to fight for the wheel, even if it is against those who have turned their backs to it. Simple words. And below them, an illusory scene encased in flames. It seemed that showed the great sage and Persephone accompanied by my many faceless lifeforms as they surrounded a lone watcher. Bob, accompanying them were the dredges of the logos of the wheel? Interesting. Her figure rose from the illusory wheel she stood on. She saw as dozens of source complexity entities surrounded Bob. With the weakest being of the lesser source and most were of the greater source complexity, dozens of them, and yet Bob stared at all of them calmly while releasing an intent that could not be understood here before a battle erupted in the next moment. The scene cut off, and then repeated again on a loop. The faceless lifeforms and all others here saw this as their vertical white bands pulsed with radiance, multiple of them making a move against the burning flames, and the scene they showed as dark waves of complexity gushed out of them and attacked the flames that were displaying the words and the scenes that had occurred far in a not-so-distant past. But they shockingly found that even as their complexity descended, the weavings of those flames could not be dispersed. The blue-robed woman watched this as she couldn't help but utter, "Undeniable? Even more interesting." But with this, more than enough information has been gathered. It is time to return. In a moment, her body flickered as another version of her appeared to her right. This version of hers disappeared as the one that remained raised her hands while looking at the faceless lifeforms that now turned towards her and the few disciples that she had been utilizing since she was here. As the evidence was clear and unblemished, the ruse could not be kept going any longer, so she spoke towards the faceless lifeforms. "Shall we get started? I've been getting many things prepared while waiting for a sign. And it seems that sign is as clear as day." Unfathomable weavings of complexity bloomed from her as the color blue pervaded everything. Chapter 35-34 Fervent Disorder. 2. Blue. The impartial watchers, the faceless lifeforms, only saw this flash as a leading one among them taking on the form of a massive earth titan bellowed while dozens of dark towers erupted from him, shattered omniverse also beginning to unfurl from him and others into a storm of complexity. Intelligence says she is one of the more powerful ones sitting at the greater source complexity. Be careful. At his words, the blue-robed woman raised her brows while her eyes pulsed with cerulean complexity. Her voice echoing out, "Your information seems a bit outdated. I don't know how far back you obtained such weavings, but I'll tell you now that I am not one of the more powerful ones sitting at greater source complexity as you so state. I am the most powerful one within this stage, and that is undisputed. You all will get a taste. At her words, blue strings erupted from her by the millions as each one seemed unfathomably strong and sharp as they struck out to all of the source complexity entities nearby. Among those sitting as her enemies, it included greater source entities and many lesser source entities, and yet she stayed behind to fight them all. She was someone with a unique identity that even the Watchers did not know. She was Masara, Keanu's run rampant. She called out her source as the blue strings instantly burned with fearsome cerulean flames as between each of them, dense unfathomably vast seas somehow also bloomed, but the moment that even a single string came in contact with a faceless lifeform, their bodies faced a deep impact that nearly ripped the black veil. And when dozens and hundreds of the strings smashed onto a single lesser source faceless lifeform, a black veil was entirely torn as a wriggling mass of obsidian revulsion roared out within, only to be met with descending flames filled with millions upon millions of runes of existence. The black mass cried out in pain and horror as Masara closed her eyes. Come now, this is just the beginning. Her source further exploded out as a terrifying battle bloomed within this palace of the Wilomaki, but it wasn't the only place that was radiating a fervent display of chaos and disorder. Inside multiple other palaces of the Wilomaki, the scene inscribed in flames that could not be extinguished was shown to all along with the words above as an already shaky ruse could not be kept any longer. Battles erupting in full, the Wilomaki began to churn as Watchers with faceless lifeforms went against other Watchers. Such a battle blooming within this frequency of existence as undoubtedly, it would very soon extend to other frequencies of existence. The weavings of existence were vast and interminable. The number of lifeforms was even more exceedingly vast. The amount of possible chaos that could unfold could simply not be estimated. Across these weavings of existence, the body of a blue-robed woman, Masara, was crossing extremely tight and complex weavings that seemed to hold the very fabric of existence within them, everything around her filled with darkness. She was actually leaving one frequency and going into another as in her hand, a blue water drop shone radiantly as a guide while she spoke into it. We held the doctrine of waiting for the enemies to show their hand first before we made a move. I believe now is more than sufficient for us to make our moves before even more chaos taints the flow of the wheel. She spoke to a drop of water, and from it, an ancient voice echoed out in reply, Return. There are many places that will require attention. The voice neither agreed nor disagreed, but Masara knew what had to be done as she continued forward. She was returning home after many eons, to those who entrenched themselves in the forces of even the Wilomaki and the logos of the wheel while remaining behind the scenes. Around her blue attire and incandescent blue radiance, heavy but complex golden flames of none other than the singed could be felt. Occasionally, they burnt from gold to blue as this entity sped forth. In the megalosaneer, a scene of unfathomable destruction of the weavings of existence themselves could be seen as in the surroundings. 25 entities whose bodies were aflame with terrifying embers that they could not put out floated. The most powerful in here had a body encased in dazzling gems that held fractures in all sorts of places. Her expression was currently livid as behind her, shattered gem-like wings began to reform as she assessed the damage of the faceless lifeform. Boom! One had their veil torn as terrifying white gold flames filled with millions upon millions of runes of existence descended and began burning the source of this faceless lifeform to a crisp. Persephone's gaze was a heavy one as she roared out, I will burn this place to the ground, you hear me? I will torch these entire megalos and leave nothing behind as all of this will be in your hands. All that blood on you and you alone. She roared out as at this moment, the infinite crystal gem prison was shattered and lying in pieces, the entity within long since gone as her roars emanating outwards covered distances of a few hundred omniverse at the very least. In the next moment, she turned her head towards one direction as multiple auras of source complexity could be felt there, but don't burn it all down while I am still here. I came looking for someone under the orders of the logos of the wheel. I am not sure if they are the same as whoever was involved here, but these megalos are tiny, as it is doubtful that there is to be another. May I ask who has enraged you so? The visage of McAllister looking for his daughter appeared alongside faceless lifeforms as the two sides stared at each other. The gaze of Persephone was cold as she waved her hands to show the image of a single entity, and it was none other than Noah Osmont. Chapter 35 Fervent Disorder. 3. An image. McAllister saw the image of a cold-faced man who emanated waves of dignity and regality as he spoke out questioningly. Could you be the Noah Osmont I am looking for? His eyes were sharp as he asked this question, but what he was truly asking was the depths of his intuition, his source, and based on what that irritable black cat told him, along with his buzzing source when he uttered out that name to pair along with that image, there is a high likelihood. He opened his eyes brightly and made this assertion as he wanted to ask the one ahead of him regarding this enemy. And as if she expected this, Persephone harumphed while speaking out, "It matters not where he is. I will burn these whole megalos to sniff them out." Her gems pulsed with rage as they continued to spread out, but she came to a stop in the next moment as she pulled out a gem from her chest. The gem showed scenes displayed in a distant place from here in the palaces of the Wheelomachie. She saw that in an area near her palace, white gold flames she was very much familiar with had etched heavy words alongside the scenes of what occurred in a certain frequency when they surrounded Bob. The fight for the wheel of existence has never been an easy one, but the Watchers fought regardless. It is once more time to fight for the wheel, even if it is against those who have turned their backs to it. The words etched in white gold flames were ones that could not be removed, just like the embers burning around her body. They seemed to be taunting her as she remembered the words of that singed. She turned towards McAllister as she asked, "He is Noah Osmont, you said, likely?" And McAllister replied without hesitation as Persephone remembered his words. He had asked her if she would even have the time to attempt megalocide. She didn't know he would cause such a disruption. As with a heavy heart, she turned to the faceless lifeform behind her and spoke while gritting her teeth. You head back to assist in the order of the Wheelomachie." She pointed to many of the faceless lifeform and commanded, but most of those she pointed to had their vertical bars pulse heavily as the intent of a few echoed out. "These embers are constantly eating away at our sources. It could be a few days or less before we are incapacitated. That man needs to die before then. Collapsing his weavings should collapse his flames." The faceless lifeforms nearly bellowed out as Persephone roared back, "I fucking know. I have the same embers around me. You all go. I will continue seeking this Osmont here. I do not wish to see my own weavings drained any more than you all, so you should know I take this seriously. But we cannot afford to lose the foothold of the Wheelomachie in any frequency. This will make the mission that much harder. We need a megalos nexus in the expanse to smoothly and quickly traverse to different frequencies. Otherwise, things start falling apart." They could not lose any parts of the Wheelomachie. Things were already off course as the change happened much earlier than expected, and now, Persephone shook her head in frustration as the faceless lifeforms nodded and began disappearing one after another, leaving only 3 with her. She looked towards McAllister as she growled out, "Let us find this fucking Osmont. If it drags off, we can attempt to initiate a megalocide." She was utterly serious as for what was on the line. Nothing was off limits. "We have a name. We have a face. I will start with what the logos of the wheel is most proficient in: entanglements. We start from the weavings of connections as eventually it shall lead to him." McAllister had a calm expression as he closed his eyes, his weavings erupting out. In these same megalos anear, within the infiniverse megalos, the figures of the sages and Eugene were somber as they stared at Noah's figure for direction. They were standing within a region pantheonic haven of Elysium as golden threads of brilliance swirled all around them when Noah asked, "What do you all know regarding the megalos? The distinct weavings between each of them?" The megalos, as Persephone threatened megalocide, Noah had a few possibilities under his banner, but there were still many unknowns. Towards this question, Eugene was silent as she didn't know anything major, but the Maharishi was hesitant before she pulled out a flower with 3 petals. The Origin Maharishi always spoke of the megalos as fields with distinct weavings of existence that acted as pillars for the integrity of the expanse. There are 3 major megalos, and then a myriad of other unique megalos that act as smaller pillars in between and even within the expanse. Megalos mountains, palaces of the expanse. But it all begins with megalos anear, megalos beyond, and megalos nihilos. Matter, dark matter, and antimatter. Their weavings have distinct demarcations that keep their simplicity and purity, as more often than not, it is this purity and simplicity that keep complexity at a low level within these megalos. Why many even relocate to the expanse as they elevate their states of existence. Weavings of the megalos were spoken about as the Maharishi offered the flower with 3 petals to Noah. He grasped it as he asked calmly, "So it is this purity and simplicity that keeps them less complex, more easily affected by the weavings of others? What would happen if the lines of demarcation between the megalos are broken?" He asked a daring question as the Maharishi swallowed her weavings and looked at the other sages before she answered. "This is something the Origin Maharishi mentioned to me before. She said such a process would be irreversible if ever it occurred. But the mixture of weavings of distinct megalos would definitely result in rising complexity. She had observed it in some frequencies." "I see." Noah nodded while keeping his eyes on the flower of 3 petals, coming to a decision. Chapter 35-36 Fervent Disorder. For, the megalos were too vast, as unfathomable as the infiniverse megalos was, they could not cover everything, so start a process, and muddy the waters along the way. He remembered in one Amaranto's dream how the instrument of the Beyonder had spread the megalos beyond into the megalos anear. He looked at the flower with 3 petals as, at this time, a golden flame rose on his finger that he brought down and made a swiping motion at the demarcation that stood between the megalos anear and megalos beyond. The Maharishi saw this and turned serious as she asked, "What happened with the faceless lifeforms? They burn while still searching." The tainted watcher of the Wheelomaki proposed megalocide as a threat. "We shall deter as much as possible." The gazes of the sages and Eugene flickered at such words as their eyes flashed with distaste, when they simply thought of this word, megalocide, something far too heavy to even utter with its implications, and yet the burnt one spoke about preventing it easily as the Maharishi nodded while speaking valiantly. "We remain under your command for anything that needs to be done, WAA." Sources continued to pledge themselves to his banner as Noah nodded while closing his eyes. He felt the simmering true severed singed flame of existence and all the parts of him that had undergone 27 severings due to this flame. All parts of him, at this moment, his complexity was the highest it had ever been as he focused on the source of outerversal. He focused on the source of megalos. Since he was in both the megalos beyond and megalos anear, it was easy to sense where both parts of him were. What he now studied was what lay between them, the demarcation between anear and beyond. The point that he had crossed some time ago when he first sent a part of himself to become Ozymandias. When he put all of this together, it wasn't hard for his weavings that had been truly severed many times over to begin spreading themselves into gaps others could not even observe as he used the channel between himself, the infiniverse megalos, and Ozymandias to achieve it. In between the channel, there was an impenetrable barrier of complexity and stability, a barrier that outerversal morphons crossed whenever they sent lines down into anear to fish for delegatus. A line that those with a sufficient amount of complexity could cross, but it always remained where it was this whole time. The line that kept the purity between matter and dark matter, between the megalos anear and the megalos beyond. Noah felt its vastness and impermeability as he spoke to himself. "It is time for this wall to come down, HUUM. He spoke like this as one would wonder how such a thing could be achieved, but for him, he simply allowed white gold flames to flow out of him endlessly, crossing the channel between him and Ozymandias as they were all shuttled into that midpoint, into that impermeable barrier, true severed singed flame of existence. It permeated across the weavings of the megalos anear and megalos beyond as these flames were part of the complexity of the wheel of existence itself. They held embers of the flame of the wheel of existence, their input into the demarcation between two distinct weavings of existence. Was akin to a ruling that the wheel of existence itself was passing down. There was no rejection. In fact, as the white gold flames entered and filled this invisible boundary between matter and dark matter seamlessly before they began to spread wildly, Noah keeping a steady input of these flames as he did not know the ends of this boundary, so he simply poured everything in, and on the other side, Ozymandias stood within the megalos beyond, above the pantheon of Umbra where the bodies of faceless lifeforms that held the power of pioneers lay wriggling and dying. Around the obsidian gold-winged Ozymandias, the figures of the observer of old and young, the Great Mother, the Great Wheel, the Great Ponderer, the One Who Walks, and many more observed this scene of glory and horror as a dark tower that had been siphoning off the weavings of existence of all outerversal morphons here crashed down into nothingness, and yet such a glorious scene was not given any time for reverences from all around the stellar dark space around them. Terrifying auras soon bloomed. The Great Mother and others raised their wills up in shock as they didn't just feel the horrific auras of those far exceeding existence severing, there were those even a level above this, pioneers. And above them, source complexity entities, and their auras were all distinct as some pulsed with the weavings of matter, others of antimatter, and others of their own dark matter. You did not even try to hide, O instrument of the Beyonder. O resurgence of the origin sacred primal megalonian, HUUM, a source complexity golden titan bellowed out with fervor and laughed as he came with other source complexities from various palaces of the expanse, and there were even pioneers and source complexity entities that were outerversal morphons here. One of them, a massive stellar obsidian tree with countless tentacles for its branches, came forward at this moment and spoke out. "Since he is of my megalos beyond, I shall speak and evaluate his weavings first." He floated ahead with indefatigable brilliance as the golden titans and others shook their heads. They all wanted to get their hands on him. Would they really make it easy for others to grasp him just like that, as their complexities were about to explode outwards, as the weavings of the Great Mother and others were ashen, with the existence severing Great Mother even about to speak defiantly towards all these beings? Ozymandias floated up by himself gloriously as his obsidian gold hands were raised. O ye poor masses filled with greed, his voice was reverential as he raised his hands up and continued. It was said that with the coming of the instrument of the Beyonder, the megalos beyond would be elevated to a level unforeseen before. This elevation shall be the stage of your graves on this day. Shocking words of incredulity were uttered out as the source complexity entities looked at each other, but in the next moment Ozymandias clenched his hand into a fist and struck out the barren dark space beside him, a simple strike of a fist, and yet in the next moment, the space here shattered like a broken mirror, a mirror that seemed to be filled with white gold flames inside of it. It began where his punch was and rapidly extended outwards as if the very megalos beyond was breaking, and from the origin of this breakage, the stupefied entities here saw weavings of matter on the other side as it was the megalos anear. Chapter 35-37 Convergence. It was an utterly unbelievable scene. Ozymandias struck his fist out, and weavings of existence collapsed as if they were paper. The area collapsed akin to intricate broken mirrors, and within, tendrils of white gold flames could be seen unraveling everything, as if it were a chain reaction. More and more things broke down as through it, they could truly see a different megalos anear. The weavings of matter could be felt abundantly clear as there were many here who had visited the megalos anear before. The unraveling between anear and beyond was not something many expected to see occur with a mere flick of the hand of an entity, and such an impact was widespread as in all directions, it continued to stretch out as if a veil that existed between the two sides was now completely and entirely torn. In an instant, the weavings of matter and dark matter came in contact and began to boil over. Megalos beyond spilled into megalos anear and vice versa. It was the observance of the interaction of matter and dark matter in real time as from it, countless profundities bloomed for those who were capable of observing and understanding. For others, it was a show of immensity and wonder as they looked at the man responsible who now stared at the source complexity entities and those that came with them. Around his body, around the body of this self-proclaimed instrument of the Beyonder, white gold flames began to burn as he spoke out while looking at every single entity here. The greed that brought you here burns brightly in the night. Let it burn for all to see, let their greed burn, he said, and in the next moment, his body buzzed with complexity as waves of severed mana endlessly formed into the embers of the true severed singed flame of existence, and these embers spread out rapidly and began to bloom on the bodies of every single enemy combatant here, whether it be pioneers of existence, whether it be source complexity entities. Every single one suddenly felt their bodies become aflame as they roared out in shock while their paths or sources erupted out in brilliance. And yet to their dismay, they would soon come to find that these flames were inextinguishable. The source complexity entities at least had some form of protection. As for them, it was somewhat bearable, but for the pioneers, they felt their paths truly become aflame with embers that they could not put away, and their paths began to be eaten up and dispersed right after as their complexity compared to the complexity of the instrument of the Beyonder was far too weak at this moment. They could not resist the embers of a pathway to a true source. This was a singular difference, even though all of them were following a path. The path that Ozymandias followed was something that none of theirs could compare to. No, it was mayhem. First, the veil between the two megalos collapsed, and after that, the newly appearing entrance began to burn en masse, disrupt his weavings. Do not let him continue to do this, the one-eyed golden titan roared out as his body became encased with a golden mountain that rotated and spun as it thundered down towards Ozymandias. The other source complexities felt the permanent nature of these inextinguishable flames as they also roared out and moved towards a single entity. It was a show of utter chaos and complexity as to top it all off. Ozymandias snapped his fingers. A distance above, space-toed as a singularity came down. It held a smiling expression while its eyes were replaced with infinity symbols. It was a Tsar verse piercer. It could choose who to afflict between enemies and allies as at this moment. It could be utilized in any setting, and so, Ozymandias used it in this setting, because all the enemies that came to him here were carrying globules of blood of pioneers or source pearls to allow him to further sever his complexity. Boom, an explosion bloomed as in the next moment, all those here were able to witness the emergence of an ancient archaic golden wheel, an archaic wooden wheel that caused their very weavings of existence to feel a sense of trepidation as if they were looking at the grandeur of the wheel of existence itself. A moment later, they experienced the breaking of the wheel as multiple subsequent explosions thundered out while white gold flames burned everything. The Great Mother and others experienced the breaking of the wheel for the first time. thinking they were about to perish in its fiery collapse, but, they felt as if their bodies were cleansed instead as they observed the unfathomable flames filled with purity, their weavings feeling a tug they never felt before. But from this breaking of the wheel, those deemed as enemies. All pioneers had their weavings collapse. The flames that burnt them proceeded to devour everything they had and sent it all to a single being. Ozymandias accepted all of it as these weavings would be sent towards ruination, and she would proceed to multiply them as many times as possible before they were utilized to sever the next concept that would be taken towards a pathway to a true source. As such a wonder bloomed, a distance of many pantheons away, in a dark point of the megalos beyond, there was a figure of a four-limbed beast whose visage could barely be seen in the darkness of the megalos, as if this creature itself had melded and become one with it. Its eyes showed tremendous power and cold, calculated rage as it looked towards the impostor that called himself the instrument of the Beyonder, an impostor. Only someone true would know that they were looking at an impostor. As at this moment, the true instrument thought about its possibilities and options in the face of the sheer power it could feel even from a distance, as a moment later, BZZT, its weavings turned tumultuous as a deep and ancient voice boomed out within its mind. It actually recognized this voice to be its own, and yet it carried a different sense of complexity and ancientness, as if it had lived much, much longer. O instruments across existence! O instruments across frequencies! I burn my source to connect us as one and ask of us to come together under a threat that threatens our very weavings across all of existence. Chapter 35-38 Convergence. 2. A voice that was exactly like itself, and it was imbued with terrifying complexity that it had yet to reach. It had attained a source, and it shockingly was capable of connecting every single one of them, in exchange for burning its very source. This magisterial possibility unfolded. A deceiver with false weavings seeks to usurp everything that we stand for. Everything that was promised for us. We are more than mere instruments, we are the inheritors of a glorious purpose that we cannot allow to be usurped by another. Heavy, powerful, it echoed from the very depths of his existence and resonated with him as if he were the one speaking. But this entity is powerful as they are resourceful. They appear to us in dreams as their weavings face no repercussions, while ours continue to be destroyed. To overcome this entity entirely and thoroughly, I have theorized that the only way with a degree of certainty is for all of our weavings across existence, across frequencies, to combine and become one. This is a guaranteed path. And one of us at this very moment is staring at the deceiver. From the depths of its weavings, it felt countless eyes locked onto him. It was him. He stared at the deceiver at this very moment. He would be the one to accept all weavings of himself, fuse our weavings together. Let us become one across existence and inherit a purpose others cannot imagine. We have gone by many names as at this moment. We are only the inheritor of the megalos, WAA, the inheritor of the megalos. Such a distinction resounded across frequencies as in the next moment, waves of countless possibilities moved across frequencies to arrive before a single creature, all possibilities, all the possible versions of itself across frequencies. There was no debate or doubt as for all of them. It was simply akin to putting all of their collective thoughts together into one body, all of their collective complexity. The product of this is what one of them who was burning their source at this very moment to achieve all of this thought would be enough to stand against the deceiver. The body of the four-legged beast began to change and transform as its complexity accepted unfathomable weavings while it watched an astounding weaving of existence unfold in the far distance. Those who had come for the resurgence of the origin sacred primal megalonian. All those with weavings of pioneers and below had perished as only the source complexity entities remained, and even these source complexity entities had some casualties as at this moment, after the breaking of the terrifying archaic wooden wheel, 3 source complexities had half of their sources heavily affected and burnt with an ever-incandescent glare radiating from them as they screamed in rage and horror. In the middle of all of this, the origin sacred primal megalonian spread his arms out as he accepted the fuel of heavy weavings of complexity, fuel that at this moment, he directed towards a singular concept after it was multiplied by ruination. The veil between two megalos was torn down as the interactions between matter and dark matter seemed to have found a level of stability as at this moment, there seemed to be a funneling of both of these states of existence from one megalos and into another. The pantheon of umbra that was here became blanketed by particles of matter as uniquely, its flat planar appearance began to distort and change in real time as it began to expand from top to bottom and attain a more circular appearance, and features of none other than an omniverse. As such, a process occurred. The complexity in the surrounding megalos began to scale upwards as the states of existence that should never have freely mixed began, flowing fervently throughout. Uniquely, the gray tendrils and cracks spread out across the megalos and that were present even here after the change. They seemed to become dimmer in this region where matter and dark matter were mixing as the levels of atmospheric weavings of existence began to slowly rise again. Such were things that only those perceptive could observe and understand, but for those who were fighting with their very lives on the line, spared no glance at this as the golden Titan source complexity entity stared towards Ozymandias with a singular torn golden eye filled with hate. And Ozymandias stared back at him with burning singularities as even more embers of the true severed singed flame of existence were released from him to wrap around this being. Other source complexities gathered behind him with ashen expressions as their weavings burned, one of them bellowing out, "I only came here to observe and did not ask for any of this. I have no entanglements or any thoughts towards the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian." A source complexity entity in the form of a tall dark blue tree echoed out. It looked to be a tree with a humanoid form, a face present on its trunk as it thought to back out at this moment. It had been living in the expanse for eons as it enjoyed the wonders and luxuries of existence within it. But a moment of greed as it heard about the weavings of the Megalonians had drawn it out to see if it could grasp something even greater, but all it found was a shocking level of complexity that actually caused it pain and burned its very source in a manner that had never happened in the past eons. He did not want any of this at this moment, and yet the response from the origin sacred primal Megalonian. "Once you make a choice, you must commit to it. Come, my weavings are still here for those who wish to take them. You will get a glimpse of them in the end. You are devoured to join them." Horrific words echoed out as the lesser source entities here roared out in defiance, seeking to collapse the weavings of the one causing their sources to unceasingly leak out their complexity. As such a battle unfolded, its results and boons were being enjoyed in the infiniverse megalos as within the depths of this construct. Noah stared at the figure of ruination that was shining with an incandescent crimson gold light, bundles of multiplied globules of blood of pioneers and pieces of source pearls obtained from burning source complexities all surging towards him as he declared with a tyrannical light in his eyes. Let the megalos head towards the 81st severing. A heavy choice was made as Noah looked for a daring possibility, the weavings that all entities of the expanse wanted, the weavings of the Megalonians. He wanted to see just what immensity it could release. Chapter 35-39 Convergence. 3. The Megalonians. They were a race of beings that were heavily sought after by those within the expanse. The uniqueness of the weavings made them prime targets for others to elevate their own, so they were devoured with wild abandon the moment that they were discovered. In the frequency that Noah was in, the Megalonians were not given time to grow and become powerful. Was this the same case in other frequencies as well? Or could the entities that he found within the reconstruction of the Omnifather be alive and thriving in other frequencies, or had they already faced the same fate? The same fate that had befallen the other Megalonians in this frequency of existence, Noah did not know, but what he did know was the immensity and complexity of the weavings of the megalos. So after attaining the pathway to the true source of the singed, he chased after the pathway to the true source of the megalos next. Globules of blood of pioneers flowed from the figure of ruination and sank into his body as they all flowed towards a single mundi of power within his atlas of existence. In addition to the vibrant multiplied globules of blood, there were also the shards of source pearls that contained their own potency to sever existence as every single one floated towards the weavings of the megalos. The weavings of the megalos have undergone their 34th severing by utilizing 3 globules of blood of pioneers. The process began slowly and accelerated upwards. 3 lesser source entities in the megalos beyond who were much easier to decimate as single faceless lifeform rapidly burned at this moment due to the Tsar Verspiercer and his burning embers of the true severed singed flame of existence as their purified source pearls would fully be his soon. It meant the ascension of the weavings of the megalos was guaranteed. The weavings of the megalos have undergone their 48th severing by utilizing 3 globules of blood of pioneers. The number rapidly began to scale upwards. Noah felt the multicolored brilliance within his mundi of power pulse with a heart-shaking glory as he counted in his heart, 50 severings. 55, 60. 70. On the 70th severing, the many newly obtained globules of blood of pioneers finished as Noah switched to the source pearls. They came in pieces as he burned and ate away at multiple sources of pioneers in pieces, and it looked like he was absorbing stellar singularities that disappeared within his weavings. 75 severings, 79 severings, 80 severings. The biggest hurdle came as at this moment, many pieces of multiplied purified source pearls were taken in by him with no chance of occurring for some time, but he knew. He closed his eyes as he knew. A string of symphonies erupted around him as more and more complexities of sources were burned just to aid him in severing and purifying a single part of himself, and after some time, boom. A heavy impact and explosion of complexity that signified grandiosity bloomed. He crossed a threshold, his 27 times. Severed heart beat heavily as thick multicolored blood coursed throughout his body. His 27 times severed Invictus wings flickered with brightness as he could see a magisterial result ahead. He felt his existence buzzing as the severed weavings of the megalos have attained their final severed state. The pathway leading to the true source of the megalos has opened. The true severed megalos of existence has been born. Within the true severed megalos of existence, countless changes and variations bloom every second. Within his atlas of existence, another Mundi glowed with a terrifying light as Noah felt his complexity shoot up exponentially once more. His eyes remained closed as he communicated with that budding complexity. He was seeking to understand the extent of the wonders of what it could do. He saw a circular multicolored globe that pulsed like the core of some grand construct even he shouldn't be able to see. But it was part of him. Your true severed megalos of existence is capable of undergoing the process of myriad megalos variations and transformations in order to elevate your complexity. Your true severed megalos of existence can unleash true severed megalocide onto the complexity of your enemies, allowing them to experience the complexity of a megalocide in a compressed state centered around their weavings of existence. Two wonders bloomed as Noah understood them clearly. They were the fruits of the true severed megalos of existence as at this moment, in the domain where only he, ruination, and the infiniverse megalos were in, before the wisp of the flame of the wheel of existence silently burning in the distance. Noah placed his hand on his chest as he called out, myriad megalos variations and transformations, his body pulsed. The true severed megalos of existence within him pulsed, and in the next moment, around him, other magisterial bodies that looked just like him manifested, and they filled up the space like stellar stars. Each one held a slightly different colored brilliance. A large number of variations and transformations of your weavings have bloomed based on the last major decision made. Each one represents a myriad megalos variation and transformation as at this moment, you can select a single variation and transformation to bring to fruition in actuality. A shocking weaving of existence. Noah opened his eyes to find the visages of ruination and the infiniverse megalos bodies seemingly frozen while he was alone observing the countless variations of himself. He looked at one body of his that was shining with an incandescent golden glare. The myriad megalos variation and transformation of the protagonist contains the variation of the choice of the protagonist being taken to the 81st severing instead of the megalos. The myriad megalos variation and transformation of uncertainty contains the variation of the choice of the uncertainty being taken to the 81st severing instead of the megalos. The myriad megalos variation and transformation of kuklos contains the variation of the choice of kuklos being taken to the 81st severing instead of the megalos. Unfathomable variations and transformations lay before him. Chapter 3540 Convergence. For myriad megalos variations and transformations, Noah looked at all the possible variations as each one held its own wonders and intricacies. He stared at all the possible transformations while his weavings buzzed. The myriad megalos variation and transformation of quintessence contains the variation of the choice of quintessence being taken to the 81st severing instead of the megalos. The myriad megalos variation and transformation of runes contains the variation of the choice of runes being taken to the 81st severing instead of the megalos. The myriad megalos variation and transformation of the rune of Amarantos contains the variation of the choice of the rune of Amarantos being taken to the 81st severing instead of the megalos. The myriad megalos variation and transformation of cheats contains the variation of the choice of cheats being taken to the 81st severing instead of the megalos. Multiple variations, multiple transformations, and each one was there for him to choose as he stared at the bodies of himself with different colored glows and complexity. He did not hurry as initially, he already had a sequence in mind of what he wanted to do, of what could be next after the megalos. He floated at the different versions of himself before soon after he came to stand in front of another body of his that held a devilish smile. Around it, wondrous glows of colors surrounded everything as they seemed particularly overpowering. He reached out instinctively and placed his hand behind the head of this body of his, bringing his own head forward as their foreheads came in contact. Incandescent multicolored light shone between them, and all around, the many bodies of variations and transformations turned into streaks of light that converged onto the one that was chosen, every single one disappearing, and thereafter, even the one chosen turned into the brilliance that surged into Noah's body. A myriad megalos variation and transformation has been chosen. A prompt came, and horrifically, fantastically, magisterially, a myriad megalos variation and transformation that would take another part of Noah to the final severed state bloomed within him. far from the megalos of beyond and anear that were spilling into each other, in the palaces of the Wheelomachy within the expanse, sounds of clashing complexities and utterly majestic eruptions of weavings boomed out all around, with control of the Wheelomachy being in line as those standing with faceless lifeforms, and those not affected or recruited into this cause went head to head. The fate of far too many things were on the line for this. This was the war for the Wheelomachy, as with weavings crossing frequencies. It would span out across the spokes of the wheel, come on, boom, within one utterly decimated palace of the Wheelomachy. Flaming blue strings covered everything as bisected bodies of faceless lifeforms lay burning amidst white gold flames. The greater source entity that was Masara, facing the last remaining greater source faceless lifeform, whose body had become a massive dark flaming tower. Millions of blue flaming strings had wrapped around this tower and continued to constrict, black flames surging out from it as weavings of time, reality, and everything else seemed to be distorting and falling apart around it. Space decayed and died down as naturally other weavings should do so as well. And yet, the blue flames flickered with stability, as if their dependence was something far greater. You really try to decay flames that have their source stemming from the wheel itself? Began, the blue flames instantly became half gold as the intensity was knocked up another octave. The many strings wrapping around the dark tower constricted as they cut through, a black veil instantly being torn as a defiant cry boomed out from within. The limbs of the greater source complexity faceless lifeform were cut as black mass spilled out from it, black mass that combusted into heavy flames right after, trillions of source runes filling white gold flames and burning all around as this area seemed like a crematorium. The dazzlingly gorgeous woman clad in blue radiance floated at the center of all of this as she calmed her source while looking around. She saw dazzling singularities, purified source pearls that were floating above the bodies of the many faceless lifeforms she faced as she waved her hands over, invisible strings pulling on the over 20-something pearls and bringing them to her as she breathed in when they arrived. Good stuff. Her eyes were bright as she sensed pure weavings of a source within them, and she began popping them in her mouth like candy as she looked around this decimated area of space, where the black tower used to be. The decay of existence seemed too extensive and irreversible, as there was only a grayish-black space that seemed void of anything. Time did not flow there, reality and weavings did not exist there. If left unchecked, will you all turn all the megalos and expanse into these dead zones? Masara asked heavily before she shook her head and shot out into the distance. She was looking for something as she hoped she would not be too late. The embers of the flames that showed the scenes of Bob being surrounded. These embers pulled at her as such a level of power and purity was something she had not expected to see here. She followed them. She sought their sources due to the same type of flames burning within her depths. Tracking them was relatively easier, and after some time, she crossed multiple battles within palaces until she finally came across Tam. She called out as she materialized above a juncture between palaces where, between the flames, a disciple of Bob observed his faceless lifeforms and a watcher battled two watchers and their disciples. Tam of the Singed turned at his weavings being called by a familiar source. When he looked up, he saw Masara, a greater source entity. She appeared beside him with a sense of confusion in her eyes as she spoke. Your weavings of the Singed have changed. They have become purer. Who aided you in this? Who is responsible for these undeniable embers that nobody has claimed responsibility for among the Singed? Who? Tam of the Singed felt the pristine weavings of the Singed from this powerful watcher he never realized was a Singed before, as if it were the past. He may have looked up towards her reverentially, but he had seen the flames of the one that reconstructed him. He had seen who he believed to be the origin Singed, so he looked towards the greater source complexity entity before him and replied with only a cordial sense of respect for another follower of the flow of the wheel. I shall reach out to him and let him know of your interest. If he wishes, if the flow of the wheel is for a meeting to occur, I will be your facilitator. Well, Watcher Masara. His reply was a calm one, yet his reply astonished Masara, as she knew very well the rankings between Singed that would be felt the moment one displayed them. Those lower in purity and power always listened and followed the lead of those above them. For Tam to still give her respect and yet not even reveal the identity of the one behind him. Did he see him as someone with much greater purity and weavings than even her, a greater source complexity? Chapter 3541 Convergence. Masara stared at Tam as if she couldn't believe that he had met someone outside of those that she knew, and that they would have a level of purity and complexity related to the flame of the wheel of existence that even exceeded hers. But she knew there were many oddities and wonders of the wheel, as she would not be too averse to it. So she simply nodded at Tam as she looked around at the chaos still unfolding from the hands of faceless lifeforms. She remained where she was while her hands struck out as if she were playing at the piano, and radiant blue strings burning with scorching blue flames erupted out and shot into the distance, for the weavings of existence. Every single entity had a part to play. These faceless lifeforms and whatever mission they thought they were accomplishing were also part of the weaving of the wheel, even if they were trying to go against it. They simply did not know. As she sniped off and attacked those that she could in the distance, the figure of Tam blinked beside her before he smiled and stated simply, "It seems that the flow of the wheel is favorable towards this, and the Origin Singed is also interested in meeting you." The Origin Singed, Misara heard this name as she was initially alarmed before turning somber. Such a thing was not what she expected to hear at this moment in time. Origin, when attached to any term. This was something far too pristine to even imagine as, at this moment, she became even more unfathomably curious about what being would exactly be called something like that when they were not part of those she knew. "Follow me please." Tam smiled as a golden rift of fire opened up beside him, and he stepped into it silently and left behind the chaos and war of the Wheelomachy within the Megalosaneer. Across an unknown number of omniverse, there was the omniverse of the Protectors. That had faced the assault of faceless lifeforms and come out on the other side safe due to the intervention of an entity bathed in flames, Tam of the Singed, an entity that stemmed from the weavings of someone they actually knew. Old Man Eudemus had a blank expression as he looked at what remained of the Commonwealth. Since at this moment he confirmed that he could no longer communicate with the weavings of the Sword of the Commonwealth or anybody else from Omniverse X1. Around him, there were Protectors in mourning as they looked at the desolation around them. Their eyes were filled with a fierce light of rage and a sense of stupefaction as they also lived with the grey cracks in space and the lowered atmospheric weavings of existence. Old Man Eudemus looked past all of this as he thought of the reconstruction of the Omnifather and the Treziverse primal tree of existence. He thought of the Omnifather and other powerful weavings. He wondered of all the ancient powers that stemmed from the Megalosaneer as he found himself asking, where were they now? In his state of desolation, he pulled down something from the depths of his weavings that the core leaders of the Commonwealth were given only to be taken out in states of emergencies. It was a crystalline medallion that was forged with the likeness of the simians as, at this moment, its calm eyes were glowing with a crimson light that only meant a single thing. This item was called the core of the Commonwealth as Old Man Eudemus held one, the Sword of the Commonwealth held another, and all previous rulers of the Commonwealth who came and went would also hold one. The red glow meant the other two had their weavings either destroyed or lost, so Old Man Eudemus sent his weavings in as the core of the Commonwealth activated, and a major part of his weavings were pulled into it. When he reappeared, he found himself in a space that was filled with golden clouds stretching out in all directions, and the only person here was the lone figure of the Sword of the Commonwealth. His simian features were younger and less complex even though his eyes held the same level of hardness, pride, and arrogance. He looked towards Old Man Eudemus, the shield of the Commonwealth. As he began to speak, "Our Commonwealth held a great purpose. Our task was an important one as if I am here. It means that everything has collapsed and the very weavings of these megalos run the risk of being lost." A somber statement as there was a moment of silence thereafter. "You and I never truly saw eye to eye, Eudemus. But even if it is you, it is more than enough to see whether we can save these megalos from certain destruction, and possibly continue the lineage of the Commonwealth. The purpose handed down since ancient times, the remnant weavings of the Sword of the Commonwealth spoke out as Old Man Eudemus listened calmly. One of the things that we found, which the forces of the outerversal Morphons found out about from obtaining access to our core forces over the years, was a phantom trace of the Wheel of Existence itself. WAA, this tracing was something too profound as the founders of the Commonwealth did not share exactly where they obtained it, but it was within the heart of these megalos themselves. Since the day that we obtained this tracing, we have kept that location secret and hidden as we felt that if it was ever exposed, the type of power that could be unleashed was something these megalos could not possibly handle. Whether the continuation of the eons to come remained or became entirely destroyed depends on us. Head to the heart of the Megalosaneer. Unveil entirely what we were too scared to take out before. If a mere phantom trace of the wheel could grant us so much power. With the treasure within fully unveiled and under our control, the revival and sustenance of the Commonwealth is guaranteed under you, old friend Eudemus. The heart of the Megalosaneer, Chapter 3542 Convergence. 6. A secret the founders of the Commonwealth kept veiled until today, and now, it fell in the hands of Old Man Eudemus as he received weavings of information of a certain location within these megalos. His eyes were hazy as his whole life. He had been looking for a solution to a problem of three parts, the three-body problem. At this moment, in the depths of desolation and loss, he wondered if he went to that place, would it have the answer that he sought? He sat in contemplation for some time. And moments after he received the weavings of a certain location, Old Man Eudemus set off alone from the omniverse of the Protectors. he did not know that on the other side of the megalos, a man had raised his fist and brought down an insurmountable veil that had been filled with countless threads of white gold flames. He did not know that a possible variation of an answer to a question he was seeking the answers to may have actually appeared in a distant place. His eyes were set elsewhere. As he went to what he knew to be the heart of the megalos, on the other side of the megalos where at this moment, a deluge of matter and dark matter mixed in all at once. In the center of all of this, the figure of Ozymandias looked at the cluster of remaining source complexity entities. Every single one of them was burning with embers of his true severed singed flame of existence, as this alone was not enough to entirely wipe out even a lesser source entity. The utilization of the Tsar Verspiercer made many more things possible, as its impact could disrupt the weavings of the source enough to heavily increase the damage, but even then, he could not instantly kill even lesser sources. His perspective when it came to defeating enemies was being capable of killing them in a few moves, as this would mean a domination of complexity and a one-sided beating. He did not like fights that dragged out for even longer than a few seconds, as that would mean that the difference in complexity was too big and that he was simply wasting his time there. After a few more minutes, or even a few more hours, or at most a day or two passed, his complexity would have likely risen enough for him to not need to spend even a second on the enemies that he could not defeat before. And such a thing was exactly what happened at this moment, as the map of the megalos in ear was gradually changing. It was expanding as with the fracture of the veil between matter and dark matter. What was known to be megalos beyond was gradually becoming part and mixing with megalos in ear. So the map was becoming singular in nature, as at this moment, the names of the source complexity entities from the palaces of the expanse became clear. They were read to indicate greater complexity, but at this time the spread color gradually faded away and turned into an orange brilliance. Orange, an indication of similarity in terms of complexity, as they may pose a level of danger, but it was nothing major for him. This came as a result of another pathway to a true source being opened, as after Singed, the pathway to the true source of the megalos bloomed. Alongside their emergence were the myriad megalos variations and transformations, as at this very moment, another path was selected and chosen to be an actuality. During such a time, Noah's weavings coursed through the other part of him that was Ozymandias, as he looked at the source complexity entities here, especially the three most grievously injured ones, as he called out in a voice that felt like the ringing bells of the end, "True severed megalocide, HUUM." He repeated it 3 times. His weavings trembled 3 times as a significant usage of authority was detected, and above 3 injured lesser sources, their weavings looked up in alarm as they saw clusters of millions of miniaturized multicolored omniverse and pantheons bloom, millions, and each one was akin to a grain of sand in size, all of them unfurling and blanketing the lesser sources like a globe, as before they could even blink or have their weavings erupt. Their bodies were encapsulated inside a circular cluster of millions of multicolored omniverse and pantheons. Their sources felt a sense of trepidation as they exploded out, but not before the millions of miniaturized omniverse and pantheons lit up and began to burn as they exploded. An instant later, they burned and cried out as they emulated a tremendous loss of life. They burned as if they were releasing the lives of countless quintillions. They burned with rage, and they burned with anger. Millions of omniverse and pantheons burned and shattered as they caused the makeshift megalos they were in to under megalocide, with all this complexity and pressure directed to those contained within those megalos. BOM, 3 explosions thundered out, and they were followed by an eruption of a storm of matter and dark matter as chunks of omniverse and pantheons suddenly emerged from the explosion and filled up the surrounding space. It was a scene of utter beauty and horror, as it seemed very real. Outerversal morphons and those from the palaces of the expanse spreading out their weavings to see all space around them now filled with a sense of cataclysm and decimation as a deluge of shattered omniverse and pantheons flowed, a deluge of remnants of megalos, a deluge brought about through miniaturized megalocides. As for those who were at the epicenter of the explosion of a megalocide, the lesser source entity, Alarkan, has been laid to rest. The lesser source entity, Zomana, has been laid to rest. The lesser source entity, Einhart, has been laid to rest. The source pearls and weavings of the collapsed sources are being collected into your weavings, as cataclysmic shattered deluge of omniverse and pantheons spread around them. The few remaining lesser sources from palaces of the expanse affirmed that around them, the burning sources of 3 of their peers were no more. They were actually collapsed entirely, as at this moment, the weavings of existence around them fully changed as the position of the hunter and prey changed entirely. More golden tickets equals mass release towards end of month. Chapter 3543, a product of weavings across frequencies. It was a momentous occasion of deadly significance. All around them, a deluge of decimated omniverse and pantheons stretched out like a dead sea, each of them utterly filled with dense weavings of matter and dark matter. As such a sea caused everything nearby to feel heavy and thick, these cataclysmic stretches of shattered omniverse and pantheons seemed to be wailing, an untold number of weavings of existence crying within as if they were real, as if they had truly undergone a megalocide. Figures with less complexity, like the Great Mother and the Observer of Old and Young, were dazed at such a sight as they could not even start understanding how this was possible. What a profound state of existence. Noah was introspective as his voice was low, and yet it resonated outwards to all entities here, the pioneers and below who were not deemed enemies and were still alive, and the remaining source complexity entities who stemmed from the palaces of the expanse. They didn't know what his words meant, but he was thinking about entities like the Great Mother and the Observer of Old and Young. He had met them just a few days ago when he entered the megalos. Beyond a few days, they were many times stronger than him, and yet in that period of time they were now mere backdrops, just additions to his fable. He knew this was an arrogant way of thinking, as these beings were alive for cycles billions of years before him. But because he held the severed weavings of the protagonist, because he held quintessence, because he held fable, if he did not truly believe and act as the protagonist, such a weaving would collapse. So beings who held their own lives before him, their own complexities, he could pass them all in a matter of days, as thereafter they could only watch his own, and apart from them there were the source complexities from the palaces of the expanse that remained burning on his embers. He spoke once more as his thoughts went to them. You cultivated your complexities for eons, only to throw them away like this. As he spoke, he raised his hand and clenched. The source complexities burned by his embers of the true severed singed flame of existence were lighted brightly within the deluge of the cataclysmic sea of matter and dark matter. Their fingers burning with bright flames as many eyes fell on them. There were 13 such beings burning brightly. The golden titan with a single eye had his skin torn and bleeding gold blood, with his gaze ferocious as he stared towards Noah. Even to this moment, you are defiant, O golden titan. Let me see, Barbram of the golden sea titan lineage. I will aid you in finishing your story. The gaze of the golden titan became filled with malice. He held a lesser source. He was not the only one of the golden titan's lineage, but he was the one here. He was the one trapped under complex weavings, ensuring everything in this region. Yes. The reason why all remaining 13 lesser source entities were still here was not because they were still thinking of continuing to battle and obtain the weavings of the origin sacred primal Megalonian. They were not leaving because they could not leave, since after the deaths of 3 lesser sources simultaneously, unique weavings had settled down that even they could not deny with their sources. They did not know what these weavings were, but it was the display of the quintessential league of existence. Those entangled could not leave, and if the man they came to seek the weavings of would decimate 3 of them in a single move, what of them? These were their thoughts, but they did not sit still. They were still lesser source entities, as they would fight to their last breath. So even in the face of this inexplicable unfolding of weavings, their brightly lit bodies could actually be seen getting closer to each other until 12 lesser sources converged around the golden titan. Barbram, 6 on either side, because they knew they would either die alone or try and survive together, as every single one communicated with their residual forces in the expanse. The golden titan, Barbram, had his singular eye burning with embers as he growled out in a low tone, there are others far exceeding us holding interest in the weavings of Megalonians. Even if our sources collapse here today, you will join us soon enough. Barbram stated at terrifying weavings as towards it. I know, Noah's weavings within Ozymandias simply nodded. He knew, the remnant weavings of the Omnifather he had met briefly had stated it, that they would come for him. But he never specified who they were. Their complexity was bound to be stupendous, as he was not fearful of them, so he simply told Barbram he knew, and also, I will wait for them just like I waited for you. He made his intent clear, as after this, no words needed to be exchanged anymore. The lesser source, Barbram, bellowed out as he set his incandescent source aflame, his own burning to promote rapid power. Massive small golden mountains arose behind him to create an entire palace of gold mountains, each one carrying the weight of a percentage of a megalos as they supported him in his endeavor. The other lesser sources sought to do the same, as after measuring the complexity Ozymandias displayed, they determined that escape may still be possible. If all their sources worked together, this was based on the current weavings of Ozymandias they felt, they acted based on this. Noah looked at all of them, ready to unveil another set of wonders to end things when, he blinked and stopped as he turned towards a certain direction. The expanding map of the megalos that now included an ear and beyond showed something that pulled his attention. It was something glaring bright red. It was something that stopped veiling itself the moment that his gaze turned towards it. its crimson eyes flashing with disappointment as if its plan of waiting for him to make a move before it unleashed a deadly strike was ruined. Ozymandias looked at it as he recalled its features from a certain dream. He was genuinely surprised at its appearance and crimson radiance that even far exceeded Persephone as he wondered, where did this creature distinguished as the inheritor of the megalos appear from? Chapter 3544, a product of weavings across frequencies. 2. The inheritor of the megalos. Noah saw such a distinction as the more he looked towards this creature, the more he recognized it as its body came to full view amidst the deluge of cataclysmic seas of shattered omniverse and pantheons. I know you. The voice of Ozymandias was heavy and light at the same time, the one hidden past the dredges of the sea of a megalocide becoming clear to all. Alongside its terrifying aura of trepidation that caused even lesser sources to turn somber. I know you very well too, O deceiver. Its voice felt like layers of thousands of voices, ancient. Deep, apart from its voice, its body radiated a terrifying pressure that pushed away the obsidian sea. It was an entity floating on 4 legs, obsidian horns etched with millions of source runes of existence rising on either side of its head as it held 2 massive serpentine crimson eyes. Wings spanned behind its back and stretched out towards the horizon, layers of millions of illusory pantheons seemingly placed together to form these wings alone. The aura it emanated. Was too unique and different from many others as it contained an unknown sense of suffocation and might. With one of the more daring and ridiculous things being the fact that while standing in the midst of matter and dark matter, both seemed to be swirling around this entity as if it was in tune with both without issues. Ozymandias looked at this creature as he replied with shining eyes, a deceiver? Me, his singularities blinked gloriously. Since it came to this, then let it all be out. The entity termed the inheritor of the megalos looked towards him with a deadly glare as above it, incalculable quintillions of thin lines stretching out in all directions could barely be seen. Only a portion of them seemed to stretch out towards these megalos beyond as the vast remaining amount seemed to be heading elsewhere entirely. You are nothing but a deceiver that sought to take my name. Across weavings. Across frequencies, the inheritance left behind by the great Beyonder was being depleted by you. Today, I have found your source as this deception will finally be put to rest. O false instrument, O deceiver! You stand before the true instrument of the Beyonder. The inheritor of the megalos. The inheritor of the will stretched across frequencies. The time has come to finally lay your deception to rest as your source shall collapse across all weavings. Its deep voice seemed to be filled with unfathomable anger and rage, the Great Mother and other outerversal morphons hearing it and looking up in shock, and yet in response to this, Ozymandias remained unbothered as he merely nodded towards the massive figure of the inheritor of the megalos before turning his gaze back to the 13 lesser source entities burning with his embers of the true severed singed flame of existence. I shall finish my entanglement with these 13 first, you can then come next. His reply was nonchalant in comparison to the majesty and dignity that the inheritor of the megalos displayed, the disrespect, the tyrannical demeanor. It was astounding. As the inheritor of the megalos began to tremble with an unfathomable weaving that seemed to change from multiple complexities, from an existence-severing entity to a pioneer, to a source complexity. All of it seemed to flash around this creature all at once as it was eerie to observe. Do you truly think I will still allow you to move freely and do what you wish? Such eerie weaving of complexity declared. Its might and heaviness seemed utterly unfathomable as briefly, the golden titan Barbrum and other lesser sources momentarily breathed a sigh of relief as it seemed like this new entrant would muddy the waters a bit, and yet, around Ozymandias, the weavings of existence began to distort in a way that nobody here had seen before, and Ozymandias nodded with tyrannical majesty on whether he would still be able to move freely. Of this, I am confident of, the moment he stopped speaking. His body trembled before it gushed out incandescent cerulean radiance, cerulean, blue, a glorious, gorgeous blue chosen from the myriad megalos variations and transformations. It had pulsed with a devilish glint as the moment that possibility attained it. It could not help but think of all the atrocities that could be committed with such a choice. It was something he started with a long, long time ago. A choice has been actualized from the myriad megalos variations and transformations. The severed weavings of infinity have attained their final severed state. The pathway leading to the true source of infinity has opened. The grandeur of the blue brilliance was so intense that even the sources watching Ozymandias could not confidently say they knew the extent of it. They all felt the beat of a heart, not just here, but the sound and intent of this heartbeat echoed out from this area and continued on across the nearby megalos, The lesser sources here heard it as they felt a sense of trepidation. The inheritor of the megalos heard it as he became somber, his weavings roaring out as he could not allow this deceiver to take center stage once more. And yet the beat of that heart was too resonant. His roars were drowned out, in the megalos anear. The figure of Persephone and McAllister with their faceless lifeforms hovering around them. Also heard the heavy beat of a heart. What the fuck is that? Persephone shone with a gem-like luster as she turned her head towards the area they had already begun to feel unique weavings from. There, the heavy beat of a heart could be heard even from afar. At a distant point in the megalos anear, the visage of old man arrived at an area that had absolutely nothing, his heart filled with expectations as he thought of many things. He knew his complexity, he understood his limitations. On his way here, he wondered about reaching out to that being who had sent a pioneer to save him and many others. He thought of the weavings of Noah Osmond and wondered whether something as fantastical as this should be brought to him, but he was an entity too. He also held dreams and aspirations, and he also wanted answers. He felt like he lost something when he made that decision. But he continued regardless as he was about to activate the core of the Commonwealth. Before he did, he heard a heavy beat of a heart. He turned towards its direction as his gaze turned somber, and where all gazes gathered, the origin of the beat of the heart that was allowed to resound heavily, a prompt rose up. The true severed heart of infinity has been born. Chapter 35:45 A heart. The true severed heart of infinity. This was the beat that was spreading out across the megalos like a bell as if it was letting its birth be known. The complexity of this pathway to the true source of infinity was unfathomably grand as when others looked at the brilliant blue light. They could not properly estimate its complexity. It seemed to be as big or as small as their complexities could understand it, and at times it didn't even emanate any complexity at all. But it was there. It was radiant. Your true severed heart of infinity is capable of infusing a severed infinitum engine onto certain complex weavings of existence. Your true severed heart of infinity has granted you a limited infinitum weaving of complexity. A minute, hour, day, or week may not pass without your complexity undergoing a random, significant burst of elevation that will be supported entirely by the true severed heart of infinity, the infusion of severed infinitum engine. The gain of the limited infinitum weaving of complexity. Two things, they did not seem too crazy, but how were they really in practice? Why did the cerulean grandeur of infinity cause such tension for those watching when it was just a pathway? As of this moment, he held three pathways to a true source: the pathway to the true source of the singed, the pathway to the true source of the megalos, and the pathway to the true source of infinity. The moment that myriad megalos variations and transformations finished to allow the variation of infinity to be chosen, the dazzling circular multicolored globe within his mundi of power dimmed slightly as it could not be used to activate the myriad megalos variations and transformations for some time. But this time was not known. For an hour? Half a day? A week, it was not known, but in addition to this, there was now the state of limited infinitum weaving of complexity. It was not known, but in addition to this, there was now the state of limited infinitum weaving of complexity. A minute, hour, day, or week may not pass without his complexity undergoing a random, significant burst of elevation that will be supported entirely by the true severed heart of infinity. This alone held a lot of unknowns and ridiculousness, but let us see the infusion of the severed infinitum engine first, shall we? His gaze turned towards the 13 lesser sources who were staring as the endless brilliance of blue rising from him that affected the cataclysmic seas of shattered omniverse and pantheons nearby. The moment his eyes honed in on them, they felt their sources pulse as Barbaram and the other 12 released everything they had, and from the distance, "I told you, do you truly think I would still allow you to move freely?" The inheritor of the megalos roared as a dazzling sword began to form from the surrounding megalos themselves. It was a technique capable of being attained in a crucible of the Beyonder. It was the sword of the megalos. It occupied an eighth of all the space here. As it even pulled in the cataclysmic seas of shattered omniverse and pantheons, it even pulled in matter and dark matter as it pulsed with shocking complexity, yet towards this and the 13 lesser sources. Noah only spoke out calmly, "True severed megalocide." He called out true severed megalocide multiple times, each time caused the true severed megalos of existence within him to pulse weakly as it released the shocking collapse of an incalculable number of quintillions of complexities, omniverse, and pantheons shattering simultaneously. 3 true severed megalocides bloomed around the 13 lesser sources as they roared out brilliantly with their own sources. A 4th true severed megalocide bloomed on the path of the forming sword of the megalos. Countless millions of omniverse and pantheons bloomed in a glow before they shattered, releasing immense wails and loss of life. countless weavings of burning, rageful complexities, and as they bloomed, Noah continued to speak out, severed infinitum engine, a true severed megalocide has been granted a severed infinitum engine, a true severed megalocide has been granted a severed infinitum engine, a true, the prompts rang out 4 times for all the megalocides present. All 4 released their interminable and heavy complexities before they exploded into waves of cataclysmic seas of shattered omniverse and pantheons that oppressively permeated the surroundings, causing the concentration of matter and dark matter to become even denser. In the dark obsidian seas, the figures of the 13 lesser sources looked ragged as the embers of the true severed singed flame of existence permeated even deeper into their sources. But they were alive, they roared with magnificence as this gave them a sense of hope, and they were about to erupt out when, bzzzt, from the same positions where 3 megalocides had just bloomed, an image of a gorgeous cerulean heart flashed, the beat of a severed infinitum engine echoed out, and 3 identical megalocides to what just bloomed not too long ago bloomed again. As if it was just that easy to cause them to bloom again, in front of the tip of the massive sword of the megalos. Its radiant sheen had dimmed somewhat after it was impacted by a megalocide, but it maintained its solidity as it was about to thunder out again. But, a beat of a heart. A severed infinitum engine flashed as a moment later, another true severed megalocide bloomed. Boom, these explosions of heavy complexity were utterly maddening as every time they ended, they released a deluge of shattered omniverse and pantheons akin to vast expanding seas all around, and after they finished exploding, a heart would beat, and the megalocide would bloom again right after the second round. The 13 lesser sources were no longer 13 as 4 had their weavings overwhelmed and collapsed from the onslaught of 3 surrounding megalocides. The howl of Barbaram echoed out as it was filled with indignation and pain, his single eye observing that somehow the heavy attack that could injure sources was forming yet again. Chapter 3546 A Heart 2. Even though they could also release their sources unceasingly, theirs were not as complex and could not match the blooming megalocides that seemed to never end. Boom, a megalocide exploded, and boom, it continued to explode, once, twice, thrice, and it was not stopping. It would not stop. The beat of a terrifying severed infinitum engine could be heard each time, but with this granted to the true severed megalocides, they would continue to repeat and occur here. How many times? A roar of a lesser source close to perishing howled out. For how long? Another voice filled with indignation echoed out, but they did not receive an answer, only the beat of a heart followed by another exploding megalocide. In front of the sword of the megalos, multiple megalocides had exploded as this sword now held tears and lost its solidity after multiple rounds of explosions. The inheritor of the megalos looked at such a scene with a meaningful glare as in the surroundings. Endless droves of deluge of cataclysmic seas of shattered omniverse and pantheons spread out more and more, the concentration of matter and dark matter reaching interminable levels. As if one paid enough attention at this moment, they would observe that there were barely any cracks in this region currently. But the inheritor of the megalos continued to observe the domination of the deceiver as he could not let it continue anymore. His eyes burned and flashed with a dazzling obsidian gold wheel as he roared out, "Enough, and with him as the center, everything began to freeze in place, the dense seas of matter and dark matter, the ragged and beaten lesser sources in the distance, everything slowed and came to a grinding halt. On the body of the inheritor of the megalos, millions of runes began to shine as it looked ferociously towards Ozymandias. Amidst everything frozen, his body became covered by an incandescent white gold flame, by an illusion of a multicolored globe, by a sea of blue that continued to emanate from him unfettered. All of these caused his figure to freely stare towards the inheritor of the megalos while remaining unfrozen. The inheritor of the megalos looked towards him with tremendous distaste as its intent echoed out, "My profound hatred of you does not stem from your existence, not what you stand for. It is simply the fact that you sought to be someone you were not without a care for that this did. For this your weavings must collapse." Its voice was layered with many voices across frequencies as at this moment, Amaranto's nightmare, the body of the inheritor of the megalos began to shine and radiate interminable brilliance. Millions of runes of existence shone around it as it called out a technique from the great Beyonder himself, another side of the Amaranto's dream, as it took a tremendous amount of a source to simply activate it. As this unfolded, the megalocides that were initially frozen in place slowly began to burn hotter and hotter with white gold flames and cerulean waves of radiance until, boom, they resumed even in that frozen space. As they did, they covered the frozen weavings of the remaining lesser sources here who, at this time, could not properly even defend themselves, already war-torn with their sources gravely injured. The result was a simple one, as it even seemed like the inheritor of the megalos Gave an assist, the lesser source entity, Barbaram, has been laid to rest, the lesser source entity, Alzana, has been laid to rest, the lesser source entity, Victor, has been laid to rest. The Leaser, the source pearls and weavings of the collapsed sources are being collected into your weavings. All 13 lesser source entities became decimated as their weavings were pulled towards Noah. It was only now he fully turned his attention towards the inheritor of the megalos as he said he would. Now you can have my attention, O inheritor of the megalos, WAA. The level of disrespect was utterly heavy as the eyes of the inheritor flashed coldly, the Amarantos. Nightmare blooming around it as, obsidian lifeforms bloomed around it and bellowed silent screams as they looked similar to Ozymandias, but their bodies were entirely black and half solid as they seemed to be made up of an unknown number of source runes. They bellowed out as they sought to imitate everything displayed in the current weavings of existence, blue radiance beginning to shine around them as, by the dozens, they pointed their hands towards Ozymandias and burst with complexity, and instantly, around Ozymandias, over a dozen dazzling reconstructions of megalosides bloomed, megalosides. The weavings of existence he utilized were being recreated by the Amarantos' nightmares. Boom, they exploded simultaneously, all 12 imitating. To release bursts of manifestations of genuine megalosides as BZZT, instead of the explosions continuing and decimating this place, they shockingly fizzled out an instant later as if the weavings of existence could not carry out such an action. They could not recreate what Ozymandias put out. The inheritor of the megalos looked towards this with maddening eyes as Ozymandias continued to observe the eruption of true severed megalosides, his words booming out, even in your worst nightmares, you cannot imitate my weavings. WAA, are you truly severed to be capable of initiating a true severed megaloside? Even if you are true, your weavings remain false, O inheritor of the megalos. Around the body of the inheritor of the megalos, that were surrounded by apparitions of Amarantos' nightmares of Ozymandias himself, multiple terrifying bursts of true severed megalosides erupted as each one became filled with the severed infinitum engine. The beats of a heart were clear as terrific bursts that could injure and decimate lesser sources began to unfold and would repeat again and again, with unknown, far-reaching, and far-lasting effects beginning to unfold at this moment as, from all the megalosides exploding and being repeated again and again due to the severed infinitum engine, the seas of shattered omniverse and pantheons spread out madly all around and continued to cover nearby regions of the megalos, both the joining megalos near and megalos beyond. At this moment, a deluge of matter and dark matter in the form of a cataclysmic sea began to spill out and stretch out across the megalos. Chapter 3547 Infinitum. Severed infinitum engine. It showed the ridiculous effect of repeating an action as if it would never stop occurring. At this moment, multiple megalosides exploded out in this region where the veil between the megalos near and megalos beyond was torn. The weavings of matter and dark matter in this region became richer and richer. The gray cracks of the change dot were reduced and thin as the lowered atmospheric weavings of existence returned to extremely rich levels. As all of this occurred, the only audience was the outer versal morphons, who heard an entity called the inheritor of the megalos appear and call Ozymandias a deceiver, an impostor, and Ozymandias did not deny it. He even stated the words that even if the inheritor of the megalos was true, his weavings would remain false. What did that mean? The tentacles of the Great Mother were trembling as she and many others watched the explosions in the distance, their surroundings already touched by waves of the obsidian shattered omniverse and pantheons that were so decimated that they seemed to be in a half-liquid half-solid form. All of this stems from Ozymandias. The instrument of the Beyonder. The intent of the Great Mother echoed out with a sense of hesitation as her weavings buzzed while she questioned many things. In her mind, she only had one question repeating again and again, O great instrument! Why did you not deny it? Why did he not deny the words of the one calling himself the inheritor of the megalos? The one that stated he was the true instrument of the Beyonder. Beside her, little Aspasia appeared as she uttered out without hesitation, he matched all the signs, Great Mother. It was stated that under his banner, the megalos beyond would either perish or expand beyond measure. What is happening right now, Great Mother? The veil between the megalos beyond and megalos near has been shattered. And this, little Aspasia grabbed the viscous liquid all around them into her hands, letting it freely fall onto her body as she continued, a rich and boundless expanding sea of dark matter. Of matter. It has caused the cracks around us to fade away as his actions alone are changing the very landscape of the megalos beyond. To me, he remains and will always be the instrument of the Beyonder. WAA, her words were resonant as they even traveled across the obsidian seas to be heard by the distant inheritor of the megalos. It heard this as it could not help but roar in maddening anger. the Amaranto's nightmares of Ozymandias around it becoming even more solidified as it sought to establish and replicate its weavings. It knew that its source was much more complex than Ozymandias currently. It knew this being had many oddities as he had to move fast, so the serpentine crimson eyes of the inheritor of the Megalos closed as it breathed in. It breathed in the obsidian sea born from Ozymandias himself, it breathed in the weavings of the Megalos beyond, and after this single breath, O Megalos, Huum, beyond, the surroundings began to shake and tremble. The inheritor of the Megalos. Called upon the Megalos he was supposed to inherit from the great Beyonder. I call thee, my inheritance. The blood and flesh of the Megalos. The source of the pantheons that weep at injustice. Rage. Impose. Mystify. O Megalos, mountain of the Beyonder, a lengthy call-out that caused the weavings of others to shudder. It was a call-out that was heard by many, including two groups that were finally arriving here, from the side of the Megalos and Aeir. The stern figures of Persephone and McAllister appeared as they isolated their bodies from the rich obsidian sea spreading out everywhere. They arrived to hear the declarations of the inheritor of the Megalos as behind it. It seemed like all of the Megalos beyond expanding out to the horizon. Converged in support. A massive, unfathomably heavy illusory mountain began to form above it, a mountain that when Persephone saw, she trembled while uttering, "No way." That mountain, those words, she knew them distinctly as they stemmed from a great entity that seemed even more unfathomable than a prime source entity, the great Beyonder. Why would these words be uttered here today? By A. Her eyes honed in on the visage of the inheritor of the Megalos as she squinted. Was it really the case? Did that man really leave an instrument that would come after him all these many years later, and the one it faced? Persephone honed in on Ozymandias as her gaze became cold. She had seen this creature once before in the expanse right before the change occurred as he faced pioneers of existence at that time. Now, he was facing a source complexity entity, boundless weavings, and questions rose as new entrants arrived on the battlefield. Many stared in awe towards the massive Megalos. Mountain of the Beyonder, as it looked like all of Megalos beyond was converging around the inheritor of the Megalos, bringing doubt to the existence that was known as Ozymandias heavily at this moment. After all, who would be capable of calling upon the very mountain of Megalos, the very weavings of the Beyonder, to support them if not the instrument? It was a heavy moment as the inheritor of the Megalos was illuminated with glory. At such a time, before the eyes of Ozymandias, a prompt flashed. The limited infinitum weaving of complexity has been randomly ignited by the true severed heart of infinity. Randomly, the selection of a minute has been selected. The passage of a minute may not be allowed without your complexity undergoing a random, significant burst of elevation that will be supported entirely by the true severed heart of infinity. The limited infinitum weaving of complexity has randomly declared the burst of elevation to stem from the weavings of outer versal. The severed weavings of outer versal, backed by the limited infinitum weaving of complexity, surges across severings and heads towards its final severed state. Chapter 35-48 Infinitum. 2. Limited infinitum weaving of complexity activated. The time chosen was 1 minute, and the weaving to be elevated was outer versal. Randomly, it was said, and yet was causality truly so random, that the moment the inheritor of the Megalos called upon a terrifying identity and mountain, Noah would begin surging towards the final severed state of outer versal? Incandescent cerulean radiance bathed over him thoroughly. The heart of infinity beat loudly, and with every single beat, utterly heavy blue waves of light converged around a mundi of power that held the unique authority blanketing all of Megalos beyond, outer versal, a set source that was the main and only source for the majority of all entities stemming from dark matter. It was a weaving and source meant to transcend the bounds of dimensions, time, and space as only outer versal morphons could uniquely cast out parts of themselves and fish for other existences to bind. Only outer versal morphons were a complex type of entity that held similar sources in such large numbers. Now and then, there were unique lineages like the Megalonians of the Megalos Mountains who also singularly focused on a single source, theirs being Megalos in this case, but the outer versal morphons were by the most numerous form of life to share a single source of outer versal. With how innate and compatible it was with the Megalos beyond, at this moment, such a source was pumped across its demarcations as with every beat of a heart, it underwent a severing. The heartbeats were rapid and heavy as it crossed dozens of severings in a short period of time, and ultimately, boom, stellar black radiance gushed out of his figure amidst the blue. The severed weavings of outer versal have attained their final severed state. The pathway leading to the true source of outer versal is opened. The true severed outer versal regnum of existence has been born. Around his body, stellar black brilliance began to gush out while he looked towards the inheritor of the Megalos. who seemed to have the very backing of the megalos beyond at this moment. An obsidian mountain formed from behind and pointed its tip unto him, his source receiving the complexity and support of an unfathomable expanse of the megalos as he seemed to be accepting an inheritance only meant for him. Ozymandias opposed such a being that was roaring out with fervor as it finally received and showed its inheritance from the beyonder. That it was the one who should have been receiving all the veneration, and yet as it basked in this moment, above the visage of Ozymandias, a flaming black crown bloomed to fruition as it expressed an utterly heavy regnum. In addition to this, an unfathomably massive obsidian throne began to form from black flames, its might heavy as the figure of Ozymandias came to sit himself on this throne. Its makeup felt unique as it resonated with the surrounding megalos, countless lines blooming from it and shooting out behind it as all space turned into a dazzling stellar mass that stopped in place, as if they were honoring these countless threads shooting out of this stellar obsidian throne. The weavings of dark matter nearby see that as from the countless threads shot out from the throne, dense weavings of dark matter and subsequently the surrounding megalos beyond itself began to flow through these lines like stellar rivers that connected to the one throne that Ozymandias sat in, a single throne, and countless stellar rivers carrying the support of the megalos itself bolstering its rule, its regnum. Through the true severed outer versal regnum of existence, an inquisition of the severed regnum rule can be instituted. This inquisition questions the right of rulership and control over the states of existence nearby and is especially strict on the weavings relating to dark matter. Anyone claiming rulership and control over weavings of dark matter while standing against you will have to answer the simple question: do they have access to the true source, or is what they have merely an imitation? Through the true severed outer versal regnum of existence, the limited true severed regnum expansion has been obtained. You are capable of casting your weavings out into any megalos within your frequency or other frequencies of existence. His weavings buzzed with a sense of wonder and exploration, his whole body carried a unique sensation as if he could go anywhere. Even the other part of him that had entered the palaces of the Wheelomachy and delved into the secret domain Bob hid the pathway he was traversing into another frequency this whole time became easier to traverse. His arrival in the frequency where a part of Bob was hidden would now sooner rather than later, but here, with the weavings of Ozymandias, there were waves of interminable brilliance as he looked towards the inheritor of the megalos and his heavy backing before he spoke out: inquisition of the severed regnum. He filed for an inquisition as the stellar flaming crown and throne had unpulsed and began enlarging behind him. He looked towards the inheritor of the megalos as he declared gloriously while looking at the heavy support of the very megalos themselves behind him: I ask you, does this mountain you inherited have access to the true source? The serpentine crimson eyes of the inheritor of the megalos glowed an incandescent red. Did the inheritance from the beyonder have access to the true source? What did that even mean? The inheritor of the megalos wanted to scoff, and yet in the next moment, because if you do not even have access to a true source, how dare you raise the weavings of dark matter against me? How dare you seek to oppose my regnum, regnum? The moment this question was posed, the massive mountain supporting him and about to impose its heavy pressure on Ozymandias buzzed and trembled, as if it took this question seriously, as if it was forced to take it seriously due to its makeup. Did it have a pathway to a true source? The answer was clear: Ozymandias knew it. This very mountain knew it. These very megalos knew it, so in the next moment, the massive forming megalos mountain of the beyonder had a massive crack form. Chapter 3549: The Need for Greatness. A grandiose stellar obsidian gleaming throne that he sat on, and a flaming stellar obsidian crown above him as they both radiated a terrifying regnum, a terrifying dignity. He adorned all of this as naturally. Such a regnum caused countless stellar black threads that turned into gorgeous rivers seemingly extending to the horizon of the megalos to form, and these rivers held dense waves of dark matter. But they also held significant weavings of matter too. With such a type of dignity, with such a regnum, Ozymandias looked towards the inheritor of the megalos and imposed an inquisition of the severed regnum. He questioned the very existence of the megalos mountain of the beyonder as its entire makeup was dark matter, and such a weaving came under even greater scrutiny from the inquisition of the severed regnum. Did it have a true source? Even a pathway towards a true source? Such a clear-cut question was asked as the inheritor of the megalos could not answer, and the massive megalos mountain of the beyonder behind him had a crack stretch out from its peak, and it extended towards its base. Crack, even more fissures extended out after that as the imposing demeanor of Ozymandias only rose higher. He looked at the cracks extending out from the megalos mountain of the beyonder as his regnum rose even higher. You can flash this mountain before anybody else you wish to. But if ever you seek to impose it against me, be sure that it can, at the very least, stand against my dignity." Word that caused the inheritor of the megalos to be utterly infuriated echoed out, with his wings that seemed to be supporting the megalos mountain of the beyonder radiating immense brilliance as he roared out, "This is the very mountain passed down through eons from the beyonder himself. The one whose legends span across the megalos and the expanse. You cannot deny his weavings. You cannot say they are not true. WAA, the inheritance of the beyonder himself, his weavings were undeniable." Alongside these words, the cracks spreading across the megalos mountain of the beyonder sought to stabilize and even try to recover, but the regnum of the entity of flame in the distance only stared forth coldly in reply, "I deny that which is not true." As he spoke, a severed infinitum engine burned and began to heat up in the depths of the burning stellar obsidian throne. Its imposition became even grander, more constant. If this is the weaving of the great beyonder, and it cannot assert that it leads to a true source, then it means that it is false. The serpentine eyes of the inheritor of the megalos flickered in heaviness and burned crimson. But there was one last sentence that Ozymandias uttered out with tyranny. "It means that the weavings of the great beyonder are false." Boom, countless stellar rivers and flaming weavings of a throne and crown burned as, in the next moment, the megalos mountain of the beyonder bloomed with countless cracks and shattered, the megalos mountain of the beyonder. The beyonder, unimaginable brilliance and weavings erupted out as the eyes of the inheritor of the megalos filled with blood, his jaw forcefully opening to release ruptures of crimson black blood as it seemed to have received a grievous injury to its source, and its source was not the only one, the countless outer versal morphons here. Persephone and McAllister in the distance. Any who understood the brilliance of the great beyonder felt like their own weavings were impacted when this being asserted that the weavings of this great being were false, and Ozymandias shattered the massive mountain of the beyonder supported by the megalos itself. What did this mean? What did this mean? The Great Mother and others were dazed at the one they believed to be called the instrument of the great beyonder. Called the great beyonder himself someone with false weavings, and yet this being did not seem close to being done as he raised his hand at this moment to show a pulsing globe of black brilliance. It was a signature of weavings that wrapped around the inheritor of the megalos at this very moment. Your source is that of inheritare. Born and weaved to specifically inherit the weavings that the great beyonder left behind. You power. Your being. Your significance. All of it stems from the source of another. From the inheritance of the weavings of the great beyonder. I have the weavings of your source in my hands here as I can easily take it and make it bloom within my body. I could become one with the weavings of inheritare as well, fully capable of accepting the weavings that the great beyonder left behind. His voice was heavy as many felt a sense of foreboding. What was he about to say now? How drastic would it be? A severed extractor had, of course, been working in the background as the source of the inheritor of the megalos was entirely compatible. But before it could be changed and made his own, Noah stopped it. I was able to do everything that I did before without the weavings of the great beyonder. I could choose to take the musings of this source right now and become his inheritor. But I deny it. You were enraged that I played the part of the instrument of the beyonder? Today, I tell you that I could obtain the same source as yours and inherit the weavings of the beyonder, but I deny it. I do not want it. My power is my own. My weavings are my own. A creature like you who relies wholly on the weavings of another. Could never amount to anything. I will not be like you. A creature like you. Will never have an ounce of greatness in all your eons of life. As he spoke, he crushed the weaving of a budding source within his hands. The possible weavings of inheritare relating to the great beyonder have been denied. Your regnum rises to an unfathomable level. Boom, his regnum exploded out with heavy, interminable flames. Chapter 3550. The Need for Greatness. 2. The need for greatness. Every single being that was born, from the moment they could think. They aspired for greatness, to do something grand with themselves, wealth, power, relationships. Everyone held an innate need for greatness. The inheritor of the megalos had such a need the moment they were born. They knew of a connection to distant and powerful weavings. They knew they were meant for a great purpose. They knew tremendous greatness waited for them as the inheritor of the megalos dedicated its entire weavings towards this. Across frequencies, all of its variations did the same, to the point that when another entity started imitating them, all of his weavings across frequencies came together to put a stop to it, because only he could be the inheritor of the megalos. The inheritor of the great beyonder, and yet now, the weavings of the great beyonder were shattered. They were called false. the source that had held Dot could be obtained by another, as instead of taking it, the other entity denied it. They did not want it, and to top it all off, a creature like you, Dot, will never have an ounce of greatness in all your eons of life. These words resounded again and again within its source. Its source that was shaken already, its source that questioned itself as its weavings were shattered after being called false, its source that was denied by another. Its source was already buzzing with overlapping layers of other weavings across countless frequencies, when such an impact and questioning of its very source bloomed alongside these layers weavings of other selves across frequencies. Crack. When such an impact and questioning of its very source bloomed alongside these layers weavings of other selves across frequencies. Crack. Something broke. Boom. The pupils on the serpentine eyes of the inheritor of the megalos melted away entirely as its eyes became bathed with a pure crimson stellar brilliance. Its weavings became distorted as the countless layers of fused selves became unstable. In the eyes of others, its body trembled before it began to twitch. Thousands of screaming faces then blooming and showing themselves over its skin as they variations of itself. Each one seemed to be screaming and questioning as around it, dark matter erupted heavily before surging into the inheritor of the megalos madly, a terrifying sense of instability blooming from it. Everyone watched this with utter shock and incredulity as they questioned. Had the weavings of the inheritor of the megalos actually received such a major shock that they were collapsing and changing at this very moment? Ozymandias looked at the scene ahead with bright eyes as his regnum burned unfathomably brighter. He had never denied a source before. Today, his quintessence made him deny the weavings of becoming an inheritor, as he did not look back on this decision. And now, he looked at the inheritor of the megalos, who began to seethe with instability, partly from his words and actions, as their weavings joined together from many others across the frequencies began to distort. In the corner of his eyes, the figures of Persephone and McAllister? He thought of this name with bright eyes as he remembered the weavings of the father of Barbados. He had his daughter vacationing with him in the Purgatory lands as her mission that eventually led to his entry into these lands barren of any authority. Was none other than him. Based on the weavings Barbados had told him, even her father was merely following orders as if he was here right now. Was it due to a level of guilt he felt in doing what he did, regardless of the reason why? There were answers to be obtained as to who exactly deemed it so that he should be sent to the Purgatory lands, and how this would aid in the fruition of the change that was still spreading out at this moment across frequencies of existence. His eyes flashed brilliantly, an anomaly with unstable weavings ahead of him whose body was tinged in a red color in his eyes. Persephone, McAllister, and the faceless lifeforms behind them all stood around him at this moment. The many possibilities of how things would play out here were stupendous as his weavings moved, intent on finishing off the inheritor of the megalos and eat up the complex and unstable weavings it held. As he did this, there was another critical weaving occurring within the depths of the megalos Anir. In an isolated, truly severed domain born from none other than the weavings of the Singed that coursed through the infiniverse megalos, another part of him in the form of Noah sat on top of a sea of flames of the Singed, their purity and majesty dancing around him as they nurtured the very surrounding weavings to be richer. At this time, Space Tour is a channel leading from the expanse all the way into this domain opened, the figures of Tam and a new entrant covered in the allure of blue making their appearance. Noah raised his head to look at her as from the weavings of Tam, he knew her to be a Loki watcher of the Wheelomaki, and yet, she was actually a Singed under the guise of all her brilliance, her eyes dancing with blue flames as within their depths, he saw the golden flames of the Singed burning brightly. It was a powerful Singed that seemed to know a lot more than Tam, her blue flaming eyes bright as she looked around this place with a sense of alarm. She even bent down to touch the white gold flames of the Singed on the sea of flames below her as she became even more shocked at the purity of what she touched. This stayed the same even when she raised her head and locked onto Noah, her eyes becoming utterly fixated on him. As soon after she showed confusion, genuine confusion. She walked forward as she arrived in front of him and looked him up and down, even sniffing a few inches away before the confusion on her serene face became even heavier. She stopped in front of him as she looked towards him and blinked before she asked in a questioning tone, "Sir, is that you?"